Então vamos à próxima. Sabemos que a Influencer Rage terminou em segundo lugar na vaga do PMGC Point. E o único caminho para voltar ao Mundial é estar entre os 4 melhores. O que fazer para não deixar essa vaga escapar por entre os dedos?
Ser consistente nos 4 dias eu acho importante, uma competição curta, que depende muito do seu foco, do seu psicológico e muito treinamento, é claro. Então acho que tomar mais cuidado nas partidas, que são partidas super importantes por ser curto, né? E chegar todo endgame, impondo respeito, confiança. E nosso time é unido e a gente vai ser campeão.
Bom demais. Agora, na PMPL Brasil, a Inf não guivou o bootcamp e, além disso, teve uma atitude que para nós foi inovadora, contestou a Loops. Podemos esperar jogadas como essa na América, sabendo que a Alpha 7 não disputará mais bootcamp?
Bom, como a gente sempre diz, é o nosso spot, né? Bootcamp, então quem vier contestar a gente pode ter certeza que a gente não guiva, que a gente vai trocar até o final. Então a gente não tá nem aí por qual é a equipe que for, a gente vai continuar no nosso spot. E a respeito dessa contestação da Loops, foi uma contestação estratégica, uma contestação de título, né? Que a gente enxergou ali no dia, que pode esperar na Américas, se acontecer algo do tipo aí de disputa de título, disputa de classificação, pode esperar aí numa Inf agressiva, confiante.
Vikendi, na sua opinião, pode ou não ser uma pedra no sapato, já que na nossa PMPL Brasil não tivemos?
Bom, no split passado a nossa Vikendi foi uma pedra no sapato, mas nesse split a gente tá mais preparado para jogar Vikendi. Teve alguns campeonatos, algumas screens, alguns campeonatinhos ali que a gente conseguiu jogar Vikendi, a gente trocou de spot, então tá bem estudado, tá bem redondo a nossa Vikendi.
Por último, na Américas passada, NHyper chegou de fininho e quase levou o título, surpreendendo a todos. O time NA foi calando muitos times. Qual adversário que você acredita que pode surpreender dessa vez? NHyper ou outro nome?
Bom, eu acredito que nessa Américas não vai ter tanta surpresa. Eu acho que os times consistentes ali, que sempre chegam, que sempre tá no top da sua região, eles vão se manter e vão estar lá no topo. Acredito que a NHyper não é mais uma surpresa, e sim uma realidade. Eles vêm jogando juntos tem tempo, vêm batendo na trave. Então acho uma equipe muito forte, consistente, entrosada. E, mano, acho que as 7 loops ali vão estar no topo, como a NHyper, como a gente também vai estar. Vai ser uma disputa bem sadia, bem respeitosa ambas as partes, espero eu. E bora pra cima.
E para finalizar, então, deixa um recado para a torcida da Influencer Rage.
Fala, rapaziada, Kaiowski aqui. Vim convidar toda a torcida da Inf, torcer por nós na PMPL Américas. A sua torcida é muito importante pra gente. A gente ama vocês e conto com vocês no chat, compartilhando as lives e torcendo todos os dias por nós, hein? Bora, Inf!
it's all facts, yeah. Where I came from, man, I can't go back, nah. Watch it all go black, yeah. Seen too much, can't forget about all that. We really are bad. You don't wanna see the things that I see, man, you should know that. And it's all facts, yeah. On top, we win it. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
Imagine competing for an entire year, getting your all the way to the regionals for Americas, and coming up short by just a couple points of playing in the biggest event of the year with PMGC. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League America's Regional Finals for Fall 2023, and right now there's quite a few teams on the verge of potentially not making it in with $1 million of prize pool. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I'll be covering everything happening today on our final day of PMPL Americas. But of course, like always, I can't do this alone no matter how hard I try. You know what, let's just keep the camera on me. I'm gonna do the whole start of the show here. We don't need the two analysts to my side. Seven, Cameron, to save me. We got our analyst, Seven Worlds Gaming.
You're the one that asked them to
Davis.
keep it on you. What are you trying to come to us
It's
for?
just like, no, we can't do that. It's too sexy. So,
Understandable, yeah.
Sure.
But then you got to come to us, and
my producer's laughing in my ear.
You're caught between two sides. Like, oh, the show is just too sexy. How do you change? You can't do a solo on me. That's even worse. It's too sexy. Go to the players.
I was to say, go to 7. That'll equalize it out. For you guys who are home watching, we've been loving hearing what you have to say about the show and obviously about all your favorite teams. Remember to use all of our social and not to mention our hashtag with PMPL Americas. You can check everything down below here. It's just so weird. Things are backwards
So many
on my
good
screen.
memes too, by the way, that I've seen so far on
PMPL
Instagram.
updates has been
On point.
on fire.
Had a couple on Instagram. They're good.
Yeah, they've been so good. Poor NA though.
That's
It's like too easy.
it comes with the
It is.
territory. Listen. NA might be the butt of all the jokes, but as long as the jokes are funny, you can't be mad at it.
Coming.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's see what they're playing for, right? We talked obviously about the 4 PMGC slots, but also there's a lot of money. $150,000 on the line here for all of these teams. And first place taking home $25,000. A lot of money to pretty much get you comfortable, get you safe, get you focused on what's to come here in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, but this is a lot of money. This is what there are a number of teams that are fighting to try and get themselves higher up on this prize pool leaderboard, but man, it pales in comparison to what they're going to be fighting for at PMGC. So for most of the teams, it is that qualification slot that they're really going to be striving for.
I'm gonna be looking at those teams from 9 to 16. The only difference is about like 1K, which is a lot for some teams out there, but I mean, they're just gonna be sending it. I expect
Hail
at least to
Marys.
see some hot drops today in some BM. We've been hinting at it. I think it's gonna end up happening.
Yeah, and we'll obviously dive into that a little bit more later on as we'll see our schedule here. Just like yesterday and all the days before, it's always going to be 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. But those hot drops, man, you've got nothing to lose here if you're pretty much towards the bottom of the table. Also, if you're a team, which some of them are at the bottom of the table, who's already qualified for PMGC,
Yeah.
this even gives you more incentive to potentially push out a team like Alpha 7, who's probably the most experienced team that we have in these lobbies, in these international events.
I feel like Alpha 7 just hates us. If they're watching our segments, they're like, why did you guys want them to hot drop us every single segment? Because it can happen. We're giving you guys a warning, so.
Yeah. And it's really not even the fact that, like, we're not targeting Alpha 7. It's the fact that they are the ones, as you said, who are the most experienced. So if there's a team that will benefit you by not being there, compared to Jaguar, compared to INCO, like, Alpha 7's the one that you want to knock out to make your PMGC run easier. Just that much easier.
I think for them, they need to be outside of top 4, also hoping that we don't have one of these teams like Loops making a top 4, which obviously would move it to 5th. Let's take a look at our overalls, right? We're talking about them a little bit here, and we'll actually see on the front page, Influence Rage maintaining that lead from yesterday. It was 32 points at the start of day 3. It's 31 today.
I'm going to be looking at intense games. I mean, Influence Range, we saw them slow down, actually. They finished off the day great, but they're going to be making it, all right? That's pretty much it. For intense game, I do want to see how they're going to be performing today. I feel like that's another team that's already going to be making it to the next stage. They're not going to be dropping down from the top 4 unless some of the other teams just absolutely go wild. And it comes down for me between INCO, Alpha 7. Jaguar was a massive surprise for me yesterday.
Yeah, so Jaguar is the team that I think I'm the most excited to see if they can't keep up the pressure right now. They're currently over Loops. They're not close behind Alpha 7. They're within 10, though, and within 6 rounds, you know, whatever happens with the first couple, there's definitely a real chance that Jaguar can keep that pressure up against Alpha 7. But again, when you're talking about the veteranship of that team, Alpha 7. Jaguar are going to have to just keep it up, keep moving, because this is a pretty new, unfamiliar spot for the Jaguar team.
Yeah, and for Alpha 7, it comes down, I hinted at it yesterday too, it comes down to how they're going to be starting off the day, because this is a team that's very much on whether they are, if they start good, that's going to be great for them, but if they start not good, it's hard for them to kind of get out of that. Luckily for them, yesterday they ended up getting back-to-back chicken dinners. Their placement wasn't that well outside of the chicken dinners, but the thing is that this team is currently being able to frag out, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, you're in that bubble spot. If you go out first match of the day, 0 points, like we saw yesterday, you just know that every other team out there is gunning for your position. And INCO, I'd say they're relatively safe for now, right? They have a 10-point buffer over Alpha 7, which means they have a 20-point buffer over Jaguar. But like, if Jaguar survives, if Rise survives, there's a good chance Alpha 7 could be, at least that gap, closed in on or potentially surpassed, and you don't want to be fighting from behind.
Yeah, we are going to go a little more in-depth on those teams around that bubble position in a little bit. So for right now, I do want to just give one final comment on Influence Rage and Intense Game. Both of these teams, in their own way, have been so good across this entire competition. Influence Rage, I think mathematically, are 100% going to qualify. Maybe not in first place. They can completely fall off today and get overtaken by Intense Game, but I don't see a reality that it's possible for them to fall out of top 4. Intense Game, it might be possible for them to fall out, but they've been so consistent this entire time, I don't see it happening. And it would have to be 6 games straight of 0 points, 0 points, 0 points, 0 points for that to even be on the cards. And even then, it might not work out depending on what INCO, Alpha 7, Jaguar have to say.
And I feel like for INCO, they got to get a chicken dinner here. It's bound to happen. It's impressive that they have been able to maintain themselves within the top 3 without any chicken dinners. And it comes down to how much they've been able to frag out, setting themselves up. And the fight, I mean, yesterday, especially in Erangel, we saw them being able to take on fights over and over again and win them. And that's just going to be such a confidence booster because we keep seeing that out of them. I mean, I think it was like 4 teams in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, I kind of want to go back really quickly to what you said about, you know, Intense Game. Just don't get 0 points 6 matches in a row. One team we did see get 0 points quite a few times, unfortunately, was Extreme Slayers. Now, I know we talked about yesterday at the end, and I think you two were pretty convinced, at least 7 was pretty convinced they're out. There's not going to have a chance. I still want to give them hope. They have been able to get double chicken dinners, thinking back to day 1. It is possible, but the problem is every match they underperform. Every match they're not averaging, let's just say, 10 points per game. It puts them deeper in the hole, and it puts them further and further away from PMGC. So I don't want to count them out just yet. However, yesterday definitely did not look good for them.
I'm counting them out. It's come on. And I'm usually the positive one for NA too.
It's wild.
But, man, the way they've been performing, I just don't see them being able to switch it around in such a big way that they're going to be able to overtake all these teams that are above them. Because, I mean, Loops, they got nothing to lose. They're already going to be going to PMGC. They're probably going to be looking to frag out, which they can definitely do that, right? That's what the Brazilian teams are known for. Rise Esports, same thing. And look at the difference in elims too. Extreme Slayers currently with 56. I just don't think that even if they get the chicken dinners and something that we have seen from day 1, they can back it up with those elims.
Are you willing to bet all of Cameron's prediction points on that?
And they go to me? Yes. Deal.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the second page here and see where all the teams currently stand. 93 points is our 8th place, and BULUC CHABTAN going to be tied at 93 points as well. Kind of sad, actually, to see them fall off when we saw, obviously, in day 1, they did have a good rise in the second half of the day, and they were pretty solid in day 2. Yeah. PASSIONFRUIT obviously falling off as well, but we're talking about teams falling off. Let's talk about teams excelling. MEZEXIS yesterday has been able to push up the leaderboard quite heavily here, as you can see, in 11th place.
They have.
But I mean, like, what does this matter? What does this matter? Like, and Hyper, QUESO, the 2 teams on the second page that, despite being so low on the leaderboard, they're already going to PMGC because of their regional points qualification. Everyone else on here, outside of maybe BULUC CHABTAN, I don't know if it's mathematically possible for them to break into the top 4, no matter how poorly, like, Alpha 7, Rise, and Jaguar do. So for them, when we were talking about earlier, it's down to trying to fight for a leaderboard position for a payout, and maybe even griefing another team if they really feel like it.
You know, you mentioned MEZEXIS, and I'll actually give you a scenario with MEZEXIS that happened yesterday. Was what they were able to take on the fight. They were able to defend a fight that Alpha 7 was pushing, and they were able to eliminate Alpha 7 too fairly on into an Erangel match. I don't remember which match it was, but I remember it happening, and I was surprised because Jukes, myself, were saying, okay, Alpha 7, this is going to be an easy eliminations for them, you know, get the points, move on, and it did not turn out to be like that. So for MEZEXIS, if they do end up crossing paths with Alpha 7 again, that could be scary for Alpha 7, considering that they already lost one gunfight. But, I mean, it comes down to how MEZEXIS is going to be playing today. We don't know which MEZEXIS we're going to get right. First 2 days MEZEXIS or third day MEZEXIS.
And to be fair to them, right, they're also a team that's similar to like version 2, where they, I mean, at least in this sense, that they are looking to gain experience here, because they're 3 players on the team haven't played at this kind of level before, at least over in Americas. You have an active coming in from MEZEXIS from last season. So maybe a little bit of a learning time for them here. But beyond this, obviously in Hyper, like we mentioned, last place.
YKG last place.
YKG's not. YKG got a chicken dinner, and Hyper can't even say that.
See, for me, I ignore and Hyper in a way because they're already going to PMGC League stage. YKG just hurts, man. It hurts seeing them there in 15th place. And now I'm wondering how they're going to be able to bounce back in the future, because, yeah, you're going to be able to go to NA maybe next season, be able to possibly dominate there, or at least end up with the 2nd place, depending on what kind of Hyper we get in NA again, which I don't see it changing. But this is awful.
I'm the reverse of that. YKG, there's so much pressure was on them. The only way for them to qualify to PMGC was to try and get a top 4 position, which is a lot of pressure against all the really good teams from Brazil that we've been seeing constantly perform every time we have these regions come together. For Hyper, there was no pressure on them. So the fact that they are 16th place, like, come on. Like, like, there's no excuse of, like, shaky hands. Oh, I missed because I'm nervous. Like, I find that that's the one that I can't ignore compared to YKG.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Well, you know what? We don't need to agree. We don't have to agree about anything. All we have to agree on is taking a look at the region battle and how much
can we not?
Is dominating.
I disagree with this.
Every region here, 819 points. It is disgusting how well Brazil's been able to do against these other 2 regions, and now NA has slipped into last.
What's worse is that if you combine LATAM and NA, it doesn't even beat Brazil.
They have an extra team.
It doesn't. It's still 6 teams versus 10.
For everybody that always told us, why do you guys talk about Brazil so much during NA PMPL? This is why. Yeah. This is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been hinting at for over a month whenever we were doing NA League stage, whenever we went to NA finals. This is why I criticize the NA teams a little bit heavier, especially teams that I expected to do good, like Hyper, like YKG, because I knew coming into Americas, just from experience and from seeing how much Brazil has been able to dominate recently, I'm not surprised, honestly, that Brazil's dominating.
Bro, and someone in NA needs to pick you up. I saw you taking some sniper shots today. We were playing some matches, and he's got some aim.
And then I choked.
I mean, we both choked, let's be fair. But let's move on, though. Let's actually take a close look, as you're hinting at before, Cameron, on some of the teams that are in contention here for that top 4, or to potentially maintain a top 4 position, and see how they progressed throughout each of our days.
Yeah, this really is a good way to show the tempo, the momentum that we've been seeing here. INCO, fairly consistent. Alpha 7 started off okay, but it really was yesterday that gave them all those points. Jaguar, a huge come up yesterday. Rise back to be more consistent like INCO, and then Extreme Slayer starting off good and then just falling off the deep end. I knew that their line would be going down, but 13 points in 1 day is worse than even I expected.
You know, I think looking at this, 7, a lot of this kind of makes sense because day 1, intense game, was like dominate everyone. Day 2, Influence Rage had 90 points. It's completely understandable that these teams have so low points because of how many were soaked towards the top. But day 3 is where Intense Game didn't really take off with it or run away. Neither did Influence Rage. So a lot of these other teams were able to, take a piece of that pie here and get themselves further up in that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that with INCO being able to have their best performance, even if it's just by 1 point. Alpha 7 yesterday with those back-to-back chicken dinners. And then the biggest surprise, I think, for all of us was Team Jaguar being able to get those 57 points. Now, can they duplicate it here when we go into day 4, when it actually matters the most? Or, as you were saying, is the pressure going to be crumbling then? Because we have seen it in the past. We have seen teams that maybe don't expect to be at this position on the final day, and they end up crumbling. I'm hoping that doesn't happen in Jaguar. I'm hoping actually we go down to the last game and it's 4 teams in contention, and that's just me wishful thinking. But going with Alpha 7, I do want to take a look at the player stats from Alpha 7, because we've been talking about Revo wasn't really performing. Carrillo actually started to perform a little bit. But yesterday, it was everybody was performing, and the player that I actually wanted to see performing, which is Rebel, ended up getting 12 elims for the day. Carrillo being able to put up that much damage, I enjoy a lot. And then Mafioso still being able to put up those elims, being able to put up that damage, considering that he's been the anchor for the team. I need to continue to see this Alpha 7 today.
You know, Cam, I got to give a lot of respect to Carrillo because I think we are extra hard on him for being such a staple of Brazilian PUBG mode for such a long time. You know, day one, we obviously looked at their eliminations, and Revo was like bottom of the table, Mafioso was leading, but Carrillo was second high on damage. Here, day three, wasn't highest on damage, but in eliminations, but the damage he's putting out is really helping support that team.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a solid spread of numbers across the board. Senna, of course, being a little low. I do think he was the first one eliminated on quite a few matches yesterday, which obviously is going to put a damper on his numbers, but everyone else is just picking up the slack, and they got those 2 wins. The one concern that I have with them is that with the 2 wins yesterday, they still weren't the highest performing team, even of that graph that we just saw. They were close, 52 points it was, or 54, but then there was INCO who had like 1 or 2 points more, and then there was, of course, Jaguars who had even more points on the day yesterday. So the big question is, can Alpha 7 perform well if they aren't in a position to get the full chicken dinner? What seems to have punished them the worst, or rather what keeps them from getting into the late game, is going for really early game fights. If they get caught up in something that they don't want to, it tends to derail their game right now.
Yeah, and I think it has to do a lot with their current rotations. They're usually a team that's very late rotating. They usually try to play that outer edge too, which is going to kind of force them to fight their way in. This is not a team that's used to being able to like what we've seen out of Intense, what we've seen out of INCO, what we've seen out of Influence Rage, sometimes being able to just dominate an area that's towards the center of the circle. And I don't see Alpha 7 being able to do that, if I'm completely honest. I'm used to just seeing them rush everybody. I'm used to seeing them fight everybody. Like you mentioned, though, they need to make sure if they do end up getting those early fights, I was hinting it with MEZEXIS, they need to win those. They cannot afford to have a performance where they end up in 12th place and only get those 3 elims. Yes, good job, you're getting the elims, but you're also going to need those at least a little bit of placement points, because once they start getting to the placement point rankings, you know those elims are going to come a lot easier for these players.
I would even go further to say, and which you're probably insinuating, if you're going to win these fights, win them clean as well. You cannot afford those 2-3 players, obviously. You can't pull the Robert in the little shack to just somehow survive. But obviously, we're talking a lot about Alpha 7, but one team is gunning for their position, and I actually want to take a look at their player stats for Jaguar yesterday to get an idea of who was really excelling for the team. Victex, we talked about, he had a 1v4 against Influence Rage, coming out with 14 eliminations on the day. That is difficult to replicate in another day, especially when the pressure's even more.
Yeah, and it's actually Simple who, up until this point, has been the more consistent player, putting out like the more stable numbers. So if Victex can continue to be on this sort of A+, S+ performance level today, as long as Simple is just there to be his secondary backup, like more the solid foundational rock, that's good. Seba is also going to be good as a support player, and then Mercy tends to be the guy that watches the flanks for this team, which is one reason why his numbers aren't quite so high. He's there more for information and making sure no one sneaks up behind them, while everyone else is more focused shooting towards the center of the zone. And just yesterday, they were on fire. It was a bit of a slow uptick on our end on how good they were doing, because they weren't necessarily coming out of every single game with a huge number of elims. They weren't making it necessarily into like first or second place, but like how we talked about Rise on day 1 and 2, they were just always in the mix, always getting their numbers, always getting what is theirs.
Yeah, and the thing with this team is the placement points yesterday were good, except for 2 matches where they didn't end up performing so well. They ended up with an 11th place finish, 3 elims, and then a 10th place finish, 0 elims. They cannot afford to have those donut games, getting those 0 points. Kind of like what we're talking about with Alpha 7. Yeah, you are going to be able to... let's see if they can carry that momentum, right? They finished off the day yesterday with a win, and that's when we started noticing them. I was like, okay, you know what? We've been seeing them in the first stage. This is a great way to finish off the day with the way that they've been performing. Can they continue on that momentum? And are they going to be getting any donut points?
Well, they finished off the day well. Can they start the day well? Let's actually take a look here at our top performance when it comes to Erangel, because that will be the first map we're going to be going to, and it's the most played map here, and we won't even see Jaguar on this, which does worry me a little bit. But either way, you can see Influence Rage, almost 7 elims per game. That's like almost 7 points per match. When you play it 3 times, that's 21 points, and that means like no one can touch you in that first place position.
Yeah. Basically, I mean, the math doesn't lie, right? We play so many different Erangels. It's half of the maps that we play here, half of the rounds. This is a map that you need to be comfortable on. And so for A7, they're going to be feeling really good, really comfortable here.
And I'm going to be looking at loops too. I mean, a lot of these teams that want to gun for that 4th spot, we hinted at it too. They need to be careful. They're currently here in the top performance. They're going to be taking some points away from Alpha 7. They're going to be taking some points away from INCO, Jaguar as well. And you know what? I'll be a little bit positive with you. Stream Slayers, let's see how you start the day.
You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you can't be like, they're out. No, there's no way. And then be like, oh, you know, I'll PMA. I'll give you some positive.
To be fair, no, but let's be fair.
You can do it.
He actually didn't say anything positive. He asked a question. He said, let's see how they're going to do.
He asked it in a positive way.
Okay.
Well, we are about to head into our first match of the day here. But before we head into it, remind you guys once again about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast. And hopefully for Jaguar, well, they're already an animal. They're already a cat. Can they unleash the beast even further here? And we're going to find out with our commentators, Hot Jukes and Zute.
All right, let's go. What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's Jukes with Zoo, bro. Here, it all comes down to this, baby. It's the final day. Zoo, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Final day. This is where, you know, everything goes down. This is when we're going to see the craziest stuff. Teams denying points, teams potentially griefing other teams. And of course, you know, that top 4, it's within arm's reach for a lot of teams still.
I want to see the grief, baby. I want to see it. I mean, this is going to be so insane because we talked all tournament long, right, about the fact that teams did not want to wait until the final day to put up major points, right? Because there's going to be all kinds of shenanigans that are going to happen here. There's going to be some squads at the bottom that know that they have no chance of making it, right? And when 2 things can happen, Sue, those teams can either say, hey, we're done for, let's just kind of push teams and just say, hey, whatever happens, happens. They can be demoralized and be easy to take out. Or they could be like, hey, we got nothing to lose, right? Now all the nerves are gone. Let's go crazy, right? Let's just start having fun. And then that team just starts popping off like crazy, which makes the lobby even harder. And even rotations could get spicier, right, Zoo? Because those squads that don't necessarily need to get into the zone could just say, hey, I'll just sit back and make sure this team doesn't make it.
Yeah, it's it all comes out today, and with 3 days already done, that's a lot of VOD review for teams, how they rotate, where are they going to be in each circle. So on the 4th day, that's when you have the most amount of resources to target certain teams if need be. And I think for now, in the top 8, the teams outside of the top 4 in the top 8, that is, they're going to play their own game. Maybe the first 3 games. Come the 4th game, we might see some targeting at that point onwards, but it all depends on how the first couple of games go. For now, I don't think there's going to be any targeting. I hope to see some later today. As for the teams that you mentioned, you know, that have nothing to lose towards the bottom, I want to see some, you know, good aggression and confidence and just, you know, just go for it.
Same here, same here. I mean, I want to see teams at the bottom just go for it. I want to see those teams in that mid-pack that technically still have a mathematical chance to go for it even harder, too. I don't want to see them just, you know, lay down and say, hey, you know what? We're 30 points away. That's too much. We can't do that. No, I want to see them do some hot drop action, go crazy, just push teams like mad. Because in order to get 30 points, right, you need 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner, which is not easy. But you're not going to get that playing the game normal. You know what I'm saying? You have to go crazy.
Yeah, and things have really started to like play out in a way where we've seen it is really about the elimination points. It's crazy to think that, you know, back in NA, we always talked about a nice balance of things, right? Like you want to match your placement points to your elimination points, get a little bit more elimination points, you know, typically just a tad bit. But looking at this tournament, Jukes, if you look all across the board, from 1st to 16th place, everyone that's, you know, trying to get their points, it's mostly all elim points. Even the top teams, right, can't get, you know, close to the amount of elim points as they have placement points. And that just goes to show the points, you know, you need to start getting them from the beginning in the form of elims. The placement points are way too difficult to get, even if you're a top team, and it's all about the elim points that you pick up along the way. And I think we already kind of knew this, you know, coming into this tournament. You know, Brazil, they're a frag-heavy region. That's how they're going to get most of their points. But when you have so many strong frag-heavy teams coming out from Brazil, it almost forces everyone else in the lobby to play their style, which is like, hey, if you go for the placement points, you get like maybe lucky 1 out of 3 games. You get 10 points, great. You know what we did in those 3 points? We picked up 7 elims each game. 21 points. You get 10 from your place point, and maybe 6 elims from that one, you know, chicken dinner game. 16 points. We still beat you, right? And that's you getting lucky on that 3rd game. So yeah, it's almost shaping, you know, the meta for the future. Now coming into PMGC, it might be a different story all over again, but we'll have to wait to see what happens there.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of shaping the future as well, Zute, you know, I happened to talk to the chat just a few moments ago, you know, and I said, let's go, you know, try to get the hype going. And one of the members in the chat told me to tell you, right, to not predict Alpha 7 because he has the caster's curse. Right? All right. Okay. And then another Alpha 7 member actually said, "Tell Zute to stick with that hyper." So, all right.
Alpha 7 member, like a player on the team, or like staff? Or
well, I think who knows? I think, but they had the Alpha 7 profile pic, so it's got to be legit, right? 100%.
Okay, yeah, that's how it is on YouTube. They got the picture, it's legit. But yeah, the caster curse. All right, I'll refrain. I will refrain from, you know, casting the bad jujus.
They didn't say please. They didn't say please, though. You know, so we'll see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, yeah. Speaking about curses, oh, my gosh, yeah. I predicted InHyper first. They're in last now. Or was it YKG in last? No, InHyper is last? It's all. Yeah, InHyper's last?
Yep.
Okay. Wow. I just realized I predicted them first and they're dead last.
Out of all the teams, right? How is InHyper last place? That is unreal.
First, that's how. It's gotta be. The caster curse, it's way too strong.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, let's see. Let's see if that curse could get lifted today. It'll take a miracle at this point, right? For InHyper to get into top 4, they need probably 100 points in one day, you know? And yeah, good luck with that compared to all these teams, because 100 points, folks, that is, with 6 games, yeah, just under 20 points a game.
Yeah, but that's if none of the other top 4 get any points, right?
Yeah, because Alpha 7 has 128 and Hyper has 53, right? So 153, that's considering that Alpha 7 has an absolutely horrific day, you know? But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm not confident by just kind of watching them. Well, at the end of the day, like, okay, let's say if you really tried to get 100 points. This is play theory, right? This is early, first game. We could do some of that, right? So let's say if InHyper is coming in today thinking that, all right, we could do this still, right? We have to go crazy. So they would need probably minimum of 100, right? To even be in the conversation. Because right now, Alpha 7 has 128. You got InHyper with 53. That's a 75-point difference, right? So let's just say they're hoping that Alpha 7 only gets 25 points today, okay? On the whole day. Mm-hmm. So if you were to do 100 out of 6 games, all right, do you, at this point, would you try to play aggressive and try to get some eliminations, or do you think you would just kind of hold off? Or how about, before I even get there, let's do the real math, right? How many points do you think they would need, right, in the day to be safe, in your eyes? It's 75 to catch up with Alpha 7 right now.
Not to like burst your bubble or like be rude in any way. I feel like I'm in like a applied astrophysics class or something.
Yes, yes.
Applied like theory. Like I feel like I'm in a classroom where whatever I'm learning will never apply to real life. So I just kind of tuned you out, you know.
I got you. Makes sense. Makes sense. You're like, why are we even doing this hypothetical when it's not going to happen, right? I got you. Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, let's see, because like the hypothetical would be a lot. Let's just put it that way. A lot more than.
See, though, out of Hyper, because they will be a PMGC team, right? So they still have something to play for here. I don't care where they end up in the leaderboards. It's probably not going to be good, but they have something to prep for, which is PMGC. I want to see Hyper just not like go super aggressive, because that's not what they're known for. They know if they try and do that, there's other teams that are just better than them, right? I want to see them just go back to doing what they did before, which is play the big splits, which, you know, shouldn't work, but that's what you're best at. So that's what you got left going in for you, you know, before PMGC happens. So just try the best there. As Influence, the first place team, losing a member early on. Could this be the downfall of Influence Rage starting in the very first match? Oh, another player down. They have a cushion in first place, but you don't want to be losing players regardless.
No, you do not. So let's see here is Law going to go ahead and get into the shack, and they're in big trouble. And this is one of the top teams in the lobby. So, you know, actually they are the top team in the lobby with 176 points. So squads that are going to try to pass them up definitely want to take them out earlier rather than later. You can see in Hyper, they have those sight lines. At the same time, they're just trying to get any point they can get.
Yeah.
Honestly, and Hyper or Influence Rage should be the last team on their list. It's the teams below them that they need to worry about, but still. Yeah, it's tough start there for Influence Rage. Tough start.
I think everyone in the top 3 outside of the first place team, like second, third, and fourth, did definitely notice Influence Rage. Hey, they lost too early on. Maybe they weren't shooting for first place per se, but if this is how Influence Rage is going to start off the day, it could very likely open up that first place position for any of those teams looking to potentially take first place. Loops looping around on the south side. They're not in the top 4 qualification spot, but they already got a place in the PMGC, and they're really close to the top 4 too. So I think this couple of games for them, or these last games for them, they're just looking to prove like, hey, like we know we already made it, and we had a rough, you know, first couple days, but we're here and we want to prove why we got that invitation, you know, why we qualified straight into PMGC, and really prove something here.
Okay, well, let's see how much they're going to prove here in a minute while Loops is kind of looping around, trying to see if they can catch some angles on the Team QUESO. Potro is out of position here. They realize that, so they're trying to take him out pretty quickly here. He does dodge that nade for now. It's not a bad spot to be in, because you have such a sloping hill. If they obviously get on top of it, they're going to get shot like crazy. But Team QUESO is going to try a split here. That could be dangerous, especially if Milo gets knocked down. He does, and he's going to get thirsted.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-1 quick hustle. Team QUESO going very aggressive. Yeah, this is the play that Team QUESO would not have made in the first 2 days, maybe even 3 days. They are leaving the compound to take the fight to Loops right now. So QUESO, a team that is also qualified, trying to, you know, really flex their muscles, like, you know, give themselves some confidence maybe before they go into the next stage. But it's not working out. Loops is handling them pretty well. Team QUESO down to 2, and now QUESO down to just the solo.
And wow, yeah, that was a bad push in general. That's a really difficult one to make up that hill, especially crossing like that. They were so split up, and they were putting themselves in spots where if one got knocked, there was no way they were getting revived. So just not a very effective push from QUESO, and you saw exactly what happened, right? Loops took advantage of it, and now there's only 1 player left. So, you know, we talk about that, try to make that miracle run comeback. I understand why they made that push, because you're right. They need the points, you know?
Yeah.
And getting shut down has got to hurt for sure. So if I were to go and do some hypotheticals, right? Alpha 7s are the cutoff at 128 points. They've averaged 43 points a day, okay? So let's say they stick with that average. That means that they'll hit 171 at the end of the day. And that's if they don't go any higher or, you know, worse than they've done each day, right?
Okay.
So at 171 points, if that's going to be that estimate, right? And we're talking about a guesstimate here. Which team, if they really had a monster day today, right, on that top 16, where do you think the cutoff is of them actually having a chance?
What's the cutoff point to make it into the top 4?
Yeah, like, you know, like, do you think BULUC CHABTAN in 9th place with 93 points could do it? Extreme Slayers with 93, you know? Rise.
Oh. Okay, I see. I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Influence Rage, 0 points. First team out of the lobby, too. So that's floodgates maybe starting to creak open in that first place. But to answer your question real quick, I think I see what you're doing. Alpha 7, who's in 4th, you know, you're averaging their points. So the gatekeeping point, right, would be around 178. I think with around 178, man, it's so hard to say because the last day things always play out so differently than the first 3 days. And when I say that, I mean like certain teams play worse, certain teams play a lot better all of a sudden. And I don't think you can really math the last day. It just kind of depends on game by game how things affect teams' point standings and more importantly, their mental. Right, like Influence Rage going out first, getting picked apart like that. Maybe their game plan coming into today was like, let's play how we've been playing. It's been working. We've been in first. Let's keep doing that. And now they start off doing that, but get taken out. First team out, 0 points, not a chance to get anything. Then all of a sudden, go in second game, they might be like, okay, let's play a little bit safer, a little more conservative. And then suddenly, the Influence Rage that we've seen in the first 3 days might not be the same Influence Rage.
Yeah, meanwhile, you see Alpha 7 putting up some points on the board, so we're talking about that cutoff, right? It's going to definitely get higher, that's for sure. So if that number stays true, Zoo, right, that math, right? For a team like Extreme Slayers, right, to try and make it into top 4, they would need to average 13 points a game. 13 points a game just to tie that average. And that's going to be tough for sure. Team QUESO do go out early. So for those teams trying to make something happen, it's got to be nonstop today. And like you mentioned, there's just so many additional factors considering that it's the last day. It's just not looking too strong for those squads. But still, you know what? Never give up, never what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Never give up, never what?
And I'll tell you one thing. Alpha 7 knows how to clutch up. PASSIONFRUIT and YKG. Man, you know what I've noticed the last 4 days? It's always NA players fighting NA players. It's like they gravitate towards each other, and that's the only time when they have like a fighting chance, it seems, other than MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS can take down some strong Brazilian teams on their own, but outside of MEZEXIS, it's YKG fighting PASSIONFRUIT, or we've seen a lot of times Extreme Slayers running into YKG. It's like they almost know, like, hey man, we're just no match. Or, I mean, we just can't match up to the Brazilian squads and even the LATAM squads for that matter.
Yeah, it could be also similar brains, similar rotation timing. All that could definitely come into play. And meanwhile, you look at, you know, a couple Brazilian squads going at it. You got Rise coming up real close here as Rise, gets a shot there on the Mafioso.
Yeah.
See if Sanhok can get a little revenge just with that long nade. It's going to look close. Wow, it actually tapped him.
A7 down to 3 players now. You could tell A7's looking to pick up the points through eliminations. They've been circling around the edge this whole time. They've picked up 3 already, which is great. But losing that one player, you know, it changes how strong Alpha 7 is and so quickly, especially if they're going to commit to this fighting style around the edges of the map. They can still make things happen with 3, but they're kind of caught in the middle now. In Hyper looking over the top on the high ground, and then Rise, you know, pinning them in from the low ground. They are like slightly in the zone, so they have that going for them. They don't have to like rotate out when the blue zone starts closing in, but it's still not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely not indeed. So Rise is completely stuck out. Oh, a nice nade there from Revo onto Nunez, and Seven's gonna come and try and make something happen. He has to make a play here against Revo. He's going with the push. Nice shots through the smoke. Taps him up, but doesn't commit to him. And now he's going to get, wow.
The pump.
Locked in return with the pump shotgun. Beautifully done.
Wow, the pump shotgun out of Revo. I mean, we've talked about how strong shotguns are. I guess if you can't find the DBS or S12K, the pump, you still take that over a UMP or something. So great shots. Alpha 7 staying strong right now. They are, you know, losing their players here and there. in Hyper on the high ground with 4. Now, see, like, this is great and all for in Hyper, and I'm saying, like, specifically, like, the playstyle on the high ground, overwatching things. But I feel like when you get an opportunity to have such a good position at this point in the stage, since it's not day 1 and they've been playing so poorly, they need to try and be more aggressive on the high ground, like peek out a little more, take a little more risk, and it could lead to them, you know, losing a player here and there. But for them to prep for PMGC, they're going to need to really push what they got.
Yes, they are. That's for sure. You can see MEZEXIS up on top of the roof here by Church, completely out of the next circle, so they're going to have to push up here some way, somehow. PassionFruit tried to make the push onto YKG. They're going to lose 2 players in that process. You got Juancho, the legend, trying to go ahead and get meted up, figuring out how he's going to go and get into this circle, because he's been trying to put this team on his back, and it's just not been working out here today. So let's see as Chief looking to, and Loops actually, looking to gatekeep all of these teams on their way out of Pachinki, and they're gonna have to cross into that open field. Honestly, it's gonna be a difficult rotation for all of them. They know it.
Yeah, this is, oh, straight on crash.
Wow!
Just getting crashed by INCO. INCO, one of the teams that, you know, really need the points, and they get taken out. Extreme Slayers not losing a single player, but hold on. Third-party shots from somewhere. It's in Hyper. In Hyper, they need to make this push, and they need to make it fast. Okay, this is what I like to see. They're going straight in for it. That's great. A little bit too late, you know, stage of the tournament, but hey, practice is practice. That's what they need to start getting their confidence flowing and maybe give us a show in the last and final day, right?
100%. In certain situations, you just do not have a chance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta just full send it. You can't wait for a nade to go in. You gotta run in with the teammates, and you gotta hit those shots. Mercy getting some shots down range. And Jaguar are gonna have a difficult time. Yeah, here they go. They're gonna go ahead and pop in a vehicle now. They're gonna have to kind of do a little bit of a YOLO rotation. And Hyper's gonna be staring right at him and pops him out the vehicle. Yeah, this is not gonna be an easy one. Mercy, yeah, desperately hitting the wall too. I mean, nothing is going right. I mean, this is just what happens with a circle like this. It's very difficult to get inside of it.
Committing to Pachinki, it doesn't go well when the circle goes out of Pachinki. Everyone's looking that way,
especially in this direction.
Angles. Yeah, and Hyper at the top, YKG gatekeeping you the second you get into the zone. And wow, in the very first time in a long time, we see like what, 3 NA teams in the late game.
Wow,
that's a nice change. A7's still alive with just the 1. All Glory Gaming starting to make their plays. Only 2 elimination points. All the fighting has been elsewhere, but they still have 4 up, and they can pick up a good amount of points still.
Oh man, and Hyper having a little bit of PTSD just looking at this area and seeing Alpha 7 in there, you know. And let's see, as they have that high ground, they're going to be looking down in this direction. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. Intense game, looking really good from that spot just next to school. The next zone does center on up, so All Glory Gaming are still going to be inside of there, and Hyper going to have that sloping hill high ground. They could definitely make it work for the better. So let's see if Hyper could do a miracle chicken dinner here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, though. That sloping hill high ground doesn't have much cover to offer. And Intense Game have that little sewer pipe right next to the road with a ridge. MEZEXIS, the last player up, I think it's pretty much done for him. Yeah, Intense Game will deal with him quite easily. We're down to the 4 teams. YKG from the south side coming in right now, leaving the Picado or Pachinki area. And then we got Intense Game on the west, and Hyper on the east, and of course All Glory Gaming on the north side. All of these teams have 4 players up too.
Yeah, Intense Game they really don't have the best spot here. They're gonna have to fight YKG for that little shack that's just right above it, that kind of little shelter side right there.
Yeah, the sewer pipe, right?
Yeah, that's where Chico is definitely gonna head. Yeah, it's like a little mini shelter, because it doesn't go all the way down, but it looks similar. Meanwhile, you have. Yeah, you can see Intense Game smoking it out. They're just going to have to hold this edge for now and see where this next circle goes. Do they have any vehicles? That's going to be the question, because they're most likely going to need them.
Yeah, I don't think any real fighting is actually going to happen this zone. Maybe between Intense Game and YKG if they get 1 or 2 openings. But for now, we're going to go to the next zone. And the next zone could really favor one team over another. I think in Hyper, need to save 1 to 2 of their vehicles, because if they lose the zone up here, even if it's close by, you can see that hill starts sloping down, there's no cover. So they're going to need to commit somewhere if they don't get the zone. So keep that vehicle primed and ready.
100%. They are going to lose that one there, but that's a necessary one to lose. He definitely needs that cover for the side of Intense Game and YKG. He's got to be careful, though. There's a lot of little cheeky areas that can catch you slipping. You can even see Adrian's looking from this angle already. Gonna take some shots on the rim. Gonna get a couple of little taps there. And now his buggy is getting shot up like crazy. So a stalemate just due to where this circle is. All these teams just hurry up and waiting to see where this next zone's gonna go.
This is a big game for Intense Game too, because we all saw the first play team, Influence Rage, they went out early, 0 points. Intense Game looking to catch up a little bit here. Intense Game only have 2 elimination points so far too, so even if they win this and take out a couple more players, it's not the typical huge chicken dinner we would like to see out of, you know, a frag heavy team like Intense Game. But hey, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, and the fact that Influence Rage got 0 this match, I'm sure they'll be happy with any points that they could get.
100%. You can see Diego locked and loaded with that nade, ready to go. And not ready to throw it just yet, because he doesn't want to get this fight going too early, because it could definitely lead for him getting shot up by the back line by All Glory Gaming or even in Hyper. So it's just a complete stalemate. Where's this zone going to go? Where is it going to go? It favors Intense Game. A rough circle for Hyper and All Glory Gaming. Hyper could go down that sloping ridge right there. That's where they're going to be headed, right towards those trees. But there's no cover there. Maybe they could try to get to that shelter first, but they're going to be in the eyes of Intense Game, even YKG. It is not a great zone for them.
You know what I would love to see, actually? Is they wait for All Glory Gaming to move, and then they swing in behind them and just take the fight with All Glory Gaming. Because if they push up to YKG, that's YKG nading them, that's Intense Game shooting at them at the same time. I wonder if Hyper can realize a play to be had here, where it's to just get the points, don't play the zone. All Glory Gaming is leaving here. Let's see what Hyper does, because if they go straight in for that circle, I feel like they're going to just get cut down. And as I say that, All Glory Gaming leaving a little bit early, starting to get cut down too, trying to secure a spot in the zone, and Hyper biding their time. What are they going to do with that info?
Let's see. Here they go. All Glory Gaming forced to push into a really, really tough spot. You can see Hyper just checkpointing right now, throwing smokes little by little, hopping in the vehicle. They don't want to be eating too much blue damage. They got to start going, and it's chugging along as it's really beat up. Now, the rest of it, Hyper does find an opening here. They do find a tree, so they are able to secure a spot in this next circle.
Yeah, I mean, they get in the zone. That's good. They stay up as 4. I thought YKG was a bit closer for that nade range, but it looks like there is a good amount of spacing. And still 4 up for everybody. All Glory Gaming does still need to try and get that revive, though.
Here's what the map looks like right here. So Hyper are just full lay down. They're going to be slowly creeping on up as Rin is going to get onto that hay bale right there. And neither of these teams can see each other. 24K not looking up this ridge line just yet, because they have to keep full eyes on Intense Game. And meanwhile, All Glory Gaming, wow, surprisingly not able to get sight lines on Intense Game either. So it's just a straight up stalemate here, and it's going to be that way for another, unless Rin somehow is able to get a nade onto YKG.
That would be a deadly nade. Oh, Adrian goes down. That's a big knock. Joey taking shots at Hyper. New circle has popped up, and Hyper actually get the zone there. Intense Game's got to push, same with All Glory Gaming. So it looks like I was absolutely wrong about the play that Hyper should make. Hyper, this could be a big game for them. But more importantly, Intense Game and All Glory Gaming, they're the ones that have something to fight for in the top of the leaderboards. How much points can they pull off here?
It's going to be a lot, that's for sure. All Glory Gaming already with 4. And you got Intense Game with only 2. So let's see what they can finish off with. They do. Grellin, yeah, gets a nice shot at Chico there. He's going to get picked up in the next few seconds. But Intense Game, that's the knock they needed. Like, they're going to have to make a push. Joey with the clutch nade. Shuts down Diego right at the perfect moment. And now it's going to make their push that much more difficult. Here we go. Some AMR action. Pops that buggy, and Erangel gets knocked. Actually goes down to fall damage from hopping out that buggy. I mean, that AMR scared.
Oh, double nade. Oh,
Oh, and here we go.
that is not a double.
It was one.
Just the one, but that's
See
enough.
what happens.
And Hyper pushing up here, doing a 3-1 push. One player on the backside holding off All Glory. YKG has his Ridge to work with. Ren has to be careful. Where's the support? The other player's close by, but the smoke
smoked.
obscuring their vision.
Kindness has to push.
UMP. Oh,
Got him.
that's YKG taken out.
And Hyper still in this now. Oh, did he see FSS saw him? YKG are eliminated, like you just mentioned. All Glory Gaming, you're still in here, and they have a lot of room to breathe now, especially with that crate drop. Nice shots, though, from Adrian, but it's not enough. Intense Game are gone. All Glory Gaming was 7, and Hyper now have to turn and make something happen here as they're trying to get this res and even this fight out. Look at GK first, that off angle.
Kindness throwing the nades towards the wrong direction, but I don't blame him. He's trying to make sure they get second place, I guess. Wipe out the other team, which is already wiped. And Hyper lose another player. They're back up in one side of the map. They have 3 up, number disadvantage, angle disadvantage, all the disadvantages. They need some of those nades to hit. They have 3 in the hand. Can they hit at least 1?
They're going for it, but the shots are ringing out, and Rojas does catch a little bit of Rin there. Is going to go ahead and try to get a heal off there in the back. Kindness through the smoke with some deadly shots. He needs this knock on the Rojas. They're both 1 HP.
3v2, both in Hyper 1 HP. One gets the first aid off. He doesn't have any ammo. He's
Kindness!
reloading. And
It's over.
it's down to just
over.
Rin or FFS. Oh, it's done. It's done. I mean, I don't think Hyper stood a chance there. 4v3 backed into the corner, but they played as well as they could. All Glory Gaming, however, with that chicken. All Glory Gaming. This is a team that's, you know, with this chicken, they still have a long way to go. But, hey, if you could start off the day with a chicken, we were doing some theoreticals, right? Like 13 points a game, etc. Hey, that's one of the games to get, 10 plus points down. So we'll see what that puts them in the leaderboard. In an intense game, I think that's the most unfortunate thing here, right? You get an opening in the sense that Influence Rage, 0 points. You make it to the late game, the late game with 4. But I think in 4th place finish, with how little amount of eliminations they've had coming into the late game, I don't think they got much points.
Yeah, they didn't. I think there was 2, but I mean, that's still a good solid amount for a team that's so high up on the leaderboard. So they're still big chilling, a good couple ones, and they should be able to possibly catch Influence Rage here, because Influence Rage got taken out really early. This was a big opportunity for them to be able to catch up them on the leaderboards. But, speaking of theorizing, like I wish I would have saw Hyper just go a little bit more crazy at the end, because, when it comes to that theories, they need like 20 points plus per game. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that they made that push on the YKG, but they really needed to wipe that whole lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good, risky push, something that I was happy to see Hyper do. I mean, it started off with Extreme Slayer's push as well. And just, once again, Hyper, they're not making it much further up the leaderboard. We're only talking about them because we will all see them in PMGC, and this is, NA's crowning champion team. We're just really curious what kind of Hyper we're going to get in PMGC. So this is going to be the start of it. What do they got? They're trying to show us now.
Hey, maybe a little glimmer of hope for something in the future, because right now, it's looking a little bit gloomy as we take it on over to the desk.
I have to say this, Zuta. I love how you struggled to say crowning champion and Hyper, because they definitely looked like our championship team, unfortunately, for this event. But seeing some sparks of the Hyper that we do know, unable to close things out and get a chicken dinner, but at least able to pretty much secure, I would say, almost a third of the points they've been able to do in 3 days, just in one match alone. Welcome back to desk, everyone. 7, Cameron. Decent match. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of points going to teams that don't really matter when it comes to the big story of today. However, obviously ranking points would be big and win an extra $1,000. But the fact is, what we're mostly focusing on is the fact that Alpha 7 got into a lot of early fights, but they killed off Rise and they outlived Jaguar. And those are the 2 teams looking to chase them at the top.
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, this was an okay round by Alpha 7, especially because, as you said, it's not like another team that's really contesting them too heavily is going to overtake them off of this match alone, but it does make me worry that once again, they were gotten to earlier fights, which some of them had a huge advantage on. They were chasing some players out into the blue to get some elimination confirms there, so making sure that they can get those points that they can. But again, early fighting seems to really be their downfall. At some point, you have to wonder, you know, the circle shifted in a way that kind of forced them to get into a fight, but I hope that they know how to like pull it back in order to make sure that they can carry it forward to get the top 4 position.
Yeah, as you're saying, I actually enjoyed the proactiveness out of them, but it was just them losing a player.
Yeah.
Especially Carrillo. I felt like he might have overextended there whenever he did end up going for V2. He was the first player eliminated for that team too. But it's good to see that the team is here to try to take their future into their own hands. And usually when we get to certain moments like this into tournaments, teams try to do stuff that they either play too passive, they don't really play aggressive enough, they just want to see what's going to happen with the other teams. It's good to see that Alpha 7 was proactive, and even though they only got 2 placement points, which is good, they ended up in 5th place for the total points. And they ended up above, as you were mentioning, Jason, too. We don't see any of the teams that we're trying to chase. We don't see INCO, we don't see some of the other teams as well. And Loops, I mean, for Loops, they're currently being able to get some points too. Remember, if for some reason Loops does end up in 4th place, they already qualified to PMGC. So it's going to end up moving to that 5th place. Who's going to take that 5th spot?
Well, I mean, it would be probably Alpha 7 or one of the teams that are a little bit higher. But I kind of disagree, Cameron, with what you were saying about the early fights. Because the fact is, like, for me, they were fighting people in the blue, which generally is going to favor you. But also, they got a knock and finish on a Rise player. And I think for them, it's like, okay, that's one of the teams that we could just go punish. In hindsight, obviously, like knocking one or finishing off like 1 or 2 of their players and leaving them to their own devices is also a good play. But as Seven was saying, I like how they're being proactive, you know, taking the control in their own hands, not letting them get a chance to get back in or for them to lose early on.
Yeah, ultimately 7 points in a round is a good number to have. Yeah. And as you said, when they saw that it was Rise, maybe that changed their strategy and decision making. I just mean, like, I'm a little worried that this is going to be a regular occurrence throughout the day, no matter who they're going up against, whether it's Rise or whether it's someone like YKG, whether it's someone like PASSIONFRUIT who really has no effect on their overall leaderboard standings. And at that point, will they know to back away or will they try and full send? And that would give an opening to Rise, to Jaguar to take that position above them. In this game, didn't really happen. 21 points to AGG, 17 points to NHyper. Ultimately, they're not going to be too impactful for the top 4 positioning. Everyone else has stayed pretty tight. Rise with 3. We saw, what was it, Extreme Slayers with 5, Jaguar with 2. So a little bit of up and down, but honestly, not too much. I'm waiting for when one of those teams that's on the first page of the overall leaderboard gets a win or gets a high elimination 2nd or 3rd place, and then really like get the things switched up.
And I'm intrigued if we're actually going to end up seeing that today because of what we're seeing now with some of the other teams. Like we mentioned, teams that don't really matter if they get points or not are going to be taking a big chunk of those points because they got nothing to lose. What are they playing for? If they can move up in the leaderboard, I think it was from 9 to 16. The difference is 1K. Yeah, it's good for some teams, but I mean, you get a chance to move up in the leaderboard. You got nothing to lose. Just fully stand it. We're able to see NHyper play in a way that we haven't seen NHyper play before. By the way, quick little shout out to NHyper. They did put FS. I've been talking about how we'd like to continue to see FS playing. Hopefully, we continue to see that going into PMGC. And today, it'll be fun, but it's too late. NHyper can't really get a chance to talk about you. It comes down to INCO. I want to see how INCO actually respond here in when we go to Miramar.
Okay, well, obviously got to wait a little bit before we get there, but we'll get to there eventually. Let's actually dive into Alpha 7 versus Jaguar stats from this last match to give an idea of how it shaped up here between these 2 teams, because again, these are 2 teams trying to battle out for that PMGC slot, and you can see obviously a lot more damage, a lot more eliminations, which is obviously going to come when you obviously do better than the other team. But as we were mentioning before, every game you underperform when you're outside the top 4 just puts even more pressure on you to catch back up. And now Jaguar are going to look at this and be like, well, that's another, what, 5 points we fall behind Alpha 7, which is going to be even harder now going to the next match. And that pressure is going to keep mounting and mounting and mounting until you have a really good match, which is tough to ask for here on a final day.
Yeah, and there will come a point when we're towards the end of the day and the leaderboard is more fleshed out, getting more and more solidified, that if a team like Alpha 7 or even INCO, who maybe they're a little closer to the bubble than they would like to be, they do get a knock on a player that's from Jaguar, that's from Rise, maybe Extreme Slayers even, it's potential that they can give up their entire game to make sure that they are eliminated at that moment. So you don't want to be that far behind, or else you become incredibly vulnerable to that decision.
And for Jaguar, I think it's going to come down to this next match. Yesterday, the map that they performed the best came down to being Miramar. They ended up the chicken dinner at the end of the day, and then on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, I think they ended up with the top 3 situation on the first Miramar that we played to, and being able to back it up with those LMs. If that team is not going to be able to duplicate what we saw yesterday out of them in Miramar, it's going to be pretty much a wrap-up.
Okay.
No? Huh?
No? Okay. Cameron, you actually wanted to see Extreme Slayer's player stats here, and, Seven was very adamant on them being out, which I almost want to say after the match, potentially.
Whoa, I said, let's see what you got, Remix.
Nah, so Extreme Slayers had a couple elimination points. They had 5 eliminations from this match, no placement points, but they put themselves in a central position early on, just east of Pachinki, east of the fields there, right? And seeing that they got some eliminations, they didn't just fold this match. I wanted to see where the numbers are really coming from. Seeing Remix on top is a really good sign, because he's definitely the star player on the team. You want to see everyone else perform, but Remix first and foremost is the if he's not putting up the numbers, it doesn't matter what everyone else is doing. They're not going to stand a chance. So I'm hoping that this is the beginning of them really trying to put the effort back into a way that perhaps we hadn't seen the past couple of days, actually trying to hit that switch, making that switch of playstyle and focus on getting the points needed to. I personally think that they are too far behind, but if they're gonna go out, I want them to go out swinging.
See, I can't even agree with the switch in playstyle, because this was Extreme Slayers day 2 and like the part of day 1 where they would get 0 placements and 5 or 6 elims. Where's that switch to be like 5 elims and like 4 placements? I'm curious, why are they not able to do that? Is that the early fights? Maybe what we're criticizing Alpha 7 about?
So like getting 5 elims and 0 placements is not going to cut it today, but I mean compared to the 13-point day yesterday, this is a stepping stone up into getting back into the groove of things.
Yeah, but if we want them to even push, I feel like what we were trying to, the picture we're trying to paint at the beginning of the show is that this team can possibly try to have a bounce back. It's a good start. Good job on the 5 elims, but it's just not going to be good enough. I don't see them being able to pop off. Maybe one match, I see them being able to get a chicken dinner and maybe back it up with like 9 elims with the way they've been playing. But it comes down to what can they do outside of that one win. They have shown us they can get placement points. They have shown us they can get elims, but they have never shown us that they could actually do both at the same time, besides some chicken dinners here and there. But consistently, we just haven't seen it out of them. And that's kind of why I'm such a negative Nancy on them, even though I hate being that negative Nancy.
You don't hate it.
I do. I like this team.
Okay.
I like this team. I was actually all for Remix, too. He was such a great player, and then Baby Bray was also being able to back him up. We saw Robert being able to clutch it up, the placement points, right? They just don't have what it takes to push him to that 4th place where they need to be. And I don't see them being able to do that within the next 5 matches. It's just not going to happen. If we didn't see it the first 3 days, it's not going to happen here at the end.
Well, let's continue to talk about this with overalls up, because we don't have too much time here, and we're going to see where all the other teams do place as well. I mean, they're still front page. They're still the best performing North American team, to be honest.
For the record, this is the top 4 that we're going to have by the end of the day. I don't think that Jaguar is going to overtake Alpha 7. I don't think Rise or Extreme Slayers are going to overtake Alpha 7. At the very least, I do want to see those 3 teams perform to test Alpha 7, because it would be really disappointing on this final day, especially after such a good day that we saw from A7 and Jaguar yesterday, that they just get a waltz into the top 4 position. For the teams that qualify here, I want to see them challenged, which is why I want to see teams like Jaguar, Rise, and Extreme Slayers do as well as they can, even though I personally do not think that they have enough right now, especially with we only have 5 matches remaining and the gap that's between Alpha 7 all the way down to teams such as Extreme Slayers.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about Jaguar in this match coming up. Because if they're not able to take advantage of Miramar like they were able to take advantage of Miramar yesterday, I'm with you. I think this is probably going to end up being the top 4. And you know what? Just because I want to be a little bit positive here. Extreme Slayers, if you do end up winning and maybe end up with 9 elims on this next match, I'll believe there's a chance, okay? But it has to be this next match, because if not, that gap is just going to keep growing and growing, and we already saw what Alpha 7's doing. They're going to keep on being proactive about at least getting some points.
Well, let's see the likelihood of that happening, actually, as we take a look at Miramar stats across all the teams and our top performers here, Cameron.
Okay.
Don't see him.
I don't see him here either. I don't see him here either. To follow up on your point, though, if Extreme Slayers get a chicken dinner, they get a second one in a row, now they're cooking. And when we were looking at, it's only one map, but we did just see NHyper versus AGG at the very end of the previous map, and neither of those teams are at the top. Perhaps, maybe there is a little bit of complacency from teams like IG, teams like Influence Rage, because they're so secure, they don't need to try so hard. That could be an opening for a team like Extreme Slayers to get a high elim win if the opportunity is there for them. Because like on day 2 and 3, those are usually the days that the top dogs are punching the hardest. Now they might be cooling off a little bit and just letting their momentum carry them all the way through the end. So it might not be, these might actually be some of the easier games for a team like Extreme Slayers to win.
Well, you mentioned momentum. You know who's the biggest fan of momentum? I know. It's Hot Jukes and Zute.
Let's go, baby. We love that momentum, and I want to see some from some of these squads. You know, I love to hear the desk, you know, kind of do that theorize. Cameron said that that was going to be the last 4 that we're going to see for the rest of the day, and it's totally possible because it is quite a gap to cross. And, you know, to entertain 7 when it comes to Extreme Slayers, 15, according to my math, right? About 15 points a game starting right now is what they're going to need. So, yeah, a good game is great, but 15 is a great game, and you need that every single one for the rest of the day. And that's not going to be easy. I did talk to Frady, though. I did talk to Frady, and he said, till the last match is done, we're trying. So, we'll see. We'll see if they can do it.
Oh, with the way Extreme Slayers is playing, I just don't think it's possible, right? Because they're playing zone, which is great and all, and I know they can't do anything about it, right? Because my suggestion, or the flip side would be, you got to play a little more aggressive. You got to play the way like a 7 Influence and 10 SAR. You want to come in from the edges of the circle, pick up some of the limb points, and fight your way in. But that's not possible for Extreme Slayers because that's not how their team was built, right? They're built more for playing for the zones. The problem with that, playing for the zones in a lobby like this, we've already discussed it, but look at the placement points versus elim points from 1st to 16th place. It's all elim points. It is all elim points. If you play for the zone and get the chicken, you'll be left with like 5 elim points to pick up, maybe. And that's if you get zone blessed and you get the perfect zones where a team who controls your backside, you know, pushing in, doesn't just dismantle you because you're sitting, you know, all hunkered down in like a compound in the center of zone, which is what happened last game, I think, right? Extreme Slayers, they played more towards center. They played in that Grandma's house. They had 4 players up there. The team pushed in from the edge, from the outside with 4. It was actually NHyper, right? That team typically wins that fight more often than not, so unless you get the perfect zone blesses on a strong compound, you're not going to get, you know, those 15+ points, in my opinion, unless, you know, everything lines up for you. You got to get those elim points and work your way up to maybe top 3. So elim points plus top 3 placement points, that'll get you the 15+. So I just don't think it's possible. Mathematically, yes, but with the way they've been playing, I would have to disagree.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely a long shot, right? But we still got to talk about it. So let's see if it's at all possible. And like you mentioned, it's very unlikely, obvious.
If there
right?
is a team, if there is a team I really want to talk about who has a chance, it's Jaguar.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's see.
Jaguar, everything I just described, right? Fighting your way in and then getting top 3, like a podium finish. That's where the consistent points are versus, you know, hoping to get zone blessed. Jaguar's been doing that since day number 1. They've been fighting their way up the leaderboards. Yesterday, they definitely got a lucky break, right? They got that perfect circle we were talking about, you know, getting zone blessed. But even then, you saw how much microaggressions they needed to pull out to get that chicken dinner when they got zone blessed and dead center, right? They pushed out, like each player was pushing out, controlling the north, controlling the south, rather than turtling and waiting for that team to press in. So I think Jaguar is a team we should really be taking a closer look at as a team that could knock someone out of the top 4. Cameron said he doesn't think it's possible. I think it is totally possible with the way Jaguar has been playing since the beginning of the tournament.
All right, well, let's see if Jaguar could do it. I mean, I think so, too. I think Jaguar has what it takes. Just a couple right positions, a couple right zones, and we never know what is going to happen. So, Influence Rage, though, they want that first place. They want to hold that America's Championship belt around them. Uh-oh, Joey. Oof. Yeah, a little 180 there, a little flip. Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, Influence Rage. They just can't make. They got to make sure they just don't go out early. That's it. You know, put some points on the board, and they should have this in the bag. Meanwhile, let's see inactive from MEZEXIS. Yeah, got one with the DBS, but V2 fully sent the whole squad on him.
Yeah, MEZEXIS solo player getting caught out there. That is always unfortunate. And between Influence Rage and the second place team, that is Intense Game, right? Just throw it out there. Intense Game, do you think they care about holding second? And I ask that because there might come a time by game 4, game 5, maybe even game 3, that they see, hey, we're top 4 for sure. Now, do we want to just, hold second place, or do we risk it and start dropping maybe on Influence Rage, or at least targeting Influence Rage, because they have a nice point cushion in second that they're not going to drop out of the top 4. It's very unlikely. So if you're not fighting for, qualification spot because you already got it, what else are you going to fight for? First place? I think so. That might come into play here too.
Well, let's see if they can get that first place, as we see in Hyper, Kindness, and Rin going down to an early rotation once again. And INCO soaking up one of those points. Squash gets one. And then I bet they're going to go ahead and make that rotation on back. Take that money and run.
And Hyper just getting outmaneuvered, which is something you don't see quite often. Definitely not in NA. I don't think they've ever been outmaneuvered in NA. Not once. They've always been the ones in control of those fast engagements. But man, the Brazilians, they got something to teach us. That is for sure. This zone is far up north. We haven't seen one around here. And I feel like this is almost a staple zone, right? Water treatment. We've played so many Miramar games on the south side. It's a nice change of pace, to go up to the north. And Jaguar, oh no. He makes it out. I was hyping Jaguar up. They're going to need all 4 for the rest of the game right now to really pull off that top 4 finish, or break into that top 4 in the overalls.
100%. So they got to make sure they keep everybody up. You got Mercy over there on the side. It looks like V2 are looking to get a little extra aggressive, though, a little spicy. That's going to make things interesting. As Dior's already has 1 elimination. And that happened to be one of the other players of Hyper. Let's see that push happen here, as they are looking to get extra aggressive. But yeah, Jaguar is completely detaching for this. They don't want any of this fight right now.
Definitely not.
Better be careful, though.
Me2, a team with nothing to lose. This is an isolated fight in a way, so with nothing to lose, pick up as many points as you want. We'll see how V2 plays this. They're driving around. Can't tell if they're really looking for the fight. They might be. I think they're trying to bait out shots to get info on where the rest of the Jaguar team is. But it looks like they're just going to rotate away. Now, V2 being in the position they are, I don't really agree with that, because you're not rotating into a prime spot in the circle, right? This is a very late rotation. You're low on the leaderboards with nothing to really lose either. This is a 4v4, and chances are the team shooting at you might be split up in a way where you could exploit it. So V2 will just go ahead and rotate in. It's going to be tough for them though, because all the center positions are taken in that circle.
Yeah, and you can see Dior's going for the long rotation in that blue zone, away from this completely. This is still only stage 1, so blue zone not hurting that much. Seba in the monster truck. That's going to help him make this rotation look a lot easier. Look at that suspension going crazy. Meanwhile, almost every other team already in the center of this next circle. That is crazy, They move fast here in America's Championships. You got Alpha 7 already there, Extreme Slayers, INCO, Influence Rage, YKG. Meanwhile, teams like Rise, Jaguar, right? One of the big teams that needs to have a good day today if they want to stand a chance at passing Alpha 7 all the way down there on the south side. So if they get a southern shift, that'll work out for them big time. But if it centers up, it's going to be tough getting in this next circle.
Yeah, and everyone is center here. Oh, that's a tough shift. That moves
Great for
into
Team
a
QUESO.
lot of high ground. It is. But with this circle, it's going to be tough for a lot of these teams, and everyone was center already because in this first zone, everyone has a decent idea of no matter where the circle shifts, if we're centered now, we could get to the next spot quite easily. This is not your typical, you know, Miramar circle where it's like heavily divided into quadrants. That's why we saw so many teams center, and this is going to be a mad scramble for all the teams that were center to get the next prime real estate position.
And let's see where that real estate position is going to be right now, because you got Alpha 7 on the move, looking to push and get a good spot, and most likely near Cruz del Valle, so they're going to take the north side. Team QUESO have the entire east side of themselves, so that's not going to be an issue. And you see Squash taking some shots downrange. INCO. Man, INCO is one of those teams that I definitely are going to put on my sleeper team list. I think this is a team that if they just really start firing on all the cylinders, they could easily steal a championship away. But, you know, it's just those inconsistency issues that they're struggling with that makes it a little bit tough. But anything can happen. Anything can happen for sure. Look at this Erangel going down. This is a tense game. The second place team, that is their head fragger. And him going down, ooh, it's going to hurt big time for all the intense game fans out there. But, oh, you know what? I'll tell you what. If you're an INCO fan, that gets you excited because these two squads are not very far away on the leaderboards. Very, very close together. So for INCO, they're smiling. Intense game. Ooh, not feeling too good. Meanwhile, how's Influence Rage doing? Oh, my goodness. The top team in the lobby are just chilling dead center, looking mighty dangerous right now as... Yeah, we talked about two teams that could, or actually Extreme Slayers, right? That could had to do a miracle run. They needed 15 points a game. They're losing 2 players here early on. It is over, folks. So that crazy, wild comeback story gone just like that. I think that's going to put that extra nail in the coffin as we see FS looking to put some shots. And then Hyper lose too early as well. I mean, this has just been the curse of North America when it comes to Miramar in general. Just losing people early. Yeah. Well, let's see where this next zone will go. I'm very interested because you got Influence Rage, right? Dead center with 176 points so far.
Can you count 3, 2, 1?
And meanwhile, you got Intense Game right below them and creeping up in the leaderboards. And they are not too far away either. Only team that's still out of the zone is MEZEXIS. You can see that right there. So let's see where this next zone's going to go. It actually makes a southern shift. Okay. All right. That's going to make things interesting.
That's big.
Southern shift, that's for sure. And what do you think about this one, Zoo? Let's see.
That's a big zone shift for Jaguar in particular. Right, on that south side, they don't need to move up too much. They are in a spot in the zone where they could fight their way in towards center. They got high ground to work with. It's not going to be easy per se, but it's definitely doable. And we've seen zones end around there a lot. So these teams, or Jaguar in particular, should have experience fighting their way in. Elsewhere on the map, on the east side, PASSIONFRUIT breaching in on the eastern side. Going to meet some opposition in the form of Team QUESO.
And Team QUESO looking to possibly catch PASSIONFRUIT on this rotation. You can see Reyes full sending it, trying to get over this hill. Oh yeah, it's gonna be way too far. Yeah, and he gives up. He says, nah, there's another hill. Oh man, you know? And PASSIONFRUIT are gonna start fully sending it right alongside here. So they should be able to make it to the zone rather safe. Yep, and they do.
Oh, Valak goes down.
Never mind. Yeah, not that safe
that
indeed.
is
Look
not
at
a
that.
good start to this fight.
Mafioso with that shot. Oh my goodness. And now they're having to get into it with Team QUESO. He does get the confirmation onto Valak, just like that. And more points on the board. But meanwhile, here we go. The rest of PASSIONFRUIT do end up getting one of the players from Team QUESO. That's going to be Milova. Let's see as we see Reyes on the move. And let's see if they can make this push. And I think Reyes is going to make this push. In 3, 2, 1, go. And nope, not yet.
And
oh, Honcho, 3, 2, 1, go. Come on.
Honcho pushes. Nope.
So close.
It's the
oh,
back
gets
and forth.
one.
He gets one, but gets traded.
Oof. And all by his lonesome. Poor little Juancho. Rest of the team not there to help get that second knock. And Nate gets not finished as well. So Nate's still coming on in, but that's going to be it for PASSIONFRUIT. So unfortunate for them. Alpha 7, though, about to wrap their claws around this and get some serious points on the board because they definitely want to put themselves in such a gap that nobody can even touch them. And they're already starting off with 3 eliminations. So let's go Alpha 7. And then let's see where this next zone decides to go. And you can see how that Alpha 7 fight in Team QUESO all the way over there on the east side. So they have all the time in the world. Alpha 7 can just literally just chill, not have to worry about anything. Let's see where this next circle goes, though. If it does go on over to the west, then they'll have to worry about something. And okay, all right, yeah, pretty solid circle for Alpha 7. They can just chill for now. I wonder if they decide to hurry up on this Team QUESO fight. It looks like they're gonna have at least one player decide to head up into the zone and just secure it for now. And you have Revel on just watchdog duty right now, just keeping an eye on these teams, seeing if anyone runs out, because they're gonna have to eventually. This is stage 4. Blue zone's gonna definitely do a little bit of damage here. Reyes. Ooh, tries to sneak a nade and catch Zuko. Oh, Zuko leaves his back open, down to 1 HP. Almost stolen right there by Alpha 7. Man, these guys are like watching like hawks right now. And now they're getting shot at by Reyes. And Zuko, did he get mollied? He did get mollied. And he gets burned by Carrillo from the long-range Molotov. That's just ridiculous. What a molly. Wow. Let's see how Team QUESO can hold this down. Honestly, they need to get moving pretty quickly. But there's pretty much nowhere to go. I mean, where are you going to go? You got Alpha 7 just staring at you here. Yeah, here they go. They're starting to take off in a vehicle. They're driving right into Sanatexa. Uh-oh, this could be bad for Sanatexa. Never mind. Not bad at all. He said, oh, Team QUESO, no problem.
Oh, that's huge.
No problem.
Huge for Alpha 7 right there. Those points. Sanatexa in that quick 1-2 punch. BULUC CHABTAN, on the other hand, not getting a good shot into this zone. Not with Intense Game here. Intense Game, they're down to 3. They need every player they can, and only working with 3 from this north side is going to be tough because when that circle shifts south, which I think it will, they got to cross the road. You can see on the mini-map right there, trying to take out BULUC. One member does go down for BULUC. It is fighting 360 all around right now, Hot Jukes, and things are starting to get super intense, and the circle is about to shift already.
Yes, it is. So they have a little bit of time right here, probably at least a good another minute. Well, we're going to see a Intense Game get into it with BULUC CHABTAN. Adrian pushing up, getting a nice little point on the board there. That's 1. Alpha 7 with 6, though. I mean, these guys are popping off. Yeah, go ahead.
This is the Alpha 7 that we saw, you know, last time around when they were trying to clutch out first place, and they did in the very last game against Hyper of all teams, you remember? So
I do.
Is this just the Alpha 7 magic? All Glory Gaming taking down a MEZEXIS player. MEZEXIS still got 2 up, though, and this nade should be cake.
Alpha 7, a true late tournament team, and you're going to see MEZEXIS take out All Glory Gaming there, right? Especially coming off a nice game in that last one. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS Skyline getting into it with Joey. Joey's got the MG3. Can he make something happen? He gets 1 knock.
1 HP.
And, yeah, 1 HP. Crow, last player up, goes down.
Good finishes for YKG, putting some points up. Intense Game, now in a fight with Loops. Loops and Intense Game pretty much took out BULUC CHABTAN together. The nades coming in. Oh, Adrian getting lit up there by that nade, forced to fall back. Loops getting more and more ground, but the circle's going to shift, so they have to finish this fight up quickly. It does center up, so they don't have to go too far, so they get a little bit of extra time, I'd say, to finish this fight. Meanwhile, on the south side, Jaguar, look at Jaguar's position, Jukes. That high ground ridgeline in that compound, that's a setup for a potential chicken dinner. I'm going to call it right now.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Loops need to set up for 4th place as they're looking to go ahead and put some more points on the board. Because why not? You know, 4th place always looks good at the end of the day. And Loops are getting into a fight with Intense Game. Let's see how they could do it. And as they're on the edge, meanwhile, we're watching again Hyper and V2 just get into it. You know, two teams way down on the leaderboards, but nothing too interesting here. But Alpha 7 with 6 eliminations is solid. They definitely want to secure that position to the next stage.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are playing lights out right now. They still have 4 up as well. They're controlling that whole northeastern side. Also a great position to be in to get that chicken dinner. And Hyper putting up a huge fight. This is a 2v4. And they're still alive. It's all down to FSS. Let's see what he can do here. 1v2. He needs that first knock. Takes a really tight peek. Doesn't want to give too much cover out because he needs all the HP he can get. Gets a confirmation. Still the 1v2. Little ring around the rosy. Oh, he took way too much damage. He does not stand a chance right there, and he does go down. That's Hyper out. V2 will be up with 3 elimination points as well.
Beautifully done from them as we're going to see INCO holding that compound there, looking good. Influence Rage going to get into it with loops, making the defense, and they're looking good doing so. Ayala is down. Oh, they get another, and it's just Chief in a really, really tough spot. So little boy gonna get some points on the board. He needs to get back in that building though, and he does right on time because you got Alpha 7 right on top of them, looking dangerous.
Yeah, Influence Rage, I think they made that adjustment that they needed to, and they're putting up points. That first game looked a little bit scary, but what's even scarier is this Alpha 7 team. This is a team that on the last day, I feel like something changes in them, and they just always come out so hot. 8 eliminations, 4 players still up. Ooh. This Alpha 7 team, they don't just want the qualification spot, Jukes. No, sir. They want the championship title, and they've already got a bunch of those, Jukes. They already have a few of those titles. Doesn't hurt to have more.
Hey, why not? You know, hey, sometimes those pants get heavy from all those dollar bills in your pocket. You know, another belt wouldn't hurt, that's for sure. And these guys got a whole bunch of them. As Mafioso is taking some shots there onto Influence Rage. Rightfully so, because this is the
I see what you did there, by the way, Jukes.
Like that? Like that?
Yeah, the heavy pants, because they got so much money. They need another belt, like a championship title belt to keep those pants up.
I need it. You need it.
I see you, Jukes. But this next zone shift, is it going to be in favor of Alpha 7? I mean, I think Jaguar's got this. We saw the predictions. I mean, that circle is perfect for Alpha 7. It's perfect for Jaguar. It's perfect for Influence Rage. It centers right up. I think every team is prepped for this situation, and we still got a couple of 4-man teams looking to make things happen. This could go any other way. No, Jaguar gets taken down.
Sorry.
Why is he that far up in the open?
Very interesting play from Jaguar. Bold strategy. Let's see if it works out for them. No. Meanwhile, we got Simple looking in the other direction. He looks at that crate. That's the crate to go to right now, for sure. Definitely want to loot that crate. No problem with that at all.
Oh,
Let's see if he goes and loots it. And what happens if he decides to touch that crate. Meanwhile, look at this. Alpha 7, 3-3-3 elimination spread out across the squad. Revel, the only one without one so far. But I'm sure he may be able to pick some up here in the next few seconds. Jaguar gonna just be chilling in the building for now. Zute Curse, not in effect at all currently.
Oh, man, please.
Meanwhile, look at their stats so far. 6 average eliminations. They don't have any, and they're 1 player down.
Yeah, this is not good. Not good. And what's worse is they knew they were in a position to potentially win the game. So that being said, when you lose that player just that you crucially needed, their mental state is all of a sudden like, oh no, we are throwing this. This should have been our game. Now they're forced to just hunker in. Yeah, V2 take that top spot. Alpha 7 has them pinched in. Now they don't have any room to move when the circle shifts. And Jaguar, well, I think they're gonna get like maybe 1 elimination point and not many placement points at all here.
Well, let's see what happens. As Influence Rage is starting to put some points onto INCO from the other side of the map. Alpha 7 definitely have the most control, though. They have a lot of support in this circle. Jaguar does catch Dior's out. That's a nice, yeah, much-needed elimination. As we watch another member. Oh, gets the spot on to Rise. TT.
And the finish.
Getting the finish just like that.
That's big. V2 putting in a lot of hurt onto multiple teams with just 2 players up now. YKG also with 2 players up. Their job becomes a whole lot easier after that Rise member goes down. Now it's a 2v3 in front of them. Still a tough task. Joey looking around every which angle, seeing if he could spot a player out. Joey's got 5 nades. That's going to come in handy when they need to breach the Rise team potentially, as the next circle is about to pop.
Next circle, where's it going to go? I think no matter where it does, Alpha 7 is going to be in a pretty good position here. And so right now they're big chilling. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to. 9 eliminations. This is going to make that gap so ridiculous for any other squad trying to catch them. And I mean, already, even if they went out right now, this is a solid performance. And they're not done yet. Here they go. Mafioso waiting for Victix to drive over this hill, and he does it for now. Stay safe. Let's see what Jaguar decides to do. They're just holding in that vehicle, waiting for this next zone to pop so they can rotate quickly if need be. And it does go off of them. So they're going to have to push into Alpha 7.
Yep, and Alpha 7's already set up in a very strong position. Those hills work in favor of Alpha 7 so much. Mafioso applying extra pressure onto the backside to not give Jaguar any chance at swinging in here. But he needs to be careful, right? He can't get naded, but he can run up and down that hill so much, it'll be very hard to hit a nade on him. Mercy's going to have to try, though. They need this opening, because they can't just push Mafioso on foot. As the blue zone, choke him down, and the nade is good. That's one opening. Now they got 3 more players to deal with, and those 3 are in heavy cover.
Not looking good. Let's see if Jaguar can make this aggressive push there. Nice little support fire from Mercy on the back line. Revo with this nade looks dangerous, though. Does tip up Victix. He's got another one for him. That was an eviction notice, and Victix laid right down there. That's not good. That is just an easy nade for Revo, but he does get... Oh, actually, no, he didn't get another knock. He was just trying to get some support fire in that direction.
Yeah. Influence Rage. They're making their play now. So Alpha 7... really caught in a pinch now. You can see he can't focus on just one team with so many of his teammates in dire positions. He's got to provide support everywhere. Alpha 7's up with 4 in a very precarious spot now between Influence Rage and Jaguar. Let's see if Alpha 7 can get something done here. Jaguar still needing to make a little bit of headway in. I think they're on the close edge of zone. Influence Rage playing this very carefully. Influence Rage have so much ridges to work with. It's just a matter of time before Alpha 7 goes down, but Senatexa finds one onto Influence Rage.
Carrillo does try to put some more pressure onto Influence Rage, using all his utility right here. He's throwing out those smokes as well. He's going to buy some time because he knows this is going to get tough, especially as the zone starts to pop here in the next few moments. They do have a little bit of room to breathe, but Mafioso does end up getting finished. So Alpha 7 going to have to do it with 3. Victix sees him from behind and misses the shots. Not able to get that knock. That's so tough. And this next zone, where's it going to go? Meanwhile, Law and Influence Rage was just great sightlines on the Alpha 7. They're just so pinched.
Alpha 7 looks like they decided, okay, we can't hold here. We have to take a fight in one certain direction. They're going to go uphill towards the Jaguar team. Alpha 7 trying to find some relief and pressure as, yeah, these 2 teams just constantly firing shots, nades. It is just so amazing to see Alpha 7 still alive, sandwiched between 2 deadly teams. That just goes to show how good their mechanics are. It doesn't matter who peeks them. They can make some damage happen to trade. Now it's a 2v2. Jaguar Mercy gets 2 of them. Can he get the third? He does. Jaguar taking out Alpha 7. Oh, just imagine if they had 4 up. This would be the chicken dinner, but they could still manage with 3.
They needed that so bad, though. They needed to shut down Alpha 7 because that is the team they need to pass if they want to keep their dreams alive here. And INCO Gaming goes down. Jaguar now in a top 4 position. They're going to have 3 players up. And Influence Rage are backing off away from Jaguar. Very interesting play here. And honestly, it's not a bad one because if you're Influence Rage, honestly, Jaguar passing up Alpha 7 is not a bad idea here.
Yeah, not only that, just positional-wise, they got some huge openings here on the west side of the map, so they may as well take that position instead and then work together as 4. I think they know they're probably the only 4-man team, so they don't need to fight 2 teams here. They just need to pick one, and that's exactly what they did. They take out Rise. Now they have full control of this west side of the zone. And look, Jaguar don't have much room to work with to begin with, so just keeping them boxed in. A trade back and forth, however, I think Jaguar could get the revive. Influence Rage needs to make something happen, or else they're going to lose that man advantage. And keeping a lot of suppressive fire here. Goes for the thirst, gets it. Victex should be getting revived. V2 is still alive too. V2 could come in here and change things up.
Let's see what happens here. So we now reach the final moments of match number 2 in the final day of the PUBG Mobile Americas Championships. We're going to see who's the best in the West here. And right now, it's Influence Rage. But Jaguar trying to keep their dreams alive. Got V2 too late to make anything happen here in this tournament. But they're still up and putting that pressure on. Meanwhile, Jaguar, I think, down to 1 player. And V2 is eliminated. Yeah, it's done. It's got to be an Influence Rage win here.
Yeah, Simple. He needs to hit some nasty shots. He gets
a nice knock.
Oh, if he can hit this one. Oh, they're behind cover. Simple going downhill, trying to use the slopes as cover. 1v2 situation.
He needs that confirmation. He just wants the confirmation at a minimum. That nade looks good, though. Oh, that nade looks good. It's good enough. Never mind the shots. And he was right there. Almost got it. But, so close indeed. Just like that. But, hey, solid points from Jaguar. But they did stop Alpha 7. But, man, Alpha 7 put up one heck of a game there.
Yeah, they stopped Alpha 7, but was Alpha 7 really stopped, Chooks?
That's a good point. Yep, that's the right way to put it, for sure.
I think as far as the points Alpha 7 wanted, they already, for the match, right, they already crossed the finish line. They already hit the amount of points they wanted through the eliminations alone. So, like, it's good that they didn't win the match. You know, it gives Jaguar less points to catch up to, but did Alpha 7 maybe get even more points? Who knows, man? Alpha 7 had so many elim points.
Oh, yes, they did indeed. Federal is going to be the one with the most eliminations, though, in this match. Look at that, 681 damage as well. Influence Rage, just putting that nail in the coffin. You know what I'm saying? They can already feel that belt around their waist here, because they are going to be hard to stop. And a chicken dinner here, especially the final day, is good. So they can do whatever they want, Zute, right? And when it comes to Alpha 7, right? If they decide that they do not want Alpha 7 in this tournament, right, or in the next one coming up, they could decide to hot drop them or do whatever, because they have such a lead right now that they don't really have to worry about it.
I'm gonna throw this out there real quick though, but so Alpha 7, yeah, they're a tough team. It's a team you don't want to fight against, but they have so much info on Alpha 7. You know, they fight against them all year round. Maybe you want a team you're very familiar with so that you know from like the elimination feed come PMGC time, if they're in the feed, you know what's happening on the other side of the map. You kind of have a good idea of things, you know, how it's going to shape out towards the end game, because, you know, you got Alpha 7 controlling this side and whatnot. So that's another reason that they might not want to take them out. Just to throw it out there. I think that's a great question for maybe the desk to discuss, but we'll be back after a quick break, so don't go anywhere, guys.
Well, Zute, I think the enemy you know is better than the enemy you don't know. Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL America Regionals Fall 2023 Season Finals. As we have just seen Influence Rage get themselves a chicken dinner, but honestly, the story is still a lot about Alpha 7 and Jaguars. We had both those two teams get extremely far through this last match, but Alpha 7 having a truckload of eliminations by their side might have just been able to allow them to still gain more on their lead. 7, Cameron, thoughts about the match?
I like what you said there, by the way. The enemy that you know is better than the enemy that you don't know. And that legit what you just said completely changed what I was gonna say about Influence Range possibly odd dropping them.
Things.
No. It was just caught me off guard. But Alpha 7 continuing on their proactiveness. We saw them willing to take on fights. We saw them being able to control a big chunk of the circle as well. Great play out of them. They don't get the win, but I'm happy with the amount of wins that they're currently getting, and I'm happy that the way they're currently getting them too. They're being able to be quick in and out and try to position themselves there towards the later game. Obviously here they ended up just getting sandwiched by Jaguar and Influence.
Throughout the mid game, Alpha 7 were playing to win. They were putting themselves in positions to get knocks, to get finishes, but then they also weren't overextending. They were making sure to control their space, keep the area, and the balance back and forth above that trench is very difficult to do, but I feel like they managed it pretty well. The only downside is they got caught between two teams that we just saw. It was Jaguar pushing them, and the fact that it's Jaguar at the very end that gets to finish them off after Influence Rage helped pressure them from the north side. Very poetic, because it was looking for a little bit that Jaguar were just going to let this entire series fall away from them. But even though it's Influence Rage that does come out with the win at the end of things, Jaguar put up enough of a fight that I think that there's still a chance for them to compete for that 4th slot here.
Yeah, with Jaguar, this is kind of the performance that I wanted to see out of them with Miramar, considering that we saw Jaguar being one of those teams at the top when it came down to Miramar earlier. 12 points from them. But the thing is, yeah, you get in 12 points, but guess what? Alpha 7 is getting 11, and that's just not going to be able to cut it.
Yeah.
Well, they fell 5 points further behind Alpha 7 after the first match, and they get 1 back now. So, like, the lead is still pretty decent. And honestly, I mean, look at Alpha 7, 9 eliminations. But the way they're playing today, I'm almost certain we're going to see Alpha 7 through and Jaguar not make it, because Jaguar not being proactive enough like Alpha 7 are to look for these early elims. By the same route, they're also not getting punished like Alpha 7 are by going for these early fights and potentially losing 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, PUBG Mobile is all about a balance of risk versus reward. I think Alpha 7's position allowed them to be a lot more mobile, whereas Jaguar, they found themselves in a compound, which is it's safe. A compound is. You don't get third-partied from it. You don't get into a fight that you don't necessarily want to take unless a team full sends on you. But you also don't necessarily have the opportunities for elimination points. But the fact that they left that compound, pushed Alpha 7 with as much aggression as they did, with as much proactiveness as they did, it makes me think that they're not just going to be crumbling under the pressure, that they actually are going to realize we have to take the fight to these players if we want to get the points to qualify and overtake Alpha 7. And so hopefully this is going to get, I mean, I feel like we overuse this word, but I'm going to use it again anyway. Hopefully this gives them the momentum and the confidence to make pushes like that when their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, just pretty much more proactiveness out of them. That's what it comes down to. And I completely agree with what you said there. I love that they were able to push onto Alpha 7. Even after they had lost 1 player to Alpha 7, they knew exactly where they waited for the right moment too. By the way, with that performance from Influence Rage and me not seeing Intense Game anywhere near here, I think it's safe to say that Influence Rage is probably going to end up being the champions of America with the way they're currently performing. In Federal, I mean, talk about a player. This is the big question mark too from Influence Rage after the amazing day 2 that they had. How were the players going to be performing? Yesterday, we didn't really see the pop-off performances out of them. I think Law day 2 is the one that ended up outperforming Federal, but it's good to see Federal, one of the very, very experienced players out of Brazil, being able to put up those numbers. And then Extreme Slayers, yeah, this is kind of what I've been talking about. They're just not going to be able to. I think the pressure might end up getting to them too, and then them trying to readjust and play a style that they haven't been able to play for 3 days is just not going to be enough. They're not going to be able to make that change.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously,
it's over. Actually,
they really should have no chance now. Though obviously, like you said as well, for Influence Rage, I think with that win, they almost solidified the trophy as well for themselves. But there's still some matches to go. Intense Game could win like 2 or 3 games. It is possible. But let's obviously focus in on what we're really about here. Obviously, the top 4, right? Let's go back to another head-to-header between Alpha 7 and Jaguar on stats today. Just get an idea of how these two teams have been performing against each other. And while you're seeing here, Alpha 7 averaging 7 elims a match. Now, we've only had 2. But you're not going to catch us as Jaguar unless you somehow dethrone them and you're able to look for limbs yourself.
Yeah, and Also, the fact that their survival time is so close to each other, but Alpha 7 still have maybe not quite as much as twice the damage in elims, but getting up there in that ratio shows that Alpha 7 have just been more proactive in general. Not just last game, the game before as well. Alpha 7 are out there looking for fights. Jaguar are playing a little more reactive, a little more conservative, which can be a fine play style, but not when you're the team that is trying to chase.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a resemblance there between Jaguar and Extreme Slayers with what I was talking about, them being able to adjust their style here in the last 3 games. By the way, let's talk about this fight real quick too, because the way Influence Rage was able to actually adapt to that, they were gonna end up pushing west and they decided to back off as soon as they saw Alpha 7 getting into a fight. It was great to see that adjustment on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, well, the reason why I picked Alpha 7 to win this is because I like their position on the ridge, on the soft terrain, as I call it, the natural terrain, versus Influence Rage's position in that compound in the mid game. Having to leave that compound is very hard, but the best way, in my opinion, to leave that compound that Influence Rage is coming from is to go in this east area, to go towards the west. It's a bit too open for my liking. However, as you said, they can't make this run until Alpha 7 get into a fight. So the timing that Influence Rage have onto this one to wait for the action to start and then they just backfill and clean up the mess, very, very good job.
Yeah, the timing was great. Now, going back to what I was saying with Jaguar, yeah, we can see a little bit more proactiveness here at the end of the match, but I feel like at some point, if the leaderboard keeps going like what we just saw there, right, with Alpha 7 getting those 1 point less than them, I want to see if they can be proactive earlier in the match, and I just don't see that happening from this team. I don't see them willing to take on fights early on, and if they do end up taking those fights, I actually see them losing players, which is going to end up hurting their style towards the end of the game. I don't know. I don't think that team has what it takes to be able to fully challenge Alpha 7.
They had 57 points yesterday. Sure, that pales in comparison to Influence Rage's 90, but that's more points in one day than even Alpha 7 has even gotten. Granted, it's beaten them by like 1 or 2 points, right?
I was like, where are you trying to go with this?
No, but to say that Jaguar don't have the capabilities is a bit ridiculous. Is it gonna be them pushing themselves to the limit, maybe going out of their comfort zone into something that they're not quite familiar with? Sure, but they got 57 points yesterday. I'm sure that they can continue to just push themselves further. Maybe the pressure will be too much and they might fold in at the end, but it's like I said at the top of the show, I want them to at least try.
Oh yeah, of course we want them to try, but I just don't think they'll have enough. Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at, Jason? Is that what you're reacting to?
Influence Rage. You guys are talking about these 2 teams. I'm looking at Influence Rage having a 43-point lead over anyone else in the lobby right now.
I mean,
now INCO is also in a play, and this is interesting actually because INCO has been that team that's been able to close out those games. Today they haven't been able to play out well, and now it's gonna be instead of Alpha 7.
Wait a second,
it's gonna become a story of Jaguar and INCO
overtaking INCO. Okay, this does flip the script a little bit. Because
and that I do see a chance of happening.
Yes, because INCO have been a little lackluster so far. What would be the the funniest thing is Alpha 7 not making it to PMGC. The second funniest thing would be INCO not making it to PMGC because they couldn't close out a chicken dinner.
Oof.
If they lose that slot by less than 4 points.
Well, no. If they lose that slot because they didn't have a chicken dinner because Jaguar tied him on points.
Oh, a tie break?
Oh! Turkey had that happen today. 2 teams, 157 points.
Oh, I am praying for that. That would be the funniest thing. Oh.
And then watch INCO just win the last game. With the way it works here at PMPLs.
It would have
especially Americas.
That's great, maybe.
What? Boys, are you seeing this?
We're not last! We're not last!
This is what kind of it kind of tilts me a bit about the format of how you get to PMGC based off points.
Yeah.
Because 2 teams already qualified to PMGC or last.
Yeah.
I wish
they're first in their regions. I
wish PMG
you can have a bad weekend.
Would still add up from regionals too, because those teams would still have to perform well, and then it would actually make. They wouldn't know. We still wouldn't know who would be qualifying from the region.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You know what? I think Seven just chugged a Monster Energy drink, which is official energy drink partner here, where I came up with this new PMGC format for 2024. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast. Not to mention, maybe you should grab a case of these because we do have the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship for fall season kicking off very, very soon, where you guys can enter with $15,000 in scholarship prizing. The top 2 teams get to skip PMCO and go straight to our pro season qualifiers. All you need to do is be attending college, university in North America or Canada. Well, it is time to head into our third match today. It's not quite Sanhok just yet. It's back to Erangel for another time. Now the question comes, can INCO hold on to their 4th place position?
Can they do it? Can they do it? That's going to be the big question, man. It's so crazy. It's so awesome to see what PUBG Mobile's doing out there, right? You're going to see some college students, right, in the big show. That'd be awesome. You know, they're going to get educated real quick. So that's great. You know, they're going to get an education and a free one from all the other teams in their region. But hey, you know what? INCO is looking to, dish a little lesson out to some of these squads. And you know, well, they're in a great position here, but we got Erangel coming up next, right? Can they hold on, or are those nerves going to get to them, Zoo?
I mean, they must be worried, right? We saw Alpha 7 have 2 pretty good games in a row and just passed up INCO by like a point or so. So that means INCO had a cushion, right? They had a cushion coming into today where it's like, okay, we're in 3rd, we're not 4th. And Alpha 7's a little bit behind us. In 2 games, we're not even halfway done yet, right? You're in 4th all of a sudden. And what's worse for them is Jaguar is looking kind of strong right now. Jaguar's picking up points too. By the time this 3rd game is done, INCO, there's a chance, might not be in the top 4 even, or that gap is going to close up even more. And with 3 games after this one, Jukes, man, that 4th place spot is looking mighty spicy for some of these teams to take over.
Ooh, mighty spicy indeed. And let's start up the heat here as we get into halfway point for the final day. And we're heading into Erangel, baby. Loops and INCO taking off real quick into the zone. They like to go to Novo. So, man, if we get a military base island, circle here, Sue, that would be huge for them.
And speaking about, INCO going to military base, you know a team that's really close to INCO, not only on the leaderboards, but off drop?
Ooh.
Take a look at who's north of INCO.
Jaguar.
Jaguar. I remember on day 1, game 1, it wasn't really highlighted because nothing really happened, and it was the first day with so much going on, but Jaguar camped the bridge against INCO. Just real quick, just a little bit. You know, they want to see if they could pick up some quick, easy points starting off the tournament series. Didn't really come to fruition. It did force INCO, back out the other way around. But now in this situation, INCO in 4th, Jaguar in 3rd, not a military base zone. INCO's got to leave the bridge. It kind of makes you think, what's Jaguar going to do here? Are they going to try and camp the bridge? Are they going to try and set something up onto INCO? Because a point is good. But for Jaguar right now, what's even more important is stopping the team in 4th place, which is INCO, from getting points.
And, oh, man, INCO is going to be on the hunt for them right now. So, yeah, that'd be interesting to see if Jaguar does camp this bridge. Because if it does, if they do, and INCO goes up it and they take them out, oh, man, is that going to stir the pot like you wouldn't believe. Now, my question to you, Zute, is, do you think it's worth for Jaguar to do that now in this game or in the last Erangel of the tournament?
I think now, because I think by the time it's the last game, INCO is going to be so paranoid. They might even change drop spots, right? Because if they're still in a position to be targeted, I don't think anyone in their right mind would drop in military base if you're a team that has a potential to be targeted by someone. So I think Jaguar should do it now. And if anything, they shouldn't camp the bridge. They should actually look to maybe swim across or take some sort of quick rotation where they sneak up onto military base and trap INCO in there completely.
Okay. That would be wild.
Yeah.
Super risky though, right? Super risky. I mean, imagine if they did head down and set up by those houses on that street. Yeah. Where INCO would cross. That would have been a wild play. But that's heading outside of the circle. Very, very high risk.
I think with the fact it's Erangel though, one of the easiest maps to rotate on, this is one of the probably best times to do that, right? Give up the zone 1 rotation because it's Erangel. You could
That's
find
true.
a lot of different pathings. And plus, this circle in particular, Jukes, right? This very first zone, just dead smack in the center of the map, kind of splits the map into the east and west side, meaning there's no huge, priority whatsoever to just go center now in the first zone. You could probably navigate into good position on zone 2, depending on wherever it shifts. So I don't know. We'll see what Jaguar's got in mind. Jaguar has been playing well today so far, so maybe they just stick to whatever game plan they had, for the day, and then change it up towards the end, depending on the situation.
Yeah, that'd be great to see. I do say I get a little frustrated by watching some teams not change their strategy, though. You know what I'm saying? I want to see some teams realize that, hey, this is what's at stake. Let's do something different here, right? We got to make something happen. We either got to start hard dropping certain squads or start camping like certain teams or targeting into zones. We just don't see that enough here at this stage, in my opinion, because, man, like at the end of the day, it could be the difference from your dreams coming true and not. And I'm surprised to see teams just kind of stick to their routine, so to say.
Yeah. It's just the competitive nerves, and trying to do something different when things haven't been working out. It's hard. Like, the reason why things haven't been working out is because what you practiced this whole time isn't working. So what makes you think you try something that you haven't practiced and it's gonna work? So I mean, that's just how it is for some of these teams. As we were talking about Jaguar camping INCO, but oh no!
What a
Is
shot.
INCO there to get the finish? Oh, it doesn't
Extreme
matter.
Slayers. Oh, and Simple on the run. And this is, we're talking about those nerves, right, Zoo? Like, sometimes you have a player knocked, and you're just like, oh, I can't get knocked. We have to leave you. And they're gone, Instead of saying, hey, let's just try and turn around and see if we can save him. No, Jaguar just don't want to take any of those risks. And losing Seba is rough here for them.
That is a huge oversight. The player wasn't even worried about uphill. They should know Extreme Slayers is right behind them on the rotation path in. I don't know what he was doing there. He was standing still, too. It's not like he was up there grabbing a quick loot and got knocked. He was just chilling, looking into the zone. I mean, that just goes to show any small moments of relaxation or a lapse in, concentration where you're not hyper-focused on continuously moving around could really cost you your life, and not just that, maybe the team's hopes of getting into PMGC just like that.
Well, let's see how they can bounce back with 3, right? This could be dead. This is definitely a challenge for them here. I mean, we've seen teams make comebacks and win the game with 3 players at this stage and higher before. So let's see if Jaguar can be one of those squads. It's not over until it's over. Extreme Slayers, they're up a little bit north of them. Influence Rage, previous game's winners, top on the leaderboards, up on the north side right now. Big chillin', nothing to worry about. Wow, look at that Bray, pre-firing everything. The paranoia is real.
I think he's just trying to make some noise, let other teams know, hey, this position's taken, don't come here. And one thing I noticed real quick after Jaguar lost their player, they're rotating really tightly together. Like, right after they lost that player, I think they kind of suddenly realized, like, oh man, what are we doing?
What are we doing?
What just happened? We just lost a player for no reason. All right, we got 3. Let's start rotating. Let's stick close together. And man, I hate seeing that kind of flip after a costly mistake. They should have been close together or heads on a swivel from the very beginning of the start of every single match.
Oh man. And it's only going to get worse. That's the thing, right? As these matches go on, game by game, that paranoia is going to get just inflamed. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Influence Rage. Look at that, rocking a split right now. Just saying, hey, all we got to do is just stay alive, not do anything too crazy. Honestly, they're in such a good position right now. They could literally get 0 points for the rest of the tournament and still end up as the champions. That's how well they've done so far.
The rest of the tournaments?
It's possible.
I mean,
awesome. 197 points is what they have. Intense Game is behind them with 154, right?
That's 4 games, though, for them to actually, 10 points a game.
That's 43 points.
That is a tough task, actually, in this lobby. 10 points a game. Okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They could... Hey, let's just, keep a little tally, for ourselves. let's just say 0 points for the rest of the game. 197. Is anyone going to pass that number up? There's a good chance they might not even. New circle. Looks like we're going towards potentially school, Potato Hill. It does pretty much center right up. Still huge question mark, right? Of how is this, battlefield going to shape out? If it goes north, that's a whole different, story versus if it goes south, because you have Potato Hill, hillside down the middle, cutting everything in half.
Team QUESO on the move, currently in last place. Nice. And trying to not be last. That is the goal for them. Meanwhile, the team right next to them on the leaderboards is Hyper, right on top of Potato Hill right now, big chillin'. So things are just starting to ramp up. We're seeing teams still rotate. It's going to take another couple zones till I think things really heat up with a circle like this, because there's still so many areas for teams to hold on to. But you got YKG actually Alpha 7 passing up YKG here, crossing that bridge next to Watertown, and looking to get into Rozhawk. So that's going to be interesting, because that's Alpha 7 most likely going to go up against Influence Rage here.
I will see that fight happen very shortly, potentially, as other teams still rotating in. This is one of those zones where it's kind of like a question mark, right? There's not any particular position you want to really dead set up in or fight for. So everyone's just kind of moving around, rotating, getting info. Oh, this spot's taken. That's fine. We could sit here and still make some good rotations regardless of where the zone goes. So a lot of hurry up and wait is what's going to be happening here. Alpha 7 falls back, shots from YKG. Okay, we'll go the other way around, see what's over here. Influence Rage is over here, and Alpha 7, they're looking for that first place spot now. They broke into the top 4. I mean, they're still on the cusp of, not being in the top 4. But with the way they've been playing, I think their mindset, their mental is first place. Top 4 to qualify, don't even worry about it. Don't even think about it. We got that in the bag. We want first place. But yeah, that 50-point gap or so, that's still a big gap.
That's a lot. That's a whole lot right there. Goodness gracious. I mean, that's a gap that, some of the teams in the mid-pack are going to have to get in if they want to even get into the top 4. So, I mean, it is not going to be easy, especially with how Influence Rage has been playing. I mean, they just won the last game, and they could possibly win another here. And sometimes that's actually a good thing for teams that are trying to, like Jaguar, right? Because if Influence Rage is soaking up all the points and eliminating teams like, INCO, Alpha 7, that just makes things easier for them. And, Rise, it's just the gap is getting so big right now. It's pretty hard to beat for some of these teams. And you can see teams that desperately need those points are looking to hit that center side of this circle as soon as they possibly can. And you got intense game all the way on the end there. Gonna have to make a deep rotation to get into this next circle.
Yeah, this is this zone pretty much dictates which spot is going to be the best, how to fight for the rest of the zones coming in here. This is a very nice area of the circle. We got some dynamic, terrain differences, but then we also got those very strong compounds that are pretty much taken already. We'll see how Intense Game decides to navigate this one coming in from the far west. Are they going to do a wrapping rotation, or are they going to just fight their way in? Looks like they're wrapping a little bit north. Might be following Alpha 7's pathing. As you can see, Alpha 7 did wrap up north and rotated in. INCO, uh-oh! That's not good for INCO. They are feeling the pressure right now.
Try to hold OP dip, and look at that. You got Loops looking right at him. Oh, Beckerson is in trouble. There's no way Beckerson survives this. His vehicle gets blown up. He's getting pieced apart, and he goes down to Cardoso. And meanwhile, you're going to look at the remaining 2 members of INCO running for their lives, just trying to survive. And the nerves, right? Got to be at an all-time high. You're on that cusp of getting passed up, and you don't even want to tie with Jaguar, because Jaguar has one chicken dinner, you don't. And this is not looking good for INCO.
Yeah, it's good for Jaguar, though, because they lost one early on. INCO does them a favor and loses 2. Man, both of the 2 teams really looking for that qualifying spot. I think it's the nerves. They are just making mistakes like this. Just rotate in the blue zone.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
They're still not out of it yet. They should have just rotated in the blue zone, in my opinion. This blue zone doesn't hurt. You go a little bit further to the right, and you're out of line of sight. So These are mistakes happening from both INCO and Jaguar, and I think it's the nerves, Jukes. I think they're really feeling that pressure now.
They have to be. And look at this. Now INCO is getting pushed by Team QUESO of all teams. INCO's like, come on, man. I'm trying to qualify. Team QUESO's like, we're not trying to be in last place. Bounce nade from Squash is good.
Oh, double.
Now the double, and that's huge for INCO. They need all these points. They'll take them to the bank.
Oh, man. Team QUESO doing INCO a big favor in giving those points away. INCO, with only 2, pick up 2 confirmed points. So they got that going for them. Oh, they're up to 3. Squash with all 3. And Vitali with the nade, and it's good.
Wow.
4 points is a lot.
Yes, it is.
The points are so tight for that qualification spot, and they got it.
Not just that, Sute. It's a lot when you only have 2 members up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. True.
That is so huge. So, I mean, they had an unfortunate start, but that's going to help hedge their bets a little bit. You know, at least soften that blow to their overall mental state, because it needs to be rock solid here these next few matches. Meanwhile, we're going to watch MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT have some fun of it, you know, get a little bit of practice in. Hopefully we could see these teams do something in the future. Wonder if we're going to see all these teams together at the end of the day, because honestly, NA's biggest struggle is at the end of a tournament or a bad one, we see the entire squad just go and get ran over and ejected as Baton gets the double knock. Nate gets finished, and PASSIONFRUIT are done for.
Uh-oh.
Oh, intense game, Sid. We'll take these points.
Oh,
nice
wow.
shots, though. Wow.
Yeah, hold that thought. It looked like MEZEXIS was just going to get completely annihilated, but they get the opening. Intense game. Forced to fall back now. This is where MEZEXIS just pedal to the metal. You got nothing to lose. You got the opening. Just
Skyline.
keep up the pressure.
One good nade from Skyline here. Oh, it was a little off the mark. If Skyline would have hit that nade, that would have been done for. He's going to throw another. He's going to go into the blue zone and get knocked. And
I think that's the key difference right there. In that moment, if MEZEXIS was like a Brazilian team off that opening, they push up. They go even harder, even faster. But just that slight hesitation, look, intense game. They get the reset, and they win the fight.
See what happens here on the other side of the map. You got Alpha 7 looking to put some more points on the board. They're chilling in 3rd place, but they're not out of the water just yet. You know what I'm saying? We could definitely see a few squads, you know, if... Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? Alpha 7 don't want to risk it, right? Put some points on the board. Put some points on the board if you're Alpha 7. They're relatively safe, I think, for if you were a statistics kind of guy, but at the same time, you know, you don't want to leave anything to chance. So, Jaguar getting shot up. Mercy needs to put some more points on the board, and he's going to try to go for this res here in the blue, and I don't know if it's going to be good or not.
Mythic's got that nade. He's prepping the fade away.
Oh, that hurts. He's got to heal. Got to go for the heal. Oh, he's waiting. No, goodbye.
Oof, that's not good. That is not good for Jaguar. It's great news for INCO, though. And by the way, Jaguar must be pissed because I think they saw what happened in the elimination feed. INCO winning that 2v4 against QUESO. They were probably really happy thinking QUESO's going to finish them out. They're fighting. And then all 4 lose to just the 2. And here's the double run over. He should have just kept going.
3!
Go left.
It was a 3. Oh, go 3. Oh, it would have been a highlight. Oh my gosh. I thought it was just a double. It was a 3-man run over. Imagine if they just got all ran over back to back. The comms would have been dead silent.
Oh, out of PASSIONFRUIT.
Oh man, dead silent. Just, you know? Oh.
Only NA.
Yeah, and I would be holding spike traps forever. You know what I'm saying? Just in case.
I think leave it to NA to just get run over the most. There was that other play, right? I think it was Extreme Slayers against YKG, the double run over. Now we got a triple run over. Sheesh. Clown Fiesta.
Clown Fiesta, indeed. It's unreal. I mean, if only things could not get worse, right?
You should have got the 4th. I think he didn't realize what he was doing. It was like, oh man, I just got 3. I need to turn away. If he just kept going left, that could have been 4.
Wow. Meanwhile, we're gonna watch Rise throw some nades. Tons of smokes coming out here, trying to make a little mini red zone. Those nades a little bit too short. Chico gets a knock on the Kayaski from Influence Rage. Very nice from him. Let's see what BULUC CHABTAN could do against Rise. As Rise, they're in 7th place right now. And looking to put some more pressure, but they go out just like that.
Man, yeah, Rise could have made that top 4 as well. They weren't too far behind Jaguar points-wise, but going out here, that stops them for sure. BULUC? Does BULUC have a chance? BULUC is like on that second page, but near the very top. I think they have a chance mathematically, so they're going to try and shoot for it. Extreme Slayers picking up a point right there, eliminating MEZEXIS. Robert gets popped out this buggy from super long range. Should be an easy revive if they don't get pushed by Intense Game right now.
See what Intense Game does. Freddy's going to try to pop out that Lambo from long range. Don't want that at all in play. Extreme Slayers just trying to make their dreams come true. And meanwhile, Cielo up on top of the hill, looking on down. And he is going to take some shots at the door right here. So Intense Game, outside of this position, going to have to make the push here eventually. So they're looking for some kind of potential opening knock. They don't have a really lot of choices here besides having to make a bold push, most likely here on the Extreme Slayers.
Yep, this is a good push for them too. They do have the advantage pushing into that compound. Not a lot that they could work with for the defending team. BULUC trying to work their way in with only 3. One of their player gets knocked. It's All Glory Gaming looking to gatekeep them. All Glory Gaming with only 3 as well. So not a lot of number disparity between the two. The revive will go out as well. So 3v3, zone is closing.
Zone is closing. Where's the circle gonna go? Who's gonna win this game, Zute? That is the question. Right now, there's only 3 teams up with 4 players. That's Extreme Slayers, Intense Game, and V2 Esports. Intense Game looking real good on that edge. And I will say, with how they've been playing, they're definitely the team to beat. But I can't help it, Zoo. Gotta go with the Extreme Slayers. Gotta keep the dream alive. If I don't go for it, if I don't put it out into the universe, it ain't gonna happen.
Oh, Remix gets a nice double nade, but I don't think they could push that because Intense Game is close by. They need to really focus on Intense Game. Luckily for All Glory Gaming, they should get that full reset. Next circle about to pop out. Look, INCO's still in the match, and they're about to be in the placement points as well, especially if they get Circle Blessed down there on the very edge. No, they don't. They could still maybe sneak in and get some placement points. We'll see how much more points INCO can get to kind of, you know, pad that top 4 spot. As for everyone contending for the top 4 below, I think they're all taken out, right? All the teams that really have a shot at it, yeah, no longer in the lobby.
Let's see here. Yeah, next zone goes on up. Robert's going to be just on the edge of it. Remix and Bray are going to have to catch up to him, and they got to be careful because Intense Game are going to be pushing up onto them indeed. Can they hold off this battle? Let's see. Brady and Robert are not even looking in this direction. Bray barely makes it away, and I think Brady might just do so as well. Actually, Remix taking off on that buggy and able to make it just down this hill right on time.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Still not a bad spot. Still not a good spot regardless. That's a pretty rough one to deal with.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it's like you just need to fight outside of the zone. You can't just go in the zone and fight out because you just put yourself in a trap pretty much. Chico trying to do what he can. 1v, is this a 1v3? I don't know if he had help. Maybe he had help from V2 from distance, right? But Chico staying alive. Nope, not staying alive anymore. That nade will cook him in, and yeah,
get ran over. Oh my gosh.
This is just not understanding. Oh,
Bray.
Never mind.
Uh-oh, Bray. Hello, Bray. Remix gonna get those confirmations because they need every single elimination point they can get. And it's just Yellow up for Intense Game. Bray's gonna probably hit this nade too. Oh, wrong tree. They don't know where he is.
They don't know he's this close. He is extremely close. Luckily for Extreme Slayers, yeah, he has no util.
Okay, Remix found him. Remix found him for sure.
Did he? Did he?
Yep. Bray. Yep. Oh, Bray peeks out. Gets shot up. This nade's good. Down goes Yellow. What? A little bit off the mark. The nerves misses it. Here comes Bray with another one. Remix cannot go down here. All he's got to do is just commit enough suppressive fire. Wait for Bray to finally throw it. That molly is off the mark.
The nerves.
Too much time. The nerves. Cielo now getting shot from across the way, and Remix finally takes him out. Remix said, nerves? I don't got him. But man, I'll tell you what, the rest of the team is feeling it for sure.
Yeah, they should not want that fight. I think you play that back, they should have just defended the compound and then went in zone. But it's a tough call to make. They, at the end of the day, you know, won the fight, but I'd say got lucky. They definitely got lucky.
They should have, I mean, for sure, when we saw just a DBS shot with 3 players knocked was incredible, right? But they should have stayed at that compound. They should have been focusing on their backs 100% with almost all 4 players up and shot intense game before they even got there, you know? That was the play. But instead, they just gave it up. And honestly, that's one of those decisions that just makes me think, like, how do you not try to take them out there? Because if you take them out there, you're in a position to try and wipe the whole lobby. And if they want a, you know, miracle run, I've said it like multiple times, they need like 20 points per game. They need to take out everybody. So I don't know. Again, it's just like, why are you sticking to the plan when that's not the way to do it, regardless?
I agree. I think it's more of a just nerves competition thing. I think in hindsight, they easily recognize, like, okay, the better play, the play we should practice, right? That's what I want to stress. The correct place to practice is defending the compound, I'd say. Or at least make it a timing where you pressure so much that you leave that spot when the blue is really pressing in and you don't give the other team that much time to work with to you know, cut you down. But that's a topic for another day. The fight still continues on. All Glory Gaming making their press into the edge of zone. V2 with 4 up defending the strong compound should not be an issue whatsoever for them.
Let's see here what's going to happen here. Who's going to win this game? It's going to get interesting as we see Melgar trying to get some shots to smoke. Wow, gets caught by David there. Very nice. And he's going to go ahead and press into the building. Actually doing some jukes here. Looking pretty hot with them. Let's see what they could do. Sanhok goes down to the play zone here. That's pretty tough. And All Glory Gaming just make a nice little push here onto V2.
Man, V2 playing so scared. You had Melgar pressuring the outside wall. Somebody should have just been helping, like, just hold the inside wall. But look how spread, how far back V2 was from the initial contact. They're almost isolating themselves in a bunch of 1v1s. Yeah, and this player put himself in a 1v1. Luckily, he won that. So it works out for V2, but not looking too great, I'd say, in the execution route. Carrillo, last one up for Alpha 7. Alpha 7, still shooting for first point.
Oh!
Nice
Loops
shots.
are gonna, yeah, Loops are gonna lose Ayala there most likely.
Oh, INCO's still alive, Jukes.
Wow. INCO is still up with 2. But man, I'll tell you what, nobody had a full squad, and V2 is not in the best position either. So it's really gonna come out to who can get these shots off. Bray goes down to Vitali, and Remix is getting shot up as well. And they're in a terrible spot. Remix is stuck. That looks like it's gonna be it for Extreme Slayers. Meanwhile, yeah, you can see what INCO can do. Vitali putting some points on the board, some nice ones as well.
They got the zone.
Wow.
This zone, however, might force Loops to just wrap down south and take INCO's position.
Done.
So INCO has to watch out for that. But if Loops don't do that, INCO are nabbing up some huge precious points. And Alpha 7 is still alive too. So these are the 2 teams in 3rd and 4th. They are going to widen that gap for anyone to try and break into the top 4.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here is Mythic up on top, trying to keep an eye on the INCO. They have 3 players up. That nade was way too close. Yep, and you see him run away immediately. He was like, no, I cannot get knocked right now. Very smart.
The readjustment. And you could really see, I think Loops realized, like, okay, we need this south side. We can't just edge into the zone. And they're starting to maneuver. Maybe they got enough space on that mountaintop, but ideally they take that south side.
Carrillo just laying down in the wide open right now. No one has spotted him. Remix has the sight lines, but he's too scared to peek, and honestly, that's not the play unless he absolutely has to. Oh, gets spotted out. Oh, yeah, Carrillo done for. Cardosen looking good here. Loops looking very strong. Ayala does get knocked. That's not too good. Remix going to probably go down here in the next few seconds. He's lit up like crazy, and there it is, right underneath. The toes are caught. Down goes Remix. Vitali, man, really doing a great job here in the end game.
Yeah, he's got 4 nades too. He can maybe get that knock onto Mythic. Has to be careful though, because V2 is kind of uncontested right now, shooting everywhere. And oh, this one, that could be good. V2 confirm Ayala. Mythic will take a little bit of damage maybe from that nade. It's coming any second now. And oh, not the nade, but the shots.
Ollie!
The toes.
Oh my gosh. An absolute laser beam here in the end game. INCO just, this is what I'm talking about, right? Some players have that clutch factor. Those nerves, they're not feeling it. They're hitting those shots. Some of them even get a little bit stronger in those moments. And it looks like Vitaly might just have that in his system because he's looking real good here at the end.
This is INCO with 2, starting from like circle number 2 to 3.
Squash takes out Cardoso in top 2 situation.
They could win this.
They're on fire. They're on fire. Like, honestly, V2, this should be an INCO win. I'm going to say that right now. They're going against V2. V2 has not done enough. They're fully laid down and scared. And Vitaly and Squash have been taking out monsters in the lobby as a duo.
Yes, sir. V2 do have a nice spread, though. So they have some angles to work off. There needs to be an immediate trade if one of V2 goes down.
I told you.
There is no immediate trade. They are all just still prone. Where's the ping? Where's just the spam?
Nothing. And look at that, standing up. Standing up, Squash is about to throw a nade right in their direction. Ooh, Squash said bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, man.
Chicken dinner time for INCO Gaming the hard way, Zute. The hard way. They wanted to make sure that, oh, okay, you know, Jaguar tying with us? Not today. We're matching those chicken dinners, and we're doing it in style, baby. In style.
Look at that. Look at that. That was perfect. That's what V2 should have done. The second he shot at his teammate, he just sprayed through the grass, through the audio cue, and it worked. I don't know why V2 didn't do that on the first one when their teammate got knocked. So, that was a rough finish for V2. They should have won that. I think that rock came into play maybe. Maybe he took the shots and immediately behind the rock cover, but INCO, that's the story of the match right here, Jukes. And Squash, he got the MVP yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
And he is keeping it going.
Woo, look at that. He's got those fingers locked, loaded, and ready to go right here, man. That gyroscope on point. This dude is a legend right now. I mean, that was a impressive win. One of the most impressive, I think, we've seen this tournament because it was not easy from their position. I mean, we just saw them laying down, lasering everybody. I mean, Loops had a really big advantage there. But Vitaly, and Squad said, nope, not today.
I thought Loops was really going to swing down and take that south side. That would have been the game-winning play, but the pressure coming out of Vitaly, the nades, stopped all of that.
Woo. Oh, man, how much pressure are these teams going to have here towards the end? We're almost done with this tournament, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Chief, meu parceiro, a Loops vem de uma PMPL Brasil quase perfeita. E quando dizemos quase é porque foi impecável na fase da liga, na fase regular, mas na final não conseguiu o título. O que fazer para não cometer os mesmos erros na PMPL Américas?
Eu acho que a gente pecou em algumas plays lá, que dava para ir melhor. A gente já está preparado, já analisou tudo, viu os erros, tudo. E nessa Américas não vamos cometer mais esse erro.
Bom demais. Depois de 2 anos, a Loops está novamente no Mundial. Como jogar a América já sabendo que está classificado para a PMGC?
A gente vai jogar leve, né?
Soltinho que nem arroz?
Soltinho.
A Loops foi o primeiro time a ganhar a Américas. E mais do que isso, o primeiro bicampeão. Agora tem a chance de ser o único time a conquistar 3 vezes esse campeonato. Mas para isso precisa superar os bicampeões. Influencer Rage e Alpha 7. Qual o plano de vocês para frear essas equipes?
A gente vai dar o nosso melhor e se tiver que ir para cima deles, a gente vai também.
Gostei, brabo. Agora, a gente ainda não tem confirmação dessa próxima pergunta, tá? Mas eu vou fazer. Vikendi pode acabar atrapalhando a Loops, já que esse mapa não tinha na PMPL Brasil?
Acho que nesse split não, mas no split passado atrapalhou bastante.
Por último, na Américas passada, Hyper chegou de fininho e quase levou o título. Surpreendendo a todos, o time NA foi um calo no sapato e no pé de muitos. Qual adversário você acredita que pode surpreender dessa vez?
Acho que a 7.
Brabo. Agora, para finalizar, Tiff, deixa um recado para a torcida da Loops.
Acompanha nós aí, galera. Eu quero ver todo mundo torcendo, fazendo L de Loops e só bora.
I feel like INCO heard Cameron Davis say that, yeah, Jaguar can definitely catch up to INCO here as they get themselves a chicken dinner, losing 2 players so early to loops. And yet somehow Squash and Vitaly close things out and get themselves a win, also pushing now Alpha 7 into 4th place. The problem with that is Jaguar got only 1 point.
Yeah.
So they didn't really even catch up at all to Alpha 7.
We'll say, if there's any players, any 2 players from this team that you want left up, it's going to be Vitaly and Squash. Hands down. Squash has been playing out of his mind, really good numbers, but it's actually Vitaly that has like some of the best moments, individual moments.
Vitaly.
Vitaly.
I was trying to figure out what you were saying actually.
It's like Hotchuk saying "baton" with a
Vitaly
accent when it's a Ukrainian player.
No, I mean fair enough, Vitaly, but he has some of the best clutch eliminations that we've seen to like high impact eliminations.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so if there's any 2 left up that I want, it's going to be those guys, and they performed so well in the end. I counted them out a lot earlier than this. Even when it got to the point of like a podium round for them, I was like, oh, you know, they're not going to win, but, you know, really good to get a couple of points here, and then they go on and win the whole thing.
Right, exactly. They were just trying to survive with their 4 limbs, and then they come out with a win. Like, that's like a knife in the heart of Jaguar.
Yeah.
But they finally gave us what we wanted, which is that win out of INCO. Even if it was just
Cameron would have been so pissed.
Sure, they finally got their win. Oh, look, I just realized that. Yes. Oh my God. We're tracking so many things here.
We've been literally hyping it up, and I'm like, oh, please clutch it out. Please just shut us up in a big way. And they did it with a win finally. And for some reason, it comes down to now a tiebreaker. At least they got a win under their belt there with 21 points.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the next tiebreaker is placements, and they've been destroying everyone on placements.
Yeah. They've been doing really good on placements. I mean,
Slayers?
Yeah, okay, yeah, Extreme Slayers, good round for them.
Okay, we gotta explain why we're laughing.
Okay, at this point, it's not relevant. It is good to see them have a good game. 11 points, 7 of them from eliminations, also with the podium finish in 4th place. I think it's too little too late at this point, but at the very least, they're not just fading away into non-existence here.
Dream is dead. Okay, Extreme Slayers, the dream's been dead since yesterday.
Seven,
But
let him cook.
If they
We've been letting them
listen,
cook.
okay. It is possible if they get 2 wins and their third non-win game is still high elims, maybe Extreme Slayers. That's if Alpha 7 starts to get even fewer than 5 points around.
Which is not gonna happen.
I know. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it's possible, so maybe.
And then on top of that, we're going into one of the craziest maps too that they get a chance to play on, which is going to be Sanhok. And then Alpha 7 usually tends to do good in Sanhok too.
Oh, they weren't yesterday.
Yeah, but with the way that they've been playing today, with how aggressive they've played, I'll actually be shocked if Alpha 7 does not have a good Sanhok performance. But yeah, for Extreme Slayers, it's good to see that they're at least going to be able to, if they continue to play like this, they're at least going to be able to maintain themselves there within the top 8, which is nice. At least for NA, gives us a little bit of bragging rights. And then from some of the other teams, Alpha 7, I mean, they're continuing to do the thing, right? They're continuing to go for those elims. They did get unlucky there, but ended up losing 2 players. An intense game. A team that, I mean, at this point, they're going to be qualified, but I kind of want to see an intense game from day 1 again. I felt like we never really got a chance to see it because of how good they did.
Or even day 2 and 3. Intense game today has just been coasting, which, like, they have every right to. They don't need to really try, but it's a little, you know, it's a little anticlimactic for them, at least.
They could have gone for Influence Rage, because Influence Rage is also not having one of the best days. I mean, that's 2 matches.
Oh, no, they're not making up that difference. That difference is way too
It was
wide.
like 43 points.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening. It's just, I think the only reason we're even commenting on the fact that IG are having a poor day is because all of the storylines that we were hoping would happen, like Jaguar, try and contest, Rise, try and contest. I mean, they're on the second page. Again, A7 and what we thought was potential weakness from INCO. I really think that this is the top 4, and it's just going to be locked in. Something big needs to happen on Sanhok from Rise, from Jaguar, for this to not be decided going into the final Erangel and Miramar.
Yeah, I still feel like for Jaguar, there's a slight chance, considering that we do end in Miramar, and that has been one of their best maps. And they could come out with a win. They could come out with a lot of elims. Maybe 9. I would say 9 elims. But they have to have a good match here to set that up. If they don't, and INCO has a good performance again, and then on top of that, Alpha 7 has a good performance again, I think we're going to be able to set the top 4 that are going to be going to PMGC.
Before we do dive into INCO and Jaguar, I just want to remind us out there if we're watching, seeing MEZEXIS baton, a 3K, driving over PASSIONFRUIT.
Why is it
We're gonna bring
always
that up
North
again.
America? Like, why is it always North America that gets run over? It's like, it's okay. Anyway, head-to-head, INCO versus Jaguar.
Yeah, so on the day, obviously, right? Since INCO was in 4th place, since Alpha 7 did pass them, we wanted to take a look at these 2 teams in a head-to-head here just to kind of compare their stats on the day. And we can see INCO outperforming Jaguar. There's realistically no chance Jaguar is going to catch any of these teams unless we see INCO or Alpha 7 underperform and Jaguar overperform.
So at this point, my hot jukes mind is coming in, right? All right, let me set the scenario.
Oh, God.
Okay. If you're Jaguar, do you hot drop INCO or Alpha 7?
No! I mean, maybe. Oh, God. Oh,
he said maybe.
Here's the reason why that is complicated. Is because if they fail the hot drop, they lose prize money because they would fall further down. They'd probably get overtaken by Rise or maybe even Extreme Slayers if they lose the hot drop. But at the same time, if all they care about is qualifying to PMGC, that would be a solid way to try and make up those points. And by making sure that whoever they're dropping on doesn't have a chance to get any more points themselves. The problem is hot dropping, even if you win, you're delaying your own game by a certain amount of time. So I still think that making bridge camps or just stopping rotations is a significantly better way to attack another team.
On that note, we didn't even touch on the fact that is we did have the ability for Jaguar to stop INCO rotating.
And they didn't because Extreme Slayers got in the way because they didn't seem to have a focused, dedicated goal of stopping INCO. So I don't think this is something that Jaguar had even considered, which is why I don't think they should do it, because you can't just create a scenario like that on the fly and have it be successful.
Do it, Jaguar.
Do it anyway.
I mean, at this point, I don't see them being able to outperform. Okay?
Yeah.
That's just do it, please.
I never knew we had a 7 Worlds Gaming hot take. I knew there was a Hot Jukes hot take.
I told you, I was channeling my
this isn't
inner Hot Jukes.
Well,
He's always been
I
like
couldn't
the
tell
let's
because
go,
that's what I
Jaguar,
was gonna
do
say.
it.
You have to start with the let's go. Then
Wait a second.
Let's take a look here at our overalls so we can see INCO actually taking second place here from Intense Game.
Intense game,
just-
finish in 4th place at the end.
At this rate, they might, and it is mathematically possible if Jaguar, especially if they do well on Sanhok, could maybe overtake Intense Game. That's the scenario that we hadn't even considered. Our chemists working up in the lab all night hadn't even considered that scenario. But with the fact that Intense Game are getting like 2-3 points a match,
That's what I'm thinking.
it's
How many?
like what is that? Like a 25-point gap between Jaguar and Intense
24.
Game?
24.
Close enough. Like, that is doable
Okay,
in
max.
3 matches. Jaguar have to perform very well, but they're not out of it.
How many points will we give Jaguar this next game that they have to get in Sanhok to actually realistically have a chance? Though?
9.
9?
No, you can't just say 9. You got to say 9 more than the 4th place team.
No, that's what I'm saying. 9. If it's X number more, 5. But 9 just as like a goal for them.
Okay. I just don't see it happening.
No, I don't either. I'm just saying that there are some realities, some possibilities that are unraveling in front of us right now that we need to at least consider.
I mean, there is a certain team who did change their hot drop when they normally go with loops to go for Alpha 7.
Influence Rage. We're looking
Could happen. I would like to see it happen.
It ain't gonna
So
happen.
high pitch.
Brazil against Brazil. It ain't gonna happen.
Well, let's actually take a look here at our Sanhok performances. Who's our top performing teams when it comes to this battleground? And INCO going to be up there here. Obviously, IG as well.
IG, yeah.
Even Rise in the mix too. And PASSIONFRUIT, man, it's good to see North America on a graphic for once.
It's helpful when we've only had 3 rounds on this map for an anomaly to be seen in the statistics. But enough about PASSIONFRUIT.
Let's go, PASSIONFRUIT.
Let them cook.
They've been and it did not work out.
Let them
that
ripe.
pressure
Let them ripe.
Let them ripe. All right, well, it is time to head into our 4th match of the day. It means we have 3 left in total. Who knows what's going to happen? Well, we're going to find out as the pen does drop here in our 4th match. Bing! Bing! Let's go, dude. Oh, goodness gracious. It's good to see the desk get a little hype. I like to hear that let's go from 7. I think it needed about 15% more volume for it to really... Actually, no, I'm sorry. 7% more volume, you know, and then it would have came to reality. But, oh, boy. Here we go. Headed into Sanhok. Let's get hype, baby. This is what it all comes down to right here. This is the place where champions are bred. You know, one of the most toxic maps in the entire game. You gotta make it happen. You gotta make it happen regardless. You gotta force Sanhok into submission here, Sute.
Yeah, it's this time around. I mean, circles will definitely help, but with the stakes, with 3 games left, you got to take things into your own hands, like you mentioned. This is where champions are bred. This is the toughest map, right, to get points on, and more importantly, the midway point. This is like almost perfect that, you know, we put it smack dab in the center of the map rotation, because this is the one where it's like it really sets the tone now for the last couple of games, and for you to figure out what you need to do with what you got left. And it looks like we might start out hot with the drop by Jaguar onto YKG. Jaguar destroyed YKG last time when YKG dropped with Jaguar to the east of Hot 10, right? So Jaguar changed up their hot drop to start it off and look for some easy points in the form of YKG. Jaguar already changing up their game plan, and it's not going to stop here. It's probably going to lead into the next games and the ones after that. But first, they need to win this hot drop.
Oh my goodness, they got to get it done here because you have this Sanhok, one more Erangel, and a Miramar left to go, and it is not a place you want to rely on. So let's see as we see the feed start to light up a little bit and hyper on All Glory Gaming, but this is the battle that we're looking at right now. Jaguar need to stay alive. YK, they're gonna crush teams. Chico gets popped. Here we go, shotgun action, double barrel, not good enough, and Chico's gonna get that thirst. Oh, the nerves that YKG that Jaguar have to be feeling here. Losing Mercy is gotta hurt.
Yeah, he went for that. I think he had all rights to go for that too. That was his win. Shots just not connecting. So unfortunate for Mercy. He is down and out. Jaguars look at qualifying in. It's just getting worse and worse. And Hyper are also getting worse and worse as they started off decent in the first game.
Nice shot.
Nice shots from Rin, but I don't think they can do much more.
Bye-bye.
There we go. And Hyper out.
Jaguar fight.
Jaguar.
Jaguar fight. Jaguar. Here we are. There we go. Let's take a look. Cause what could you? Well, this is where I want to stay on. I really want to just hold right here because this is what matters like the most right now. You know, Jaguar are in 6th place. They're trying to keep their dreams alive. The gap is not too. It's big enough to where this game is so important. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to depend on this game if you're Jaguar. And losing one early, you have no eliminations. It's a goose egg if you go out. I mean, this could be it. This could be it. It's literally do or die for Jaguar here. And especially if that's possible, them passing up intense game is even going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jaguar. Do they commit to this fight now, though? 3v4? Most of the times you kind of want to say you have to, right? Like, if you just rotate away now, you're just down a man, and you're probably going to have to take that 3v4 anyways. But with a zone like this, it's a nice zone for them to kind of leave. And QUESO, however, already looking to, yeah, they took too long. It's either commit to the fight the second you lost that player, or commit to leaving.
Oh, no.
And now they're not able to leave either.
And here's the problem, is that YKG knows what's at stake here. They know what's the problem is. So Jaguar are on the run. YKG have nothing to lose. They could just decide to just end Jaguar's dreams if they want to.
Yeah. Well, YKG, they got to go aggressive. Here's that recap of Hyper. Just getting picked apart, man. Hyper.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Jaguar fight, though. Jaguar! Let's see. Yeah, okay. And Hyper, yeah, they're dead. We know that. But let's take a look here because Jaguar are on the run. What is their path?
24Ks. 24K got taken out.
Oh, 24K did get taken out. That's tough.
Not by Jaguar, though. By Team QUESO. Team QUESO set a trap up on both teams, you know, seeing that happen out in the elimination feed. So now Jaguar's out. It looks like they won't be able to swim across safely. And, yeah, I mean, they tried. They went for it. With the way things were playing out, like, you know, INCO getting that huge game, the point gap widening by that much, I'd say Jaguar made the right call.
100%.
They destroyed YKG last time in the hot drop. And they're dropping in a spot, right? On YKG, that's pretty much right next to where they typically drop. So it doesn't change up their game plan either, right? They're still pretty much rotating from the same position as if they didn't hot drop. So it's a win-win. That is if they got the first win, which was the hot drop, which they didn't.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for Jaguar. That is for sure. But they did get away, right? And they have 3 players, and you could definitely make something happen with 3 ups. Yeah, so
we saw INCO make something happen with 2 up. They won the whole freaking game. So 3 up, definitely doable.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. Meanwhile, we're going to look at INCO here on the other side. This is the 2nd place team. Big chillin' right now. Yeah, INCO, they are more than safe with 165 points. They're not going to catch Influence Rage, most likely. And if they wanted to, it's chicken dinner time right here for them. So as far as that storyline goes, that's what it is. But hey, prize pool is also at stake, you know, and if you're INCO, catching Influence Rage is going to be near to impossible, right? Especially with how they've been playing. But intense game are very close to you, so you want to make sure you perform good here.
Intense game need to start stepping it up a little bit too, because they dropped down, and the next team on the chopping block, I think Intense Game fell into 4th place. And if not, I'm pretty sure it was the case. Intense Game have not been doing much today whatsoever. They need to start picking things up, you know, secure that prize money, not just the top 4 even, right? There is that prize money at stake. 1st place prize money, a little bit out of reach for everybody, you know, so 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, there is still that moolah 2v1 as Intense
That's
Game
right.
make the rotation in on the south side. They're on the far southern side of the zone. Still got a lot of circle shifts left to go. This is only circle number 1.
Circle numero uno here in Sanhok, and that is the calm one. Circle 2, 3, and 4 are as well. But once Circle 5 happens, we watched half the Wabi get wiped in seconds, just like that. Goodness gracious, right? I am stuttering over my words right now because I am literally staring at this map feed because this is so huge for so many teams. I'm feeling that, you know, these players are for sure.
QUESO and Jaguar? Will QUESO crash into Jaguar? Jaguar is on the low ground right now. QUESO's on that high ground. If QUESO missteps here, it's going to have to be a full committal. But YKG is so close by as well on that northwestern side. That's a three-way fight waiting to shape out potentially. And the problem with where Jaguar is on that northwestern side, they can't leave. If they try and leave, they're going to be in the sidelines of Team QUESO. So that kind of forces Jaguar to stay put. And it forces QUESO to kind of be stuck as well with them.
Let's take a look at an intense game here on the south side. Starting to creep up onto All Glory Gaming, and here they go. Agrelin does spot them out. Oh, they are so pinched, but the return shots from All Glory Gaming looking really nice. Erangel gonna try to throw a nade and catch somebody slipping. Oh, but now he's getting shot in the back as well. Nothing he could do. Down goes All Glory Gaming, just like that. They have a couple up left, but that's gotta hurt.
Uh-oh. This is QUESO about to be Swiss cheese in a second here when he gets pumped full of bullets. Yeah, he has no idea. No idea.
Alpha 7 against V2, that's interesting. Let's take a look at that. Fran gets caught out, and he's gonna get thirsted, so that's a nice little easy, simple point right there. Well, he'll take that to the bank. Another point for Alpha 7 here. They're putting up points right when they need to. They're also very close to a intense game. They could even pass the INCO with a good game. So, you know, they are giving it their all right now.
The points are close. Oh, there's that Swiss cheese I was talking about. YKG will find that 1 point. V2 falling back here. Yeah, Alpha 7's going to confirm that point. And the circle did shift up north, so the teams on the south side do have to move up more. Shots ring out. No connections. Oh, from what angle is that from? Oh, one of the V2 players far down. That was one of those situations where the scope was blocking the player. He makes it behind the tree, but now he's pinned back there.
Revel. Oh, he's going to just keep on tip-tapping. Such good shots. But just a half-second delayed. If you would have flicked just I'm telling you, that knock should have been there, but it was just off the mark. He is still pretty trapped. But again, yeah, I think at this point, just run, especially after hearing those shots. You know what's kind of funny, Zoo? We don't talk about this, but, you know, you get shot at by a particular player, the way those bullets just whiz by your head, you have enough experience to know that this is a pretty sick team fighting you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like you could just tell immediately by the shots, kind of like who is shooting at you, or who it potentially could be at least, right?
And it's like you can tell how good their recoil is, because audio-wise, if you're getting shot and you can kind of hear the bullets, they're either going over your head, next to your head, or like, you know, all over the place. You can hear that consistent pitch and whizzing, meaning they're holding those shots steady. It just so happens it's trailing like right behind you, and you know, like, oh man, that guy's got some gyroscope going, and not gonna repeat that one. And we get another hard shift north. That's huge for Jaguar to make something happen. Paradise Resort completely open.
Wide open indeed, and now YKG look to be heading over there for old time's sake. And that used to be their drop location, but now forcing to move. Uh-oh, INCO versus Intense Game. This is huge here.
Two teams in the top 4. The nade doesn't connect, but the bullets do from Cielo. Oh,
Got him!
a repeat. The second Beckerson peeked up again, goes down. One, and it's down from INCO too, so that's a trade. Cielo also goes down. The off angle too good. INCO starting to control this fight within their hands, and it looks like they're about to close it out. INCO looking to pick up the rest of Intense Game.
Oh man, INCO trying to create that separation even further. Intense Game trying to pass them up. They now know who they're fighting here, especially with that finish on this yellow. So they're going to keep fighting this out no matter what, right? There's no leaving this fight. Squash looking for a crazy off angle onto Intense Game, and this could be good here. Right now, if you're the rest of INCO, all you're trying to do is buy time and knock. That nade could be good, and it is. Nenebete goes down. Squash misses those shots. Wide out in the open.
He's got the nade. He's got the nade prepped. The pressure is on. You see Adrian desperately trying to make a play. There's pincered in, and they're trying to pick a spot to focus on. Blue Zone's here too. Blue Zone's not chunking just yet, so they can fight in this blue. Adrian swings out wide, forces Squash to the other side. Squash is trying to do so much work. Where's the rest of INCO? What's the rest of INCO doing? The Molly is good. He's on fire. We'll get the first aid off.
And I think that is it with Vitaly getting knocked. Oh, here comes the Molotov. How is Squash still alive? Squash just refuses to go down. If he gets this knock, I'm going to go crazy. Oh my god, I was about to say, how is this man still up? He was doing everything he could for his team to shut down Intense Game and came up just short. And that's Intense Game with 6 eliminations and still 2 players up. This is going to get close.
And I hope we could catch a replay of what happened to the other INCO players, right? Because we were so focused on Squash that meanwhile, the 2 players of Intense Game just cut down all of INCO besides Squash. And it looked like they were focused on Squash the whole time. So that was a lot of multitasking out of Intense Game to stay alive. So good for them. But with such a long way to go in the blue zone and they're down to 2, I don't think they could pick up much more points. Jaguar, keep in mind, still have 3 up, but 0 elimination points so far.
I'll tell you what, though, that's a lot of points they already have. 6 eliminations. INCO went out with only 2 points, Zoo. Only 2 points. And just to remind everybody, INCO's in 2nd, Intense Game is in 3rd. Prior to this match, there was a 7-point difference
on the right-hand side.
Yeah, look at that right there. Look how close it is. 3 points away. And Intense Game still have 2 players up. Like you said, it's going to be hard to get some more, but it ain't over yet.
Definitely not over yet. As Jaguar, man, it is getting dangerously close for them to not have a shot whatsoever. They need a big game here. They have to. Because with 2 games left, sure, you can hope to get a good game. You can aim for a good big game, but you could also get targeted in one of those 2 games, and it's done.
Let's see what happens here. Slaw going for the jump shot. Doesn't hit the mark. Influence Rage looking to increase their lead even more. Really put that stamp on the first place. And Bray getting naded here, trying to hit some shenanigans, but here he goes, 3v1. I mean, this is hilarious. It's just like it's just a whole bunch of crazy jump shots, and finally, Bray gets caught.
I like Law, how like he jumped up there and took his time that time around.
He said, like, pow!
All right, and enough of this shenanigan. I'm gonna, line up the shot, pow, pow. Okay, we got it done. All right. Back behind the wall we go. Remix was supposed to be covering him there, so Remix might have been just looking at the wrong side of that wall for just a split second and didn't get that trade. Extreme Slayers, they did decent. They did decent this tournament, but it is over. It is over for them.
Yeah, 100% over now. It was over the last game, so crazy to see. I'll tell you what, though, I want to see Remix on a squad that really is able to crush it next tournament, because he's definitely a star player for the team. And I hope actually the whole team stays together and improves as time goes on. Jaguar gets some more must-needed points here against YKG, and Chico goes down. So that's 3 for Jaguar. Oh, and the boxes are getting shot.
Yeah. That's confidence. They need as much as they can. They need as much as they can for the rest of the match. So they don't control Paradise Resort, though, unfortunately. There's another 2 teams coming in. There's also Influence Rage looking to swing up to the north side. That's going to be a big trouble for them as the zone shifts completely away. They're going to need to be the Kings of Paradise, pick up more points, and then probably maybe even fight their way out. There's a chance, though. With 3 up in a terrain like this, when there's a lot of fights going on elsewhere, they could win this match. They could. But Victex goes down. Oh no! And Victex gets confirmed.
Wow.
It's over.
What a loss.
I think
what a
it's
loss right there. Yeah, that is not good. And how are they going to be able to hold this down? They're going to have Paradise, so they could definitely kind of find some inner workings and some moves for sure. But this is going to be a tough situation, especially with it being Sanhok. Let's see, is BULUC CHABTAN now looking to be a little bit more loose here?
BULUC CHABTAN, a bit too far down the leaderboards to really talk about. Depends on how big this game is, and then maybe we bring them into the conversation. But they do have 4 up, so we'll see. PASSIONFRUIT also with 4, trying to hold the eastern side. They do need to watch out, of course, for the 2-man of Jaguar and BULUC pressing closer. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Alpha 7, full control of the eastern side.
Full control of the eastern side. That's going to be the team I'm going to predict. Let's see if Nate can make something happen here. 4 eliminations for PASSIONFRUIT. Just looking to kind of put up a show here towards the end. And let's see what happens as you see BULUC CHABTAN. Yeah, now just ducking for cover right here by the Elefante, the elephant.
Nades back and forth, no connections. PASSIONFRUIT just holding it down. They put out enough pressure to keep BULUC at bay, but that's also still an issue because if they lose the zone, they're running out into BULUC at that point. So maybe they wanted to let BULUC get a bit closer, potentially, to get some confirmation points. So the nades are, they're good, but not good enough to fully deal with BULUC. Intense game, last player up, trying to get as many placement points as he can. Uses the last med, runs in. Here's the footsteps. He can maybe win this 1v1 here.
Here they go, and Adrian goes down. So look at that. Who will win the match? Alpha 7. Completely across the board, and they are looking poised to do so indeed. Meanwhile, you got PASSIONFRUIT in the middle of Paradise, gonna have to make their way down. Jaguar is still up, Zoo. They have 3 players, they have 3 eliminations, 2 players up. They can still make something happen. It's so crazy. Influence Rage still alive.
With 4 points and 4 members alive. New circle
Unreal.
did pop. It does shift away from Paradise Resort, so here's that issue I was talking about. Now PASSIONFRUIT have to push into BULUC and worry about their backs of Jaguar. So I think maybe PASSIONFRUIT needed to like switch up the aggression, the circle previous. And Mafioso gets BULUC actually, and another one, Alpha 7, nabbing up the points.
Nabbing them up indeed. There we go. Let's see here what's how many points Alpha 7 are going to get at this point, because they're looking too good. Here comes Carrillo on the BULUC CHABTAN, 1v2. He has a DBS. He hasn't busted it out yet. There it is. There it is. Here he goes with the pop shots. He has that right-hand priority, and that's what he's looking to do. He's trying to take this fight to the right, and BULUC CHABTAN are just looking to buy some time here. Now, yeah, Carrillo doesn't want to go up top here. That's kind of a tough situation to hit. Yeah, so he wanted to go back to the right, not able to do so though. Baby Rods is going right in that direction though. Carrillo's going to take that all day long and gets him out just like that.
Yeah, I love the way they play close range. They never fully commit over the top, just constant pressure. Influence Rage get taken out by PASSIONFRUIT. PASSIONFRUIT coming out hot in Paradise Resort.
Oh my gosh.
They can break out of Paradise Resort as, oh, yep, they're down to 1 now. So it is, it was
say their name. Oh my goodness.
It was looking really good, and now they're gone. But hey, I called it. I was like, I don't think they can make it out of Paradise Resort alive, and they don't.
I want to see, can we put something to the test right now? I want to see how effective this curse is. Zute, can you please say that Alpha 7 is going to win this match?
All right, hold on. Let me, I need to time it. So give me a second. I'll come in at the precise moment where they're popping off, and then everything goes bad for them.
Okay,
if my curse works, all right?
All right, Alpha 7, all 4 up with big control going up against MEZEXIS and Loops. Yeah, with 4. And Loops is actually throwing some nades towards MEZEXIS. Meanwhile, oh wow, Skyline gets mythic there, and Mafioso catches Baton.
And yep, this should be Alpha 7s now. They get the opening. They have full control. They have full control of the sloping ridge. They're going for that flank. One of their players got knocked. It should be a quick revive, though, because MEZEXIS still has to deal with Loops on the side. They want to take out Loops to get that second place confirmation. Alpha 7, 2 pushing up close, the other getting the revive in the back. This might be a little bit too much. It's Alpha 7, they had this win in the books. That's why we all predicted, though. And they can still do
inactive. Comes inactive. Yeah, Alpha 7 definitely can. Let's see how they're able to turn this out. Carrillo's in the grass. He catches Crow. Gets a nice knock. There they go. Zute, take it away.
Okay, Carrillo with that first big knock. Loops getting caught now too. Carrillo, the man, the myth, the legend, he is on point. He will not be going down here. The rest of the team, yeah, helping out. I think this is Alpha 7's win for sure. As one of them get knocked, I thought Loops was done. I thought they were gone.
Oh, the blue zone takes him out, and now Carrillo is gonna go and finish this very easily with the shotgun as he goes down too. It's up to Senatexa. 2v1.
MEZEXIS has advantage.
Oh my God! It's MEZEXIS! Get the chicken dinner! Let's go!
And there's that cast of curse for you, man.
Wow!
You gotta time it at the right moment for it to work. Alpha 7 though, they really need that chicken dinner. Actually, for prize money's sakes, yeah. They did need that chicken dinner. That was a big throw, I'd say, from Alpha 7. And I only say throw because it's Alpha 7, right? That was not a free win by any means, you know, if you look at it, you know, statistically on paper. But it's Alpha 7. They should have closed that out. I think they overplayed themselves.
Unreal. I think they played themselves just perfect, but the power of Zute was just too strong. They didn't stand a chance. Oh, I can't wait to see how the chat responds to that one. Most eliminations, Revel with 4. Highest damage, 625. But regardless, a great game for Alpha 7 in all seriousness.
Yeah, it was a great game. Great game for, you know, the chicken dinner winners as well. MEZEXIS got to give them some props. And Loops, you know, just hanging on in there. They want some of the prize money too. They pick up some decent points. And I love how you were like, hey, you just said passion fruit, and then they're all dead. Try it again with Alpha 7.
Oh, and it was so wild that you said that. They started doing bad. I started casting. They get a couple knocks, and you took it right back. And
I was like, okay, now pass it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me, Jukes. Let me try. Let me try.
It was unreal. The timing couldn't have been perfect. This is not scripted, folks. We're live right now, okay? But still, you couldn't ask for a more hilarious ending there. We still got 2 more matches left to go here, Sue, right? So, I mean, this is crunch time for so many of these squads. I like the fact that Alpha 7, you know, they got that clutch factor. They've been in these situations so long that they're going to put up big points in the final games regardless.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. I think Alpha 7, with the way they played out that Sanhok, that was the right mentality to have, to be aggressive. You know, take as many points as you can. You don't want to, you know, give away points, even if that means risking that chicken dinner. And with that mindset, with 2 games left to go, I think they're the most controlling team in the lobby. Of course, Influence Rage, they're controlling in their own way. They're just like, we're coasting, we're chilling. You guys could sweat. We don't even need to sweat here.
Well, speaking of sweat, how are you guys feeling in the studio as we take it over to y'all?
Alpha 7.
If you're out there watching PMPL here and you're interested in being a color caster, hit me up over on Instagram and see if we can replace Zute for next season, because damn it, stop cursing things, Zute.
As soon as he said, I think Alpha 7's, never mind.
Now we know and Hyper's like the last team because he had them placed first.
That's true.
Ooh.
That's true. It was only after he explained that, then eventually QUESO went back down to 16.
And he was only doing it for bragging rights too.
Yeah. Anyway, enough of that conspiracy. These guys, I said we predicted the winner, phase 5. I said phase 6 popped. You were there. You heard me say it. that with the position that Alpha 7 had, with the circle being just a little bit towards the south, Alpha 7 didn't have a position they could really retreat to if they were overwhelmed by the exit from Paradise, whereas MEZEXIS had a little bit more of a position that they were holding out on its own, and they could have won. I still probably would have committed to Alpha 7 just because they've been on fire today, right? And MEZEXIS second page, a little unreliable in that sense, but
7.
Win by them.
Was that the same zone where you tried to change his prediction, but we stopped him from doing it?
I think it was.
Slander.
I think it did change it because he puts it in a different
Lies.
document than where we put it ours on.
And I saw him slip the producer a 20.
You will
know what the power
hear
of 20
from
bucks
my
is.
lawyer.
At 20 is a 20.
That's what I thought.
All right, well, obviously MEZEXIS take the win, but obviously not going to be in contention for top 4 Jaguar. Hot dropping on YKG and Hot-In, and it not working out.
Oh, wait. Can we get Sute -1 point there for cursing Alpha 7? Thank you. Yes. That looks perfect. And
Can we also take off a point from Hot Jukes for every time you said let's go in this event?
It'll be negative 50. Negative 50.
Negative 69.
Nice. But for Jaguars, that's exactly what I was talking about. Hot dropping the most unreliable way to get points and remove them from someone else. I asked, why are they hot dropping YKG? You said, easy points.
They ended up
got him.
the hot drop.
Eventually, after losing one, almost losing two, I think it was only QUESO chiming in that sort of saved them and allowed them the opportunity to even exit.
You gotta let Jaguar cook. They were making it happen.
Your meat's not tender until you let him cook for a while.
They were making the hot drop happen throughout the whole match. It wasn't towards like almost the end when they actually ended up eliminating YKG. But yeah, I feel like we got an answer with what we were talking about, right? With them.
Cook.
Very, very slow cook. We got an answer though for what we were talking about. Are they going to be willing to hot drop Alpha 7? Are they going to be willing to hot drop maybe INCO if given the chance? It's good to see that they at least tried to go.
Why
and be
YKG
proactive.
of all teams? Completely irrelevant to them on the leaderboard.
Because they're the second page and they probably thought it was easy points and Joey said, nah.
These are the top
I didn't delete my
16
social
teams.
medias for this.
These are the top 16 teams that are in America. N-Hyper won their region. QUESO won their region in PMGC points. And they're at the bottom of this leaderboard. There was not a single team here that is quote unquote easy in a straight up 1v1 fight.
Yeah.
Depends. See, I know how Jaguar could have won that so cleanly.
How?
Get in a vehicle.
So not hot drop. Got it.
No, run them over.
Oh, that's NA's weakness. That's what it is. That's what our kryptonite is.
Well, Alpha 7, by the way, getting 15 points. We see Intense here going to be in 6th place with 7, but we're not seeing INCO. So Alpha 7, could they have realistically bypassed them and got themselves in 2nd place now?
I think they did.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, with 15 points, they were like something like 10 or 12 behind, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how many points INCO got.
And we're, in all this talk of Jaguar not really fulfilling the hot job that well, they did still at the end of the day get 6 points. Intense Game got 1. And so I think right now Intense Game is probably in 4th when you're looking at the 3 teams after Influence Rage. I still think it's possible for Jaguar to overtake their position, but now they have to basically get like 2 wins or like 1 win and 1 high elim 2nd place at this point.
Yeah. As I said, I like that they even try to go for the hot drop. Even if they didn't go their way, they at least went for it, and they're showing that they're willing to take the risk, and that's something that's completely different than what we've been talking about, right? We've been talking about them not being proactive, them playing a little bit too passive. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Do I see it happening? No, but I would like to continue to see some hot drops. They got 2?
Yeah, they got 2.
It might be tied.
Ooh, INCO and
INCO and Alpha 7.
It could be. Yeah.
I don't want to see the overall, actually.
I don't know. We'll see. Let's move on to actually MEZEXIS player stats. Again, we haven't really talked too much about this team because they haven't really been to the forefront of these highlight plays, but we have to dive into them because the thing is, in North America, they were still an extremely strong team. And Active was such a solid player for them when he came into week 2. Baton also proving to be a strong in-game leader, considering he can put up frags, he can in-game lead his team. Problem is, it hasn't really transitioned into the regionals, but I'm not surprised because these 3 players, we haven't seen them in regionals before. We've seen Inactive before. We saw him at PMWI. He's had that international experience. So as we were saying before, I think for MEZEXIS, this is a big learning step for them going into next year.
And I feel like with MEZEXIS, they were still trying to figure out what their roster was going to be, because even going back to an A, they at one point, I think for a whole week, Inactive didn't even play.
Everest was playing.
And then he came in and started playing with them, and then we saw a bit of a change there from MEZEXIS. So they're still adjusting, and with them going into next year, it's good to see that how my boy Hot Juke says it, Baton, it's being able to perform really well.
He's an honorary Latino Baton now.
He is. I mean, he's
And from MEZEXIS, yeah, if there's any team that would give you that.
He's got that street cred now.
Yeah. Yeah. The worrying thing is that it's still Baton is like one-man army. Inactive had good damage in that, but too often more than any other team. It's like even worse than like Remix's best week. It was Baton and then the huge gap before anyone else.
Yeah. Actually, while we kind of change our attention here, I want to go back to Alpha 7 a little bit, because we gave them a lot of criticism at the start of the day for kind of underperforming in this event at some points. But damn, last day, they have stepped up massively from the get-go as well. I'm so proud to see that they still have it in them. And we're taking a look at their player stats on the day, and your boy Carrillo with 8 eliminations, Rebel right behind him with 7. If this is the Alpha 7 that goes to PMGC, I got high hopes for them. Yeah. Because when Carrillo starts playing like this team can be unstoppable.
Somebody go check Carrillo's room, because this man's cooking right now with those 8 eliminations, and then Rebel being able to put up those 7 as well. This is nice, man. And you mentioned it, we've been mentioning it throughout the day too. This is the Alpha 7 we expect to see. Aggressive Alpha 7, proactive Alpha 7, willing to take on fights and actually controlling a lot of the maps towards the end. That's something that they've been working on very well today, being able to spread out, not being so close together, and just playing with so much more confidence, honestly.
And if Mafioso is going to be your 3rd slot player in terms of like order of delivering and priority or whatever, if it's Mafioso's 3rd, that's like a fantastic team to have. Already Carrillo as the 3rd player is great, but then if Carrillo is like locking those numbers up even more, then the Alpha 7 are on fire right now. I actually wonder if they could have challenged Influence Rage more if they were putting up numbers like that, performing like they are today from the very beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I'm wondering though, could Carrillo potentially challenge for the MVP?
Ooh, it might be too late at this point. Because again, even now they're in 3rd place. They're still 41 points behind Influence Rage. I don't think that there's enough to...
I know he's putting up damage stats.
Squash past McGrellin in eliminations as well.
Okay.
From INCO, so we got to keep that in mind. Obviously, eliminations is not the be-all, end-all when it comes to the MVP, but yeah, we can see here, 40-point lead for Influence Rage. They could pretty much just not play these last 2 games and still be 1st place at this rate. As we look down to 4th, though, Loops is still ahead of Jaguar, and Intense Game at 165, 25-point difference for Jaguar to claw back, and that's if Intense Game gets 0 points for the rest of this day.
If Intense Game have a poor Erangel, and if Jaguar win it, then I could see them hot dropping on Intense Game on the 5th map.
Well, not even having to hot drop right in Miramar, because we've been seeing it. We know where INCO is going to be going into the next Erangel, unless the playing pads is absolutely crazy. They're going to be going to Novo. Jaguar could potentially end up gatekeeping them within that bridge if they move a little bit faster away from Extreme Slayer. So it could happen. We might not get the hot drop that we want, but you might finally get that rotation block that you've been asking for.
Because we're looking at we're focusing on an Intense Game right now because they are in the literal 4th position. But yeah, INCO are only 2 points ahead. Alpha 7 only 1 point ahead. If any of those 3 teams have a bad game and Jaguar have a bomb Erangel, then like they could potentially be at risk. But again, it is gonna have to be 2 solid, more than solid games for Jaguar if they want to make up that gap.
They gotta outscore the other teams by at least 10 points if they even want to get a chance near Miramar. And it's good. It's good that, as I mentioned earlier, it's good that we're gonna be going into Miramar.
Oh, no. I just noticed it. Sorry, go on.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it's good that we're going to be going into Miramar as the last match, because that is one of the best performing maps for Jaguar. So they have to set it up here on this next match if they even want to have a slight chance on the last game.
It's really made me think of your PMWI hard-hitting analysis there. They have to score more points than the teams above them to surpass them.
Oh, I said 10. I said 10.
I had that reaction just because I saw that Extreme Slayers made it to the 2nd page.
It is.
Finally fell out. MEZEXIS, 1st page, swap places. So we're not all NA on the 2nd half.
There's still 2 games left. Let's find out what's going to happen here as we get into our final Erangel of the Americas Regional with Hot Jukes and Zute.
2 more matches. All comes down to this, man. And Jaguar need to make a miracle happen here, straight up. Like, they have 25-point difference, you know, and in order for them to cross that gap, that's if these other teams don't do anything, right? Honestly, I think it's hot drop time, Zute. I think you have to. You cannot, as risky as it is, you have to stop one of these teams. Have to stop one. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you have any other choice. I understand that you want to play it out and see what happens and see if you can pull out, you know, a 10-15 elimination chicken dinner. But it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's worth the risk. That's at least my opinion.
If they don't hot drop here, what they need to do is obviously play a great game and then target the weakest team in that top 4 points wise in the last match and hot drop there. Because you cannot expect to just, you know, play your own game at this point, because the teams in the top 4, they're not gonna let you play your own game. They're gonna do a trap onto you if you get close to them in the final match as far as the point ranking goes. So I'd say take the fight to them instead. But we'll see what Jaguars got, man. They really played phenomenally well so far today. You know, I don't think a lot of teams expected them to play up to this level, but they have. Can they make the right choices now to close things up and try, at least try, and really go for that top 4? And it's a huge, you know, it's a huge accolade to have to qualify into the PMGC, especially for a team like Jaguar.
Let's see what they're going to do as I'm looking at them drop off the plane path. And they are landing, or looking to land, somewhere near this crate area. What a circle. Oh my goodness. Completely off the beaten path here for so many of these teams. Unreal. So Jaguar going to go ahead and do a little bit of a split here at crates. And they're going to be pretty near, right? A lot of the teams that they're going to be needing to pass up here.
Yeah, you got Intense Game to their west, Alpha 7 to their north, and INCO's all the way down in the southeast on military base. INCO's probably going to find themselves in a great first circle position. Jaguar, this is tough, because the other thing is, right, Alpha 7, Intense Game, and INCO know that Jaguar is a team they need to keep down. So there's also a situation where if Jaguar get too close to any one of the 3 points-wise, they could collectively try and, you know, team up against Jaguar to all 3 secure their top 4 position. That's another thing to, you know, just throw out there to maybe think about. But in this case in particular, with this positioning right now, if Jaguar gets into a fight, Alpha 7's close by to take them out, or Intense Game is close by to take Jaguar out as well. And I think that's why Jaguar is rotating already. They want to separate themselves away from those 2 teams that would have more reason than any other team to hunt them down.
Oh boy, well, let's see, they're on the move already. So they're looking to just head straight into this next circle. And really close to Robert, GG, but nope, Robert's going to go ahead and hit the brakes, so they're going to pass them on up. So, man, yeah, it looks like they're not going to decide to take this into their own hands here, Zute. Right? They had a good...
With a circle like this, I don't blame them. And
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, and what I was saying earlier, like, imagine if they did take that fight with Intense Game. Then Alpha 7, who's like, hey, who's the closest to us to knock us out of the top 4? Jaguar? Oh, they're in a fight? All right, we're going to come over and third-party Jaguar then. And vice versa. If Jaguar set a trap onto Alpha 7, Intense Game see that in elimination feed, who's closest to us? Jaguar will come in third party. So that drop in particular was just not a good spot to be with Alpha 7 and Intense Game right next to them.
Too risky for sure. And this is a tough situation. I mean, honestly, what do you think about Jaguar now having to get aggressive on maybe some teams they think they can pass up? Because, like, they need 25 points. That is a lot of eliminations, folks. I cannot stress it enough. You get 10 for a chicken dinner, and getting a chicken dinner in this lobby as in itself takes not only just a tremendous bit of skill, but also a little dash of luck as well. And that's not something you can depend on here. So one thing you can, though, is if you decide to take some fights early on, you can get those elimination points. There's 1 per elimination. And so if Jaguar is able to steal, like, I mean, to be real, like 10. They need like 10. So Let's see what they can do, or what the plan is. If I just see them go to the straight center and stay still, I'm gonna lose my mind.
They still need loot.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Yeah.
I hope they realize, like, they might think they're rotating fast, but I hope they realize their loot spot is already filled in by another team. And if they go further, Extreme Slayers is on the other end of things to take loot. And it looks like they're stopping here for loot. And this is just... I think this is the pressure.
Not the tires getting tied up. Oh, it's just, yeah, you can just see it in them.
Here's the footsteps. Yeah, Jaguar is like, I think Jaguar needs to leave. Like right now. They don't have loot. Some of them don't have a helmet nor a vest. And this is just, it's do or die time. They're severely underlooted, and they're going to take the fight with BULUC CHABTAN. I think they waffle too much, right? They dropped somewhere else. Then they were like, oh, zone, look at that for zone. Let's do fast rotation. But you're fast rotating from the opposite end of the map. You are not going to beat other teams to the center, rotating from the other side of the map.
Yeah, you're definitely not. And one of the teams that you're not going to beat here this tournament is INF. As a matter of fact, it's hilarious, too. I just saw one of the comments here in the chat was saying, hey, Zute, please love INF. And this was immediately after saying, someone said, Zute, please, Zute, you do not want Zute to allow them to love your team, you know? So,
you know what's funny? At the start of the day, you literally said, and Alpha 7, you know, fans, and someone in the chat was like, don't let Zute talk about Alpha 7.
And he just tagged me a bunch. That same guy just tagged me a bunch and said, I told you, I told you, I told you. Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, Jaguar making progress here. I think they got an opening knock onto BULUC. Yeah, BULUC down one player. Okay. I was saying that Jaguar should rotate away, but I was completely wrong because actually they have nowhere else to rotate.
Oh, he caught Mercy.
The double.
Baby rods. Crushing the dreams of Jaguar here. They're so split up to this nade could do it. This nade is going to do it. It's going to do it. It looks too good. Too good to be true. Oh, baby. Simple's now in trouble. Yeah, Simple's now going to have to make a 1v1 against Madion and try to get the res off here. They already lost a player.
Yeah, they already lost a player. That's the biggest thing. Even if they win this, they are already down.
And they lost 2.
Yep.
Oh, they lost. It's over. Here. It's over. It's over.
Man, the comms.
Ooh, dead silent. Dead silent right now. Oh, that's gotta hurt. A lot of LOLs though coming out from Intense Game Squad, you know?
Oh yeah. To be honest, I don't think Intense Game, Alpha 7, and INCO were even that worried because they had a huge point gap. But seeing that Intense Game and INCO in them, they're just like, all right, cool. Well, we weren't too worried, but now we're home free. Now we're just all 3 of them fighting for second place because they're all 1 point with one another.
Well, look, and let's see who's going to cross that as Alpha 7's looking to head that one up with a nice elimination on the All Glory Gaming. You can see them driving on in. It's nothing too interesting just yet. INCO all the way, we're down there in the south. Now they're starting to head up that bridge because they have a feeling the zone is going to start going north. And it looks like they're going to opt to bridge camp for right now. So not a bad idea, that's for sure.
Oh, look at Squash, actually, in the top eliminations now.
Oh, wow.
Squash has really been popping off. New zone shift. We're going down towards Melta Power, potentially, this area of the map. Oh, prepare for a lot of compound crashes, a lot of smokes being had, and a lot of just good old PUBG mobile action. Let's see how things start shaping out here.
Let's see how they do indeed. Meanwhile, oh, Intense Game getting popped out by Nate. That's gotta hurt right there.
That's one of those. Yeah, that's one of those knocks where it's like, can't do anything about that, man. He just hit some nasty shots, and it happens. Influence Rage are gonna take the fight. Oh, are they gonna take the fight? Do they know? Yeah, I think he spotted a vehicle.
Oh,
somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah, Federal
Influence Rage says, on the rotation already, man. Influence Rage just having fun at this point. They're going to push everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Influence
Get some
Rage.
sidelines. Get some sidelines. No sweat.
I still can't get over the fact that, oh, here's INCO starting to pick up some points. Yeah, the 3 teams we're watching out for now is INCO, Alpha 7, and, slipping my mind, INCO, Alpha 7, and Intense Game. Those are the 3 teams that are all within 1 point of each other, looking for that 2nd place finish. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th up in the air. As far as, 4th place going to a team below that, I don't think it's going to happen because that was a Jaguar. Actually, Loops could still fight for 4th place. They're already qualified, so it's not going to kick anyone out of qualifying in the top 4 right now. But as far as prize money is concerned, Loops should be looking to do something here still. But they're actually down to 2. We'll get the revive and go up to 3 right now.
All right, so they're up to 3 here in a not the best spot in this circle either. So, yeah, not looking too good, but they are definitely trying to get that prize money. And they definitely can. So no elimination so far. Can they get 1? This is towards MEZEXIS, and honestly, MEZEXIS are balling out at this point. Like, I want to see MEZEXIS stay together, for sure. But the one goes down and gets thirsted. As we see Skyline there to support, but just a little too late, not able to save their teammate. And Skyline gonna get that finish onto Loops. That's gotta hurt if you're a Loops fan. But still, yeah, and honestly, like I said, I want to see MEZEXIS stick with the squad. I think they have what it takes, Zoo. I really do, I think they learned a lot here. I think they learned how to really play against this lobby. Because you have to experience it to believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if they stay together and just work on their chemistry, just refine some of the little knickknacks here and there, they absolutely could be a top squad. Because we've seen them take out the top teams in this lobby in very, very interesting situations as well. It's not like they were handed the game. So, yeah, they could definitely do it. It's just that consistency they have to work on.
Yeah, definitely so. And what the biggest thing with competing at this stage is it really clarifies how to improve, right? When you're stuck playing in NA where almost everything works in a sense, like you get away with everything, it's hard to figure out, like, what do we focus on? What is our mistakes? How should we be playing? But when you get to this stage, you get a really good idea of what it takes and what you need to do to be in the top 5 to top 4. So this is great experience for MEZEXIS, and not just MEZEXIS, all the teams. PASSIONFRUIT, I'd say they've been here at this stage, multiple times before, but with different iterations, kind of, roster-wise. I think this is a good chance for them. Hopefully, if they stick together, to do the same as well.
Well, big question is, what do you think about this squad right here?
Which squad?
PASSIONFRUIT.
Yeah, I think they should just they should stick together. They've come really far,
I think so too. I think the team has what it takes. I mean, we saw some really shining lights from Juancho, Zuko, Valak. I mean, even Nate, we know what he could do. It's just, you can definitely tell that synergy is not where it needs to be. So hopefully they don't allow that run over to just completely demoralize them and decide not to play together anymore, because you just got to put in the work. You got to put in the hours, and you also have to realize that you're going up against teams that have put in those hours for years now together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For anyone watching real quick, I just want to highlight this before everything starts popping off. I notice NA teams always tend to lose one player when they have a huge advantage because they get a little bit overly aggressive, where they get knocked and thirsted. One thing that the Brazilians are really good at that you see is they don't lose that one player up close, and it comes down to those microaggressions. We saw it last game with Carrillo as he's trying to stay alive here, but he was up close 1v2 and he would just do the smallest micro peaks and just shots to put out the pressure, but never moved up enough to get knocked and thirsted. Earlier in MEZEXIS, it was a 4v2 and they lost a player because the player that got taken out, I think it was Baton, committed just like one step too much, right? All he needed to do was just microaggression, and eventually they'll take the win right there. So that is one thing that I think NA teams do need to work on in those close range engagements as far as the fights are concerned.
100%. Yeah, I think they have a lot to work on. These losing players are in early rotations as well. Oh, it's going to be tough because and the hardest thing about, you know, when it comes to North America Zoo is they don't have a place to practice this rotation timing. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, league stage isn't it. Like, these teams, the most majority of the lobby is rotating ridiculously slow compared to this level here. And the crazy part is that it's only going to get even more refined as we get into later stages. So we'll see here how these Brazil squads are going to end up doing in the future. But let's take a look to see who's going to end up getting that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. It's pretty much anyone's game right now when it comes to these teams. And you can see a tense game looking to stay alive with 3.
Tense game. Dead center zone right now at the Wizard Tower. It's a pretty good spot to hold, too, because if a team crashes, other teams should have lines of sight to shoot in and help out in a way. Influence Rage, I mean, these guys are just balling. At this point, who knows what they want to do. Nice shots, picking up those elimination points. Knowing where to look is one of the, like, most underrated skills. When you get a great position, some players know exactly where to look at, exactly what time and pick up points. Other players, they get, like, 1,000 damage, and knocks and no point confirmations.
100%. Yeah, some folks just have that like sixth sense of knowing that, like, the feeling that there's a knock player somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And being able to steal those eliminations. And the more you get, man, it help your team out so much. If you're able to steal, you know, even like 1 or 2 in a game, oh, that's huge. Especially if you can do that consistently. Meanwhile, look at this, Loops. Final player up. It's just Carlosin trying to get some points on the board to get a little bit of that extra sweet prize pool. But here we go. Look at this. INCO versus Alpha 7. This is interesting.
Yeah, just taking some long-range shots. I don't think this is really going to come into a full-blown fight. Neither team in a good spot to push the other. Maybe INCO, if they get a double knock, they could push up to that ridge side and just nade the rest. But Alpha 7... even if they get 1, 2 knocks, it will be a difficult crash.
Well, I'll say this. If they get a thirst, they're going to full crash because, I mean, they're 1 point away from each other.
Oh, that is true. I didn't even realize it's INCO and Alpha 7 in particular.
Yeah, INCO in 2nd with 167, Alpha in 3rd with 166. And they would need a 30 elimination chicken dinner to catch up to Influence Rage. So good luck with that, right? But let's see. But 2nd place is definitely in the works here. Cardoso in 5th place with 152 points. And is he just going to deny the point here? He has one first aid.
He's going to use that first aid. Wait for Alpha 7. Hopefully, you know, if he lasts long enough, wait for Alpha 7 to start rotating when that new zone pops. And then go for the knock and thirst. But they are aware of his position. Yeah, INCO looking that way. Now, use that first aid. Goes for the shots. Switch the angles, maybe peek from the other side. Oh, and Extreme Slayers, Frady, actually taking that point away.
I want to say, where was Frady? Okay, they were over there. It makes sense. Chilling by Milton Power. Very, very well-known location for them. As we see this battle go back and forth. Now, nobody's been finished, so they're not sure who they're facing, either of these teams. And like I mentioned, if they do realize that, they're going to go extra, extra hard. But that's a fight I definitely want to stay on right here. We're going to take a little glimpse right over here at YKG and All Glory Gaming just for fun. Just for fun. As we watch that stalemate between INCO and Alpha 7. But I really want to catch to see how they're going to rotate into this next zone zoo. Here they go.
Oh, yeah.
Smokes are coming out. The push is coming. Here comes Alpha 7 and INCO doing a great job of shutting them down immediately. And wow, that's got to feel good, especially when it's the team you're right next to on the leaderboards. Talk about a stiff arm.
Do you think they knew? I don't think they knew until after the push happened. They do now. All Glory Gaming on the north side as 3 teams going at it. YKG, V2, and AGG. Nate is good. V2 getting picked apart, but you can see in the elimination feed they did get 1 knockback. Where's YKG in all this? YKG with only 2, I guess, have to, you know, take a little bit of a backseat. Influence Rage here as well. Man, Influence Rage, they
chillin'.
Get the way with the lobby because they don't have to make any plays. They can wait for other teams to start the fights because they don't need to force anything, and then they just react off of it.
They're just like, oh, eliminations for free. We'll take those. YKG does get it finished on the law, and now Federal is pissed. He's like, oh, how dare you. Here come the nades. Barely missing that one. 24K surviving for now. How about that nade? Nope, misses the mark as well. So now we're going to see Joey and 24K start popping off here when it's too late.
Yeah, Influence Rage, they're getting picked apart though. Federal finds the knock onto Joey, and oh, Federal just... Man, 1v2 when they have cover. And this is YKG, like, sure, they're doing terrible on the overall leaderboards, but we know they could shoot. They have mechanics. As far as, you know, representatives of NA, we can't be that bad, right?
100%, yeah, for sure. Not that bad. Goodness
I don't know,
gracious.
Man. Maybe
Oski.
the Brazilians just are at a whole another level, even just
we knew that.
mechanics-wise.
Unreal, unreal. It's just crazy how well they're doing here and how unfortunate of a performance we've seen from some of the most anticipated, right, North American teams. Looking at the lobby, Zute, who do you think is going to win this match?
Ooh, I want to go with INCO, but they only have 3. INCO, they're looking strong with 4.
Yeah.
But they gotta fight. They gotta fight a lot of different teams, and one bad shift, which I think is gonna happen. Man, I gotta go with intense game. I mean, they're just hunkered down though, but intense game it is. INCO have a good shot at this too, though.
Hey, what about Team QUESO? What about Team QUESO?
Oh,
That's
well,
my
I mean,
question.
they're in the best. They are in the best spot with 4. The clear pick as a prediction, but it's QUESO, man. I don't know what they've been doing.
They have 0
all tournament
eliminations. Team QUESO. Team QUESO. Hey, let's give Team QUESO.
Still with IG.
Let's see if position. You picked IG. I'm going Team QUESO. I'm not going to IG. I'm not crazy. Right? Let's go here and see what happens to Extreme Slayers. Oh, that's what happened. Bye bye. Second place, INCO. Second place.
Yeah, they're looking good.
Second place.
INCO did lose 1 player though. They're down to 3 now.
Let's see here. Uh-oh, both Cameron Davis believes. Cameron Davis believes. Meanwhile, the Cappuccino and Seven himself, both gonna go with INCO. Very interesting. And Skyline takes out one of their players. And Beckerson not looking too good. Barely survives.
That should have hit. That should have hit. A little bit shaky on the aim there. INCO down to 2 now. I don't think INCO's winning this. Not with 2 players. It comes down to QUESO. QUESO has 4 up, obviously. And the next strongest team, NHyper. What about NHyper? Have we all really given, you know, all hope for NHyper? They have 4 up.
Well, let's see. Can NHyper do the impossible? I'm not too sure. It's going to get interesting here. Meanwhile, you have Intense Game chilling at this Wizard Tower. This is a strong position here, right? For sure. So they're just going to be big chilling. And right now, calm before the storm when it comes to this next zone. NHyper are going to be looking to get some knocks here onto Intense Game. They have some sight lines. Are they going to catch him peeking out a window?
NHyper, this is a very comfortable position for them. In the late game with 4 up, rich lines to work with, long range, yep. GK first gets the opening, pushing up really close, got that nade in hand already, looking for it. McGrellin with the pre-nade, waiting for that crash, and here is that crash, perfectly timed from McGrellin to throw that nade, but doesn't connect. NHyper looking like they want some points before the end of the tournament.
Let's go. Let's go. Uh-oh. Wow. Look at this. NHyper shutting down Intense Game. It's just Adrian by himself. Who picked Intense Game, huh? Who picked Intense Game?
I don't know. I changed my pick. NHyper.
No.
Now watch Adrian 1v3
no way.
though.
No way. No way. It's impossible. The curse is great, but I don't know if it's that great. Here comes this.
Oh yeah.
It's a shutdown.
There we go.
That is wild. Oh man. And there goes Intense Game. Done and dusted. Just like that. All right, you got Hyper still up with some high ground. PASSIONFRUIT are in this, and now we see NA alive.
Who's that?
Hyper, MEZEXIS, and PASSIONFRUIT all in the game.
Right. NA. Right. End game. Right. NA. We're here. Let's go.
We're out here, baby. Let's go. Team QUESO. Get the zone.
Has QUESO gotten any elimination points yet? Nope. They still have not.
A goose egg. But you know what? Position over everything. Am I right?
Yep. The placement points, because that's the thing that's dictating the leaderboards in this tournament. For sure. QUESO. Yeah,
LOL.
I alluded to it earlier, but certain teams, you know, in the same exact position can somehow just find the elim points. Other teams can't, and it's not easy. It's not easy to find elim points, even if you're getting the zone over and over.
INCO still alive. Here come the nades, though, between them and Hyper. That was actually really dangerous when Squash realized it and ran right into one. You know, another one's coming. Beckerson's in trouble. He's got to watch out. One more nade. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, it just tips him up a little bit. Beckerson's going to throw one right back at him. And that is going to do it. So there we go. And Hyper finally hitting some nades. 8 eliminations. It's about time.
And Hyper did lose that one player, though, in the tower crash, which I think they shouldn't have. I didn't really care to talk about it because it's in Hyper. They've been playing so poorly. But they should be 4 up, which would be a much better, you know, number to have to win the game. BULUC CHABTAN pressing in. Team QUESO. You had this fortress the whole time.
Unreal.
And you lose a player off one team crashing. It wasn't like they had multiple teams. It was just one team crashing. And QUESO down to 3.
Team QUESO, come on. Come on, right? What are you doing? I know that you're automatically going, right, to the PMGC. That's great. Good and all, right? But, I mean, is this just like a strategy, a fake out? Is this real? I'm not too sure. It's crazy to see them performing this, or having this rough of a performance in the Americas Championship.
Yeah, maybe some teams are just meant for long form, and some teams just can't do the short form because there's just way too much pressure. And Hyper, right, being one of those teams as well. Short form, just too much pressure. Each match too important. And they're like their own worst enemies almost. And QUESO might be the same.
Juancho, keeping an eye out. Let's see what happens. Honestly, the big storyline that's left right now is Juancho. What's Juancho going to do? Let's see. What would Juancho do in this situation? He's behind the rock. He's by himself. Valak is just merely giving the scouting right now to Juancho. He's like, all right, Juancho, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, okay? Juancho's like, sí. Listo. Let's go.
They could push into QUESO, honestly. Well, with the way QUESO is playing, they could just both run in the open and get a knock. I want to see it happen, because that's the only play.
Uh-oh, Valak.
Nice
Juancho's like, attaboy, Valak, attaboy. Juancho is on the open. Here we go.
This is where you just keep going. Just keep running, Valak. Just keep going.
Run, Juancho, Juan.
To shoot at. Oh.
Bye-bye. Very, very, very nice, dudes. I mean, so sacrificial Juancho is, you know? He's just saying, you know what? I'm going to go out now. I'm going to see if MEZEXIS can stand a chance. And Hyper getting knocked. Team QUESO looking good. This should be their win. And now Milanova's going to go ahead and take the roof now that his back is completely cleared. Team QUESO should be easy win here.
Yeah.
Should be. But MEZEXIS, honestly, are insane.
They're looking
like,
good.
MEZEXIS could definitely do it.
I think MEZEXIS off the win on Sanhok, and QUESO just, you know, just playing a little bit sloppy, I'd say.
Easy.
I could give, I'd say statistically a 60-40. 60% chance in favor of Team QUESO. Make that 70% now. Actually 80% probably. Yeah, there should be a QUESO victory.
Uh-oh. Okay, yes. Yeah.
Like, don't you me, Jukes.
I just said, oh, right? No, this looks too good to be true. Yeah, Team QUESO going to get the win here as Crow is about to go down. Could go down to this nade here. Ooh, it does chunk him up quite a bit. Yeah, he is completely stuck. They're going to make this into a dang red zone. all those nades. Crow is just saying, okay, let me just not go that way. Avoiding all the nades in the process.
Oh my God.
Goodness gracious, look at all these grenades.
How are they all missing?
So finally, Potro hits one. And Team QUESO, finally, right? Get a chicken dinner here. I mean, we saw them put up some points before, but it's good to see a good sign of life here at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in a way. Did they really have to do much, though? I don't think so.
They weren't blessed at all, Zoo. They weren't blessed at all.
The other thing is, like, I'm nitpicking, but look at how many nades it took. You know, just a better team like Alpha 7, if they were in that position, it would have taken like 2 to 3 nades. And I'm only pointing it out because it matters. It's hard to quantify, but it's like one of those game sense type things, right? Where you just know kind of where to throw that nade based on the blue zone creeping in on the back to get it on your first or second try. And it didn't matter here because it was they were going to win no matter what. But in other situations and clutch moments, you only have 2 nades and you're going to miss both. Other player has 1 nade, they're going to hit that one. So there's a lot of difference in skill levels, I still think, for QUESO to make up in.
Something's wrong because they're missing a lot more than just nades, right? They were in last place, and they're one of the qualified teams going to PMGC. But then again, right next to them is another one, and that's Hyper. Let's take it on over to a break, guys. One more match left to go.
Let's go, Team QUESO! Getting a chicken dinner. I made Cameron jump on the board here for Latin America and getting themselves maybe off the bottom of the leaderboards. I don't think they have a chance to get into more money, but at least get some pride going their way here. What's up, guys?
Hi, QUESO.
Yeah, nice to see.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to PMGC, so it's good to see them show like at Hyper.
Good to see that they know how to close a game out, that they're given every single advantage.
Yeah, and also I like what Tute was saying in regards to some teams are made for long format tournaments instead of short form tournaments. We've seen that before with different teams, but I like it, Tute.
Okay, I agree.
I mean, okay, there's not much more to go into that.
that.
Already, right off the bat, that was an incredibly chaotic game because of the hard west plane path and then the hard east circle. Everyone, like, you saw a couple of teams, they didn't even drop on whether it was their primary loot location or a backup loot location because of the off-kilter plane path.
Sure.
They were there for maybe like 10 seconds, and then they just, you could see on the map just everyone driving into the zone, maybe half-kitted, I imagine, because the plane and circle were so contrasted from each other. They just needed to get into the the zone and finish their loot here. So there was a lot, almost Sanhok-like play, just based off of that fact alone. And then when we hit this section, just sending it into the towers after tower after tower. And there were some key parts of the terrain to play around. But once you got to the end game, it's just going to be QUESO's compound defining everything.
I felt bad for Jaguar, actually, because they dropped, like, east of South George on that plane path. And like you said, they had to book it straight over to Milta, which is, like, kind of their drop location anyways. Yeah. So they didn't get to play from the zone that they would have liked to have played from. And then they got taken over by BULUC CHABTAN and then pretty much eliminated from any chance of getting into PMGC.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to figure out what Jaguar was even trying to do there, because even with the plane path, I feel like
I'll drop Alpha 7.
Would have been no way. They would have been still able to make it to Milta where they usually loop, but I don't know if maybe instead of the hot drop of Alpha 7, maybe they were gonna plan on just blocking them off on their rotation, as they saw MEZEXIS being able to do it in the past. But due to that circle, they completely went out of the window. You could see them just running without their heads.
Yeah. Final moments here. And you can just see, especially once they were able to get onto the roof, Jukes and Zute identified it. Once the north was cleared, they were able to use the roof and just have that high ground advantage onto the remaining players on the south side. 18 points, good win for them, nonetheless. And Hyper MEZEXIS up there at the top. I mean, INCO, I guess, kind of extending or getting back into the mix, but
try to lock it at second place, right?
Yeah, really.
It's like $19,000 for second place, so.
That's what this is all playing for at the moment right now, is because now the Jaguar are essentially, I think, mathematically out of top 4. Right now, it's just INCO, Alpha 7, and Intense Game trying to fight for second place, which is a big deal with the money for sure.
If Jaguar can pull a match like we saw INCO do on the Zombies Edge show match we had, where they had like 21 elims, maybe doable.
Yes.
Still not positive, but maybe.
Yes.
Likely,
but
probably not.
That also means that at least one of those teams would have to go out with like 0 points.
Or negative points.
Which can happen, because if we go to the second page, Alpha 7 did get 0 points this match whenever they try to push into INCO Gaming, but that's kind of pushing it here. If we're really...
That was a slaughter, man.
It's going to try to go for it. But yeah, Alpha 7, this is the second time now that we have seen them try to push the action towards INCO, whatever INCO's actually set, and INCO just gets away with destroying them easily without even losing a single player.
It's
like, okay, bye.
Alpha 7, or A7 crash into INCO. Get wrecked. That's literally on my notebook right now. That's exactly what happened for them. But I mean, again, like Alpha 7, they should be happy because with Jaguar going out early, even with them getting 0 points, they can finally breathe that sigh of relief like, okay, we're going to make it into PMGC this year.
Actually, with that, now INCO are 6 points ahead of Intense Game in second place in that fight. So again, still could easily get passed up. But with the way that Intense Game have been playing today, I'm still confident in saying that despite like what they got like that one good game earlier on, they've still been pretty underwhelming compared
to that chicken
to
dinner finally for INCO, which is nice to see. I kind of actually would like to see them win without a chicken dinner, because they would have been like the only team in the front page without it. But we can see here 213 to 176. Again, not realistic to be caught up to. I mean, Loops maybe could pass Alpha 7, but they won't push them out of PMGC with this, and Jaguar, unfortunately, I think this...
yeah, our top 4 is set. It just comes down to who's going to finish what. Alpha 7 could still make that push for second place.
Okay.
INCO, with the way that they've been performing here in the last 2 matches, I think they're going to be able to maintain that second place. So it's going to come down, like you were saying, to that third place and fourth place, or who's going to end up being where. And I think Alpha 7 might be able to just do it and actually pass Intense Game.
Jaguar are 25 points behind Alpha 7. That means that if Alpha 7 go out with 0 points, Jaguar, if they win the round, need 15 eliminations. We've seen it before. 15 is pushing the realm where you have to just be blessed with opportunities to get eliminations, because like there comes a point that like you just run out of people to shoot at, and I think that is around like 12 or 13 is when you're like, okay, those are literally all the targets that we had access to begin with. So again, there's even more in this ridiculous fantasy that would be out of their hands.
Are they gonna hot drop out
like
7?
No, don't.
Because you have to set up in a position that allows you to be able to take control of the game from about circle 4, circle 5 in order to have the reliability to get those eliminations. Even though they technically won the hot drop against YKG, you saw how long that took and how bad of a position to
So you agree they did win the hot drop? I think what you're describing, though, is kind of Jaguar's playstyle, to be fair.
Yeah.
Kind of, actually, yeah.
To validate the fantasy that you're currently going on with Jaguar being able to actually pass Alpha 7, they did end up getting 26 points yesterday in Miramar on the last match. So they are able to be a team that can put up those big number of elims.
Yeah.
They have showcased that they can put up more than 25 points. I don't see it happening. But I like where you're going.
It's going to be very, very hard. All I mean is that there is a glimmer of hope.
They would have to hope that somebody else would either hot drop Alpha 7 or just try to destroy Alpha 7 on the rotation. Maybe they're hoping INCO is going to be set in a location. Alpha 7 is going to be like, let's send it there, and then they just get absolutely wrecked again.
Do you think there's a chance we might see like Alpha 7 switch up their drop spot or IG switch up their drop spot just to kind of make sure they get into the late stage of the game so then they could just coast into the finals?
Yeah.
Or the PMGC?
At the current gap that we have, I don't think so.
I mean, it's at the same time though, the biggest threat. The only downside is that if you try and drop away from your initial drop spot to avoid a bridge camp or what have you, you need to go to a position that you know is going to be clear. It could have terrible loot, but if you accidentally drop on another team and then you go out early, you do what you're trying to avoid to begin with. So like it really, in that case, it depends on the plane path and how comfortable you are on knowing where everyone else is going to be dropping at.
Well, let's take a closer look here at our second and third place team, INCO and Intense, because these two teams have a battle it out. Intense, they were first place day one, but fortunate for them, they have fallen off throughout the next days, but obviously not that much considering they're still in our top four, but we can see a clear discrepancy. INCO, just ever so consistent. Yes, they have their first chicken dinner today, but they have been the most consistent team in getting placement points and eliminations, and that's why we're seeing them currently in second.
Especially those eliminations. I feel like this has a team that, besides Influence Rage, if we were just to make Influence Rage disappear, INCO has been the most consistent in regards to getting those eliminations. Being able to, as we were mentioning, being able to finally get a chicken dinner. But before that, they even got that chicken dinner, they were being able to maintain themselves up there because of all those elims that they were able to output alongside with some of the placement points here and there. But the elims have just been huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, that damage number between INCO and Intense Game, I think, is more impressive than even the elimination differential. Is what, 6 elimination difference, but like 1,500 damage? That's a lot. I think
what's also crazy to me, if I look at that, is like McGrellin had 24 limbs like day one. Yeah. And I think he's around like 36 at the moment, so he's only been able to get 12 the next 3 days of play, which obviously getting 24 today is a bit much to ask for anyone.
It's either like a highest highs or then like not the lowest lows, because they're still in second place, so like, you can't go that low. But yeah, it's like it's find someplace in the middle to go on.
Well, I think Squash has passed him in eliminations, passed him in damage. For me, it's looking like Squash is going to be the MVP as well. But really quickly, let's actually take a look here at Intense Game up against Alpha 7 and their head-to-head stats here for today. And Alpha 7, I'm expecting to have, landslide more of everything, because honestly, the Alpha 7 we've seen today, bar maybe like, the last match, is the Alpha 7 that we know. But they're just not able to maintain that level of play until like the last day of an event, it seems.
Yeah, they usually tend to start slow. To be fair with Alpha 7, even if they don't end up climbing up to third place or second place, I do have to give him credit with the different Alpha 7 that we have seen on this tournament, which is the Alpha 7 that has been able to start off in a good manner. They weren't in the second page after first day, which is good. We're used to seeing Alpha 7 be on the second page, and then the talking points become, okay, it's Alpha 7 wash, what's going on here? And then we're always like, it's okay, just let them cook for a little bit. It usually takes like 2 days for them to actually be able to wake up. What they've been able to do here in this tournament, it's impressive. It actually makes me a little bit hopeful for what we're going to be seeing out of PMGC from them. And it also makes me hopeful because we have seen Carrillo being able to put up those elims. And I feel like that is the big difference with this team right now. And the confidence, too, that they've been playing with obviously hasn't gone their way whenever we saw them fight INCO. But it's an Alpha 7 that I can definitely get behind and expect them to do good when we end up going to PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, the veteran ability, just knowledge and cool, calm, collected, it's the same old saying, right? But like, if there's a team that will not fall under the pressure every single time, it just seems to be Alpha 7 time and time again. And then when you have Carrillo, who isn't even the star of the team, but he's such a legend veteran in his own right in the Brazilian scene, sort of playing a more supporting role, sees that maybe the younger players are struggling a little bit, he'll step right into that position to make sure.
That's the plan, anyways.
He hasn't always done it.
Exactly.
At least this tournament it is. And so this is feeling like a team that is really hard to keep kicked down.
Yeah. Well, we do only have a couple seconds left here. You know, 70 mentioned Jaguar getting 26 points in a Miramar. But let's see if they have a chance here as we take a look here at our top. Maybe you didn't say that. I don't know. You say a lot of things, Seven.
No, I'm saying no,
listen.
they're not going to get it again.
Oh, they're not going to get it. But,
Yeah.
well, the point is, like, I'm curious if they were one of our top teams on Miramar, and we are seeing it, so there is a chance.
Yeah, but look who are all.
Well, yeah, exactly.
teams as well.
Exactly. That's the flip side, is that not only do they need to have an amazing game, they need at least one of those other 3 teams to have a terrible game. And like the fact that all of them, there's not a single option. There's not a single team that like struggles on Miramar that they're trying to pass. That's the worst part.
All right.
IG has lessons.
Maybe you out there are watching this and thinking, you know what? I can beat these players. I can beat these teams. First of all, probably crazy, but you do have a chance. The PUBG Mobile Campus Championship for the fall season is going to be coming up here in a short amount of time. $15,000 in scholarship prize, and where the top 2 teams get to skip PMCL and go straight into the pro season qualifiers. As long as you are attending college or university in North America or Canada, you are eligible to participate. So let's see if you can do it and prove me wrong. And if you do, I will shave Seven's eyebrows. Let's over to our commentators, though, to kick off our final match here of the Americas Regionals with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Canada is
not do that.
Maybe don't shave his eyebrows, but how about just like an eyebrow slit? You know what I'm saying? Because then, like, who knows? His analytics will get better. His shots in game will get better for sure. Because that is the strategy. Because look at Carrillo, right? Starting to go off here, and he's rocking the double, or maybe even quattro, right? Eyebrow splits. That's the thing. But you know what? Enough of quattro. It's about to know about number dos, right? Who's going to get second place? Who's going to get third place? Right now, INCO Gaming looking real good with 176 points compared to Intense Game with 170. It's only a 6-point difference here, Zute.
It's gonna get really close. It's neck and neck, and I think it's neck and neck to the point where there's no need to hot drop necessarily for any of the second, third, or fourth place teams. I think this being the very last match, though, I don't know. I want to see at least one hot drop from just one team onto another for who knows what reason, right? Maybe they shot their boxes one too many times in a previous match.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. The last game, and then we're off to PMGC, and only so many teams can move on. So for everyone else, this is your last chance to make a highlight play. Just, you know, go out with the bang. So
that's right.
What happens? Jaguar, 26 points, and that's if the other team gets 0 points. I'm going to say it's pretty much done and over, but they are dropping in the north. If they go south and take out everyone in their path, they can still qualify.
Oh boy, yeah, they could, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? That's a little bit too much of a stretch, especially here in the last game. But let's see what happens here in the last game, right? If Jaguar even wanted that to be a reality, Zoo, they would need to hot drop Alpha 7. Like, need to. There's no other choice, right? And they didn't do that. So that's them laying their little Jaguar bellies up into the sky, at least in my opinion, right? But let's see who's going to get second place, right? Is INCO going to be able to hold on? They have that 6-point lead. That might be enough to do it, to be honest, because this last game is going to be pretty crazy. But then again, you don't want to count out Intense Game. Intense Game, no. I mean, they'll stay true to their names all day long.
Yeah, Intense Game came into this tournament looking like a potential first place, you know, championship. They came in strong day 1 and they maintained it day 2, but Influence Rage just kind of, after the first 5 games, they've never stopped gaining huge amounts of points. And now Intense Game, it's slipping. I think it's not so much that they're slipping. I think it's just other teams are just getting dialed in. And we always alluded to that, you know, coming into day 1, if one team does really well, they're taking advantage more so of the other teams not playing up to par yet. And we're seeing everyone running on full engines now. Speaking about running on full Alpha 7, right? This team, at the end of every short form tournament, they just, I don't know what it is, man, but they get fired up like no other.
Well, let's see just how fired up they are going to get here. Because you're right. I mean, when it comes end game, that's where they seem to always do the best, and the best they do indeed. But let's take a look at INCO, right? Second place team. They did a great job in the last one, being able to put some nice points up on the board. And you can see them right now just driving around, trying to play it safe. They just can't afford to go down early at all.
INCO looks like they're going to try and get a good rotation in. The circle is very down far south. Always a tricky spot to navigate around. And it's a good zone to be in center though, right? Because if it shifts east, you want to be the first ones in through Los Leones and not have to, you know, get gate kept out or wrap in either north or south. And if it shifts west, well, you're in a great spot once again to rotate. So this is one of those important zones to get an early rotation in.
Yes, indeed. I mean, almost every single time if you're in Miramar right now, because playing the edge is going to be crazy. And honestly, I'm going to predict it right now, Zoo. Half this lobby is going to be gone by Circle 4.
Oh, yeah, it is the last game of the entire tournament. We see a lot of more fights when that becomes the case. So no hot drops, but any fight that they could take on their way in, teams are definitely more inclined to do so. Alpha 7 is in El Pozo, and oh, it's just V2, one of the V2 players rotating a little bit close by. You see right here. It's not a full-on crash fight. Alpha 7, are they within audio of each other? Maybe. A little bit of a distance between the two, though.
A little distance indeed. As I'm taking a look here at the map feed. And I'm trying to see if I spot anything crazy. We have a nice southern zone, of course. Maybe even might even get a Los Leones finish. That would be nice.
Is V2 setting up on Alpha 7?
That is hilarious. Yeah, they went to El Pozo. So V2, right, trying to make a push and see, hey, if we can take out Alpha 7. That's interesting.
Yeah, they have 2 on the north and 1 on the south, like essentially boxing them in. And then they have 1 player, you see right here, TD, at, yeah, so don't know what the plan was.
Maybe feed Alpha 7? Because that's what's going to happen right now if you're not careful. Because Senatex, yeah, he's going to get that confirmation. So that's 1 point. Hey, Alpha 7 catching up.
Or maybe they just didn't even know Alpha 7 was here.
Ooh, the stabs. I mean, how do they not know?
That is true, too. How do they?
Or maybe they just don't care because they know that there's nothing they can do on the leaderboards.
Interesting. The important thing, though, is Alpha 7 picking up some points here coming into the last match. It's that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place still in contention. And PASSIONFRUIT versus YKG. This is what I'm saying. Every early game fight I've seen when NA is involved, it's always against another NA team. Juancho. Juancho gets that thirst, and instead of shooting the box, because he needs to be in a safe spot, just shoots his feet instead.
Just to let him know, you know, like, hey, I would shoot your box, but I got to make sure I'm safe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Good old Juancho, man.
You know, make him dance. Wow, Nate popping out Chico. And that's going to be the end of YKG for the Americas Championship. Nice shots from Nate, by the way. There goes his truck, completely on fire. Nice shots from MEZEXIS. But it ain't going to be good enough. Juancho's going to be getting this rotation. MEZEXIS like, oh, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
And he's gone. Just push if you're the last player YKG. You know what I'm saying? Just push. Why not?
Call it a day.
Call it a day. Call it a tournament. This was definitely not theirs, that's for sure. And it's it hurts my heart because I think YKG is a great team, you know, overall. But we saw some crazy signs of life of them during the NA finals. Yeah, the first week of the NA League stage, right? And then just after they lost that, which is wild to me, right? They lost the golden ticket to PMGC to Ed Hyper. And then Ed Hyper gets bodied in this tournament too. So it's just, my heart's crushed right now, Zute, for North America. But I will say this, to all the NA teams out there that are watching this back, I know you probably are not because it hurts too much, you know what I'm saying? But if you are, stay together, you know what I'm saying? Work it out. You have to, because this whole swapping squads and players, it's just not working. It's not working for the region. No one has done it and had success. You know what I'm saying? The only teams that you see on the top of the squads that have been together for so long, right? They've worked it out. They've had bad tournaments. They've had bad games. They know what loss feels like. And if you know what loss feels like together as a squad, you're going to be able to work it out together so you can finally feel that sweet victory. You know what I'm saying? You've already gotten that loss out the way. So why try to go through that all over again with a new team when you already can go with one that already knows what the other one's feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Those are facts indeed. As we head into the next circle, where is it going to go? Now, Intense Game is on the west side. So is Alpha 7. And the other team we need to watch out for, where are they located? Influence Rage is dead center. Oh, INCO. INCO is, whoa, hard shift.
Wow.
Okay. Well, all the teams, you know, contending for the second, third, fourth right now is not in the zone, and they need to rotate in. And Los Leones, I don't know if they want to rotate through that. We might see a lot of wrapping rotations from multiple teams, which will result in a lot of engagements. Here comes Alpha 7. Yeah, they need to get a haul on right now.
Yes, they do. I mean, full speed ahead. I hope they got them gas cans because they're going to need them here in the next few minutes. They're going to pass a lot of teams in the way in the process. I want to see how many eliminations they're going to get. Remember, I said half the teams are going to be gone by circle number 4. And I wonder who our champion is going to be, Zute.
Oh, that's a tough one. Yeah, very tough. Oh, INCO picking up points. That's big. Extreme Slayers losing 1, maybe even more. Frady, yeah, just driving off. You can see INCO, like, how much every point matters. They're not even shooting at the other vehicle driving away. They're like, we got a knock here. Let's make sure it doesn't get stolen.
Let's see what they could do. Yeah, they do get the confirmation. Beautifully done. That's another point there for INCO, and I'll tell you what. Intense Game in Alpha 7, they're keeping track. They're keeping track 100%. So Alpha 7, all they have to do, we haven't talked about this. Oh boy. Do I have the curse? Did it rub off on me?
Ooh.
There's no way.
Nope.
Carrillo?
Alpha 7 are good. They lost 1 though. They should be able to finish this one out.
Shot.
They do. 3 points. INCO though know where Alpha 7 is. And
yes, they do.
Have 4 up.
This is dangerous.
And the other thing is, both teams not in a good spot to really decide to rotate into the zone because there's no zone priority for them at this point. They might elect to just take this fight and just really commit to it.
This is going to be brutal here. They lost Mafioso already. They have 3 points. So one thing that we didn't really mention, right, is that all Alpha 7 has to do, Zoo, is tie with INCO. Because they have 3 chicken dinners. INCO has 1. So even if INCO wins this game, if they end up tied with Alpha 7 at the end of the day, right, Alpha 7's getting second place. So Alpha 7 were 10 points behind INCO on this game. So they have a few elimination points already. That's another one. That's 4. Yep. 6 more to go. But I think INCO did get 1, right? INCO got 1 at least?
Yeah, INCO got 1 on Extreme Slayers for sure.
That's right, that. Yeah. So then they need...
Yeah, they have 1 so far.
So 7 more. Every one that they get, that's 1 more Alpha 7 needs.
It's an uphill battle for Alpha 7. And keep in mind, they're coming in here with 3. And now the next circle shift, no matter where it goes, it's not going to be easy for Alpha 7 to find points, right? If it goes into Los Leones, great. They don't have to rotate too much more. But finding points inside Los Leones, that's tough with all those buildings. And it doesn't even go that way. It goes further east.
Finding points at the end of this game. Yeah, finding points at the end of this game is going to be a hard time. That's for sure. Because, like I said, we're going to start seeing teams make a lot more risks here because they already know where they're at on the leaderboard. So if you're Alpha 7, I think it's smart that you're trying to soak up as many points as you can as quickly as possible.
That is indeed what they're trying to do. Jaguar down to 3. They didn't hot drop. They need 20+ points.
GG.
They had a great run. They had a great run. I think they've learned a lot. I think they've also learned a lot about themselves, like how strong of a team they actually are. And hopefully, you know, they stick together.
I hope so too. I will say that I wish they would change their mindset a little bit. I can't stand seeing teams just give up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have much rather see them this game drop on Alpha 7 and just lose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if they would have dropped on Alpha 7 and lost, I would have been like, you know what? I would have been so proud because I was like, that's what they needed to do. Yeah, they lost, but they gave it their best effort. You know what I'm saying? Just seeing this, because it's not impossible. It wasn't impossible until they decided to just go north and just do what they've been doing. You know what I'm saying? That makes it impossible right there. So it's unfortunate to see. I hope they change that mentality because I think that's one that they're going to need to change if they want to be able to make it to the next stage.
Alpha 7 wrapping in here. I don't know if they've cleared this fully because BULUC CHABTAN, they're waiting. They're scouting everything out, making sure it's clear. Well, now they know it's not clear, and oh, here comes the support.
They got him. Wow.
But the trades are there. Yeah, Alpha. Oh, a knock right back. 1v2 situation now. Senatexa gets some good damage, and that's huge because Senna now might be able to go for a revive, depending on what BULUC does here. Senna instead's going to go very aggressive. That molly was great. He needs to push. He's going to go very aggressive to isolate the members now. Try and find 2 1v1s. Here's the first one. Not able to get it. I think that was a great play for Alpha 7. Something to note, I feel like if that was NA, they would have gone for the revive, but the right play, in my opinion, was to go even more aggressive. Just didn't work.
Wow. 4 eliminations, just like that. So Alpha 7 gonna stay in 4th place. Actually, they tied with Intense Game, right? Intense Game has... Oh, boy. Intense Game needs 1 point. 1 point. And they will confirm 3rd place. They have 2. It's GG. Yeah, they had 2. My map beat was a little delayed. Yeah, very nice.
And
2 points is going to do it. Yep.
They have 4 up. Even if they didn't have that, they're more than likely going to get it. So Alpha 7... you know, really put on a show. It was great to see how much of a comeback that they could make. I don't remember where they were at the start of the day, but at the start of the day, they weren't even, were they secure in top 4? I just know they popped off today and moved up a bunch in rankings. It is sad to see at the very last game that not able to do the miracle. And Jaguar, well, they're just fighting for some glory now at this point. Get whatever.
Are they? They're just having fun. I mean, I think they're just like demoralized because I don't know.
It was that Erangel game for me, man. I like set up the storyline so well. Like INCO's to the south, Jaguar, you know, up to their north bridge camp. They still had 3 or 2 games after that to play with, and then they just get, you know, they just lose a player to Extreme Slayers, and from that moment on, I think Jaguars just lost focus of everything.
Oh, and there they go. So that's it for a Jaguar. Rawr. Influence Rage. Oh, Law really needs to stay alive here. Oh, boy. He needs to stay alive. Can he do it? You're America's champions! Right, just like that. Influence Rage have done it. Beautifully executed, man. These guys really put in that work this whole tournament long. I'll tell you that. I mean, you love to see a squad have such dominance, you know, and this is a team that I think a lot of people, including myself, predicted to be 1st place in this tourney.
It's the most impressive thing for me for Influence Rage was just the first 5 games, right? They had a combined total of maybe 20 points on the very first day, right? The first 5 games, maybe 20 points. That is 5 games terrible, back to back to back to back to back. They ended it off with a chicken dinner at the end of the first day, but the impressive thing is they never stopped right after that. They just shot up and kept going and kept going and kept going. That is huge consistency out of Influence Rage. And I want to see what they could do, you know, in PMGC. Very excited to see.
Yeah, let's see what they could do at PMGC. If maybe they could replicate what they've done here over there. Definitely going to be a lot harder. That is for sure. So what is left? You know, Alpha 7, God. Now it's really between just... it's between INCO and Intense Game. Intense Game with 2 eliminations. This is going to be a battle for 2nd place between these 2 squads. And also a battle between me and Cameron for who's going to get the prediction champion. Who's going to be the prediction champion of America's Championship. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I heard you were ahead of Cameron, right? In prediction points?
I think so. I don't know where I'm at exactly, but I think I'm on top. But maybe Cameron can clutch it if he gets this right and I don't.
Yeah, so the strat is to just pick what Cameron picks, no?
Oh.
Because then there's no way he could pass you up. He could pick the
hot drop on Cameron, you're saying? Hot drop on Cameron?
Yeah, hot drop on Cameron. Exactly.
Got it.
Oh, INCO losing players here. MEZEXIS. Man, this MEZEXIS team, I love that they're showing up at the very end simply because it's like, now that the nerves are gone, you guys have potential as a team. And it's just, MEZEXIS, man, they've won some tough fights, and I think that's the thing NA needs the most right now. A team that's able to beat the Brazilians in a straight-up gunfight. Because every time we get to this stage, you know, the next year, the next time after that, if we're going to get stopped this hard, we need more gun power. And MEZEXIS has that.
Alrighty, well, MEZEXIS definitely does. I will say that. MEZEXIS, man, I just want them to stick together so bad. I want all these teams, to be honest, to stick together because, you know what? Another year, I think is all it takes. You know, they have this experience. If they hit the lab really hard, especially MEZEXIS, because they have that gun skill. I mean, they've shown that they could do it here, right?
In particular,
yeah.
man.
Oh, man,
what is
dude.
Just standout player for the
sure. For sure. It's just crazy to see how well that they were able to do against so many of the top teams in a very fair 4v4 and still come out on top. You know what I'm saying? Just missing a couple little tweaks when it comes to, you know, rotations, losing players early on that. And then, of course, you know, just trying to get that consistency. And if they can get that dialed in, I mean, this is going to be a squad. Inactive is another one as well. Inactive is definitely a problem.
Definitely so. What I want to see out of NA is for them to double down on what they're going to do, like, play style-wise. Because we've seen in this tournament a lot of wishy-washy, like trying different things because one thing didn't work. That's one thing I noticed that the Brazilians don't ever do. I mean, when things start going bad, they just double it down. They're like, okay, we're just going to do this, but execute it correctly. They don't lose, like, identity of what their game plan is. Whereas NA, it's like, oh man, rotations aren't working, and if we do get the rotation, we're not getting enough points. It's just constant back and forth.
Uh-oh. INCO going down here. That's going to be dangerous. They got to stay alive. It's just Nenebete. Intense game is popping off. Intense game is popping off. And they can pass up INCO for second place pretty easily here. So INCO has to hold on.
Oh, they're done. They're done.
Oh, boy. So that's it. It's up to Intense Game to try and make this happen.
Intense game. They still have 4 players up. They're coming on the west side. They also have the high ground here. This gives them a lot of options regardless of where the circle goes. And as far as like predicting who's going to take this, Intense Game is in a good spot to not only pass up the team of INCO, but maybe take the last match as well.
Oh, let's see what's going to happen here. I am going to put in, I'm going to put my prediction in for who I think is going to win this game, all right? And we'll see if I am correct or incorrect at the end of the day. But you know what? Intense Game are looking to hunt this down and try to secure that second place. Looking really good so far, man. I love to see teams that are able to clutch it up right when it needs to happen.
Yeah, you always get that out of one of the squads in the top 4. It just depends on who's gonna not have a good game on the last one and who is. Because I've never seen a game where, you know, out of the top 4, if something really needs to be clutched up, that all of the players on each of those teams go out. And here's the predictions. Looks like we are all going with Intense Game. Jason wants to be special. Picks in Hyper. 7. I think 7 is just happy with the way the tournament went. And
yes,
he's gonna not pick anyone. He's like, everyone's good in my book.
Yes, indeed. Intense Game on the obvious prediction. We want to see them get second place here, and let's see if they can do it, man. Look at that. Cielo with 2, McGrellin here with 2 as well, and not to mention Diego with 1. And I do gotta agree, Jason is definitely special. You know what? Everybody is out there got to be feeling really good, being able to watch some professional PUBG Mobile. Let's see if his prediction's right, because and Hyper still have 2 up. Rin's about to get thirsted by Potro. Oh, sneaky, and gone.
Nope. Timed that beautifully. Straight through the smoke, and Hyper down to 2. Maybe Jason's just trying to, you know, practice his caster curse, right? So he picked in Hyper to see them go out. But yeah, and Hyper down to 2. So long. Let's see, what is Intense Game working with? This new circle they're going to pick up a couple more points. MEZEXIS not in the zone, and they are looking that way. Also, Loops only on the very, very edge right here. Yeah, the very, very minute edge of the zone, meaning next circle, if it shifts anywhere away from the south, Intense Game could get points from Loops and MEZEXIS on top of that.
Ooh, Intense Game looking to finish this in style. Let's go. Meanwhile, you got Ayala smoking. About to take off. Could get shot in the process. Nope, not going to happen. And this is zone number 6. And by the way, was I right? Zone 4, half the lobby gone?
Yeah,
I think so.
like that.
Right?
Yeah.
We're in a top 7 situation in stage 6. Wild.
Kindness. The nade in hand. Oh, he sees him. He sees him. 1v1. First aid. Dior's. Good pressure. Forces him off. And and Hyper have 2 up still. Here comes Kindness and Co, his teammate. Oh, his teammate just gets ripped apart. Oh my
gosh.
Talk about synergized, man. That first player, Preston, had his back. Dior's completely turned to Kindness, but a second off, and he gets both of them.
Hey, the NA hope right there, baby.
The best NA team.
Hope. The best NA team. Oh boy. Oh boy. PMGC is going to be fun, folks. It's going to be fun. But let's see what happens here. It's Intense Game gets inactive. Another point on the board. This is going to be close here. Yeah. They are really hungry for that second place.
They need to secure that point, though, because Loops might be able to steal it. I'm not sure if they have the angle, but yeah, you see Intense Game. They want every single point they can. Look at Cielo. Cielo's like, I'm just going to keep running that way until the point is confirmed.
Oh my gosh, Erangel said, he has 58 bullets, by the way. He only has 22 left. And oh my gosh. It's unreal. And he catches Reyes. He's just not afraid to just lose every bullet he has. He's like, oh, it's okay, I got a UMP.
Yeah. And it's like, I ran out of bullets long range. Send me in, coach. I'll get it at close range.
All right. He's like, yep, time to get close. He just hops in the vehicle and takes off. Wow.
New zone. Does force Intense Game to press in, but I think they realize, hey, easy points down here on the south. Let's clear this up first, and then we'll deal with the inside. Will they push down south, though? I'm hoping they do.
He's like, I need some 5-5. Let's go get it.
Yeah. Cielo did get that info earlier when he drove down there. They're actually not posturing up to go more south. Well, are they going to commit to this crash? Or do they have enough on the high ground to just work here one more zone? You see that circle is just a tad smidgen away, and they're going to commit to the crash.
Here they go. Erangel pop it out. Get some shots onto Reyes. Switches. Oh, does go down. The team. Go, the DBS shot. He's the confirmation. Got it. That's 7 points. I think maybe, I don't know. I think that might be. Let's see. They're playing like it is. You know what I'm saying? They're playing like they're trying to get just one more point. You can see, willing to throw their entire bodies into it. And wow, they're going to get a full reset off here.
You remember what I was saying last game about QUESO and nades? How they took like 8 nades to get one person in the last zone? That right there, if it was not QUESO, Alpha 7 nade the 2 in the open over there. Like, I'm telling you, Jukes, it might have seemed nitpicky last round, but this round, they let a full reset go off because they just don't have the game sense to throw nades in the right areas. And that could cost them the match. Of course, it doesn't matter now, right? The tournament's over pretty much. But still, you play the tournament back again from beginning and you're still missing nades like that, it is not good.
Not good indeed. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping to see, we have to see a complete 180 in the next stage for sure, right? We got to see Team QUESO and Hyper just pull out all of what they have. And it's going to be tough seeing how they do there since they perform so terribly here. But anything can happen, that's for sure. We've definitely seen crazier things. I mean, what was it? I mean, PMWI, Vampire Esports, would struggle in like other tournaments, but then PMWI, they're just the GOATs.
Yeah. Okay, so down to 1 now. All right.
Ayala?
QUESO had 4 in that strong compound. How did they lose everyone down to just the one player?
Smoked it out.
Yeah. Man. QUESO have a lot of work to do before PMGC, that is for sure. PASSIONFRUIT, just get in whatever point they can.
Having fun.
They might even win this match, honestly. Oh, wait, this is stage 8. So we're going to get a 4-man of intense game coming into the mix at the very end. Intense game, looking like they're going to win this match, actually.
Oh my gosh, 8 eliminations. That's going to do it, folks. If they're not in second place, I don't know how they could not be. I mean, they're looking too good right now. Intense game in a top 3 situation. They're going to get placement points as well, folks. So, wow. What a way to end this tournament with the true NA Hope team and the true NA Hope player, Juancho, dude, just still alive. Just trying to say, hey, folks, I'm here and I'm ready. I'm ready for next season.
Yeah, man. The competitive side of me is just still stuck on the fact that QUESO got 2 knocks, right?
You're still salty about that. You're like, oh my gosh.
It frustrates me so much, man. Like the player holding that compound where Intense Game was at, as a solo got 2, I would be pissed if I was him. I got 2, and you're throwing all these nades and you didn't get any of them. And none of you guys pushed over. You let them get a full reset. And now, I mean, QUESO might lose this game because of it. Once again, it doesn't matter. Tournament's over, but I would be so angry because we got PMGC coming on, and this is what's happening in the very final moments of the tournament. Intense game with some 6 shots right there.
I feel the same way about Jaguar not hot dropping. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be so pissed if I was on that team because I'm like, are we just gonna give up? Like, come on. Like, we get 20 points, it's still possible. Let's try something. And to see them go out the way they did, it hurts my heart. But you know what? More tournaments to go in the future. Who knows what can happen? We've definitely seen teams and players struggle in one and then do amazing in the next. Here goes Intense Game, looking to shut this one out. The final game of the PMPL Americas Championship, and here comes Juancho. Up close and personal.
Juancho, the NA hero. QUESO still has 1. He managed to get on the roof, causing a lot of issues, and Juancho's down 3v1. It is done. QUESO is out of there. Intense Game, not just clutching the 2nd place, more than likely, but clutching the chicken dinner. What a team.
What a team indeed. So clutch to be able to steal away that 2nd place position, right? The Hot Jukes clutch badge. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it right onto Intense Game right there. Beautifully done, boys. Y'all did amazing this tournament to be able to perform so well right at the end and clutch it up like that, especially when a squad like INCO and Alpha 7 couldn't do it. I mean, you gotta have high hopes for Intense Game.
And that just goes to show how dominant Influence Rage was. They were so dominant that we didn't even need to see much of them at all today. And they just coasted on by. That Influence Rage team, I mean, they're our champion right now for the PMPL Americas. But, man, Alpha 7, INCO, Intense Game, they were making huge numbers, making huge plays, and none of that even mattered because Influence Rage, they were a step above everyone else. They are your PMPL Americas champions.
America's champions, way to go, Influence Rage. Let's take it on over to the studio to wrap things up.
Holy crap! Woo! Influence Rage! We should have got the purple glitter. No, this is fantastic job by them to close things out.
I'm just gonna slightly put this down.
Oh, did you not?
If you see it online,
okay, you couldn't open a soda bottle. I don't know if you can open this.
Try to buy it. And I totally moved the bottle.
That's why you can't trust this man with anything. But Influence Rage, man, putting up 90 points day 2. Proven to be the strongest team we have in Americas. I'm so happy to see them do this as well because they have been phenomenal this entire event. And I'm so happy to see them win, but I'm even more happy to see them in PMGC, boys.
Me too. Yeah. I'm happy by the way they were able to win this. I think a lot of us had them as favorite coming into this Americas. Yeah. And the way that they were able to respond, the way that they were able to come back from not really a good day 1, I would say, for a champion team.
They were on the 2nd page for like half of it.
Yeah, and the comeback. I mean, and also the way that the players were able to close it out too. Second day, we saw Law, Federal, and actually everybody within the team. And today we started seeing Federal again. It's good to see, and I'm excited to see what this team is going to be bringing when we actually go to PMGC League stage.
They look like the strongest unit. We're sort of talking about Alpha 7's gameplay today of being really good as being able to, like, as a full team, take over the entire map, the entire zone. But from the very beginning, once Influence Rage got their speed picked up, which it generally does take them a few rounds, but once it happened, they were just a single unit. It is so hard to identify one player from this team as like the shining beacon. They all perform the most even across the board, I think, that we've seen from a squad in the longest time. So if that means if one player happens to have an off day, it's hardly going to affect them.
You know, I think the only other team that kind of came close in my eyes was going to be INCO. Obviously, Alpha 7 had their big push at the very end, but INCO was just able to be so consistent. But look at this, 1,100 damage a match, 7 average placement as well, and not to mention the 5.25 average eliminations, which, as we saw with the champions graphic from each region, that was about the number we had, except it's a much more difficult lobby right now. So for them to put up numbers like this is a true testament to the kind of caliber of team they are.
It really is, and as I was talking about, like, the average placement, the elims too, the way that they were able to do it, being so dominant too. We always talk about how we come to Americas and it's a different step up, right, for a lot of the teams. And Influence Rage didn't let that bother them at all. The bounce back, the way that they were able to finish it, fabulous.
That's
the question is, you said it's a step up from NA. Is it a step down from Brazil because you have North American, Latin American teams?
There's an argument. Listen, just the fact that it is Latin and NA almost exclusively filling up that second page, there's an argument that winning Brazil is a harder task.
Well, you know what? Okay, so Hot Jukes, I hope you're still watching. 7, you have a chance to redeem Hot Jukes and his interview that he tried to do in Spanish, and it didn't work out very well.
Where are we interviewing?
We have Influence Rage with us live on air to talk about their victory.
I don't speak Spanish.
Portuguese. Thank you for correcting me. Honestly, Law, first of all, I think we're being translated. I want to make sure we have a translator here for this. Do we?
Yes, I'm sure.
Awesome, perfect. First of all, congratulations, man. How does it feel to win PMPL Americas?
Primeiramente, parabéns. Como é que você se sente sendo campeão da PMPL Americas?
A gente vem de uma vitória, né, da Brasil, então eu tô até meio que não tão emocionado, né, mas tô bem feliz. Acho que a gente trabalhou duro para isso e a gente merece muito.
I understood it.
So he said that we came from victory in PMPL Brazil. He is very happy, but this is not something like out of this world for him. He is used to like tournaments like this, and he knows we put a lot of effort to achieve this, and this is like just result of the amount of hours we spent playing it.
Okay, well, 7, go ahead. What do you got for him?
I'm really intrigued to how you guys' mindset was after day 2, especially with the performance that you guys had on day 2. Did you guys know that after day 2 you were gonna win Americas, or was there still a little bit of doubt?
Ele perguntou, depois do dia 2, como é que estava a cabeça da gente? Vocês pensaram que já estava ganho? Vocês acham que estava muito superior? Como é que foi o pensamento?
A gente não achou que tava ganho, tipo, pra gente zerou o campeonato ali, não tinha, tipo, a gente tava 30 pontos do segundo, eu acho, mas se a gente deixa essa emoção levar a gente, pode ser que a gente perca o campeonato, até nem classifique pra PMGC, então é melhor a gente manter a cabeça em ordem e manter a play e não mudar nada, porque tá dando certo, né? Eu acredito que foi isso que foi o diferencial, porque se a gente muda alguma coisa, podia dar muito ruim pra gente ainda.
Obrigado.
So it was a great day, but like he said that this result didn't impact him psychologically because he knew that he had like a 30 points gap from the second place, and if he became like overconfident, we can end up like throwing this advantage. We still have 2 more days to play, so like it was great to see how well we can perform, but also like you can't jump the steps you need to take in order to become a champion.
Okay, Cameron, what do you got?
great mindset. But looking forward now into PMGC, I'm sure you're going to probably take a few days off to celebrate this well-deserved victory, I imagine. But after that, what is your focus going to be like to prepare for the biggest stage in the world? Is there maybe a team out there that you find as your biggest threat? What are you going to do to make sure you can perform well at PMGC?
Pensando na PMGC, eu sei que vocês provavelmente vão tirar uns dias de folga, mas como é que vai estar a cabeça para a PMGC? Vocês têm algum time em mente como sua maior ameaça? Como é que vai ser esses próximos dias? Assim?
Então, sobre a PMGC, eu senti que a gente não teve um campeonato perfeito, a gente falhou muito em vários pontos e eu sinto que a gente tem que trabalhar mais, tem que ver mais coisa, tem que jogar melhor e não estou satisfeito com essa América, tipo, mesmo a gente ganhando. Sinto que faltou muita coisa e agora foco na PMGC. Não sinto que tem nenhum time que ameaça a gente porque não tem um grupo definido ainda, né? Se tivesse, acho que eu poderia citar algum nome. Só que tá pra ver, tem vários times excelentes no mundo. O BPE tá ganhando tudo aí. Eu acho que a BPE seria o único time que eu vejo que tá superior a todos no momento mesmo. Mas tirando isso, ele não vem no nosso grupo, não faz diferença. E é isso.
So he said that he is not like very happy about last year PMGC. So we know that you have a lot to improve every single day in order to become like a great team and win everything. Right now we don't have a team on mind because we are still waiting the groups be defined. But we know that probably like VPF, Vampires Esports, is one of the biggest contenders for this PMGC. But yes, until we figure out the groups, we are just focusing on ourselves and improve every single day until PMGC.
Okay, well, awesome. You know what, Law, I don't think we want to keep you here any longer. We want you to go celebrate with your team, go party and have fun because you deserved it. But lastly here, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to all your fans who have been watching and supporting you guys over the years.
Eu não quero tirar muito tempo ainda, então manda uma mensagem para os fãs que torceram, apoiaram vocês.
Eu queria só agradecer todo mundo que torceu, né, que tá com a gente esses anos todos, né? Primeira vez que a gente ganha Brasil, depois ganha Américas. E é isso, vai continuar torcendo que no Mundial a gente não vai decepcionar. Vamos dar a vida, vamos trabalhar mais ainda pra gente ser aquele time que vai fazer a tríplice coroa, o primeiro time, ser campeão de tudo. E é isso. Go Infinite.
He said thank you to all the fans that supported us during this long time we've been playing together. He also said that it's the first time that actually they won Brazilian PMPL and then right after that won the PMPL Americas. They already had won like 2 Americas, but this is the first time they won both in a row, like consecutively. And his main goal is to go to the PMGC, have a great tournament, and get the triple crown, win like all the tournaments. And thank you for everything.
Okay, thank you so much for translating, by the way. Fantastic job, and congratulations once again to you guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A little clap, yeah?
Yeah, come on, it's the winners, right? Come on.
Oh man, Seven's just having a lot of fun with this confetti.
They were so dominant. We kind of stopped even talking about can they hang on. Yeah. Like halfway through yesterday, they had that much of a lead, that much of a gap. So like, as much as them at the top feels so normal to us, it's not a normal thing to be that good at PUBG Mobile, much less any video game. So like, honestly, such a good performance.
How dare they not keep it competitive for first place on the final day?
No, they should have thrown at least a couple of matches.
I know, right? Let other teams get close.
Right, thank you.
Well, let's actually take a look at our overalls and see how the rest of the teams did settle once the dust and confetti has finished off here. And we can see YKG going to be finishing bottom and Hyper going to be right behind them in 15th place. And we see PASSIONFRUIT, hey, 9th place. Honestly, I did not expect PASSIONFRUIT to finish higher than YKG and Hyper based off like kind of the caliber of players we've had in these other two teams, but also the experience these other two teams have had in regionals.
I'm with you, and I think for PASSIONFRUIT, I hope this team stays together. We usually see in NA, especially when we go to a completely different year, thinking about next year for this team. Stay together. You guys definitely have the fragging power. You guys showed that you could at least hang for a little bit here. 9th place, not a bad finish. There's just little things that they need to narrow down, and I can definitely see this team being in the top 5 in the future Americas.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that they were able to hang on, maintain, and almost grow a little bit throughout this event. On the flip side, Extreme Slayers, who were second place day one, coming all the way down into the second page into 10th position. We knew it was going to be hard for them to maintain that spot. We knew that the other teams would only pick up in speed as this tournament went on. But honestly, for PASSIONFRUIT to grow is really exciting, and I agree, Seven. I really hope that they stay together. Their elimination points are looking good on this page. Their placement points, the fact that they're that many points higher than NHyper and YKG,
yeah,
just shows that there is real potential within this squad.
Just look how much they achieved, right, in such a short time.
Yeah.
A team that a lot of people counted out when we went back to NA. VALIC, I mean, they had a completely different roster in NA at one point, and then VALIC came in. There was a lot of questions marks with how VALIC was playing. VALIC was able to step up, and then the team starting to come together. They started fragging out. So great potential out of this team, and some of the other teams down there. V2 Esports as well. This is the first time that they're here at this stage. Hopefully, they're going to be able to take a lot of experience from this, know what to expect in the future. Obviously, Brazil being such a heavy region against all of these teams, as we're going to be able to see here shortly when we go to that first page. And from the other teams, I mean, NHyper, Team QUESO, I'm intrigued to see how they're going to be adjusting from what we saw here in Americas. A very underperforming performance here in Americas out of those two teams. And NHyper, I'm really intrigued if they're going to keep on making some switches there with their rosters. I would like to see FS play a little bit more. I think it's actually a great addition for this team.
Yeah, I mean, whether they include FS or not, that's definitely something that they would want to look at, but it's one bad weekend after an amazing season for them, so I actually think they'd be pulling the trigger way too fast to make a heavy roster move. But going up the leaderboard,
sorry, my inner Toad came out there.
That's what I heard.
Because I saw MEZEXIS be the top-ranked NA team.
Yeah.
I never would have expected, not to talk down to them at all, but like, you got NHyper, you got YKG, you got players in MEZEXIS who haven't played at this level before, and yet they're our lead representative. That's crazy, and I guess that's a testament to the power MEZEXIS has as well.
It is. I mean, it comes down with MEZEXIS. The big question mark was, can Baton perform? He ended up performing. Hopefully, going into next year, it's not just going to be Baton. It's going to be somebody else alongside him, and maybe he'll continue to grow. And I mean, so far with what we've seen from what this team was able to work with, good performance out of them. And honestly, 7th place, I'm with you. I did not expect this team to be there in 7th place.
Yeah, but honestly, it's all about the top 4 right now. And I guess, you know, top 5 with Loops, because they're in the block there that's going to PMGC. Intense Game do secure 2nd place with that final Miramar round, but INCO, Alpha 7 able to hold on. It was looking tight at the start of the day, but they were able to make it work. And honestly, just with the pure power that those top 4 teams delivered in their own ways throughout this weekend, gives me confidence that our region can, you know, perhaps do at least a little bit of damage in PMGC. I'm not going to go out and say that an America's team is going to win PMGC. I'm not going to say that we're going to send a lot of teams out of group stage, because I know that we're definitely one of the weaker regions overall, because there are some powerhouse regions out there. But I think that we can do some damage.
Let me check you there real quick. Actually, Brazil did really good last PMGC, and at one point, all the top 3 teams were Brazilian teams. And with what we've seen so far out of Brazil, I think they actually have a great chance at actually being able to get a top 2 finish, even maybe a win once we get to PMGC Grand Finals. With what we saw from Influence Rage, with what we've been able to see from Intense Game, INCO Gaming too. INCO Gaming, they just need to narrow down a couple things, and I truly believe that INCO Gaming could possibly become even better than Influence Rage, just from what we were able to see there out of that team.
They got their win here. Maybe that's the start of a lot more wins going on.
All right, well, it's time to get into our MVP, and I already have my prediction who it's going to be. I don't know if you two want to predict or if you just want to see it.
I want to see it.
Want to see it? Well, let's see.
I get extra 10 points?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be Squash. I imagine that's who you were thinking it was, just because of all the points. And it's so weird that it is not a player from Influence Rage, considering how much of a lead they had, points, eliminations,
team effort versus maybe more of an individual effort.
Exactly. This does show that perhaps there are there's even higher highs that INCO could go if they're able to, like you say, reach the position that they did on the top of the leaderboard in 3rd place, with one player being as dominant as Squash is. But I'm not trying to take away from the fact that Squash really was a powerhouse this whole time, even with INCO's ups and downs. He was always going to be there outputting the numbers.
And to give some credit too, I mean, Squash, congrats on being able to get that MVP, but we saw some other players here from INCO as well being able to perform. I mean, we saw Vitaly being able to clutch up that 1v3 against
I'm sorry.
against Hyper, which was impressive. It just comes down to going back to what I was saying. This team needs to narrow it down, and they need to make sure that whenever they do find themselves in that top 2, top 3 situation, they need to win those games. And I feel like that what was lacking here in Americas. They weren't able to close it out when it mattered the most for them.
Yeah, well, they got the taste of chicken dinner.
Yep.
And we all know once you get a taste of chicken, you never go back.
Go back.
But
for more.
Yep.
That sounded more like a watermelon. Let's actually take a look at our prediction game as well. Now, obviously, since I didn't win, I don't really care about prediction game. But let's see who actually did win. Because you had Hot Jukes and you had Cameron Davis going head-to-head.
Jukes!
Gonna take it. But to be fair, on average, Jukes predicted with 30 seconds left till Zone 6 quite often. So,
Quite often.
There's a little asterisk.
Really like to wait.
Especially that last match, too.
Oh my gosh, he dragged that out to the last second.
I'm Brad, too. I don't mind being last place there. I didn't pick on the last game on purpose because I wanted to stay with the 7 there at the end. And I knew I was going to, like, get 30 points, so...
Oh,
didn't want to be
27, 28, Zute 29. He got off the bottom of the board. Credit to him.
True.
He still picked on Hyper to win, though.
Never going to let that go.
I feel bad for saying it, but you know what? It was worth saying. Well, gentlemen, that pretty much rounds off our day here. But before I let you guys say your goodbyes, I have to remind you two about something very special and dear to my heart.
Ooh,
it's Monster Energy.
It is Monster Energy. Thank you for bringing it up. Perfect. Monster Energy, our official engineering partner here at PMPL. It's not only an NA, it's the sponsor here for regionals, which is fantastic to see. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast because you know Influence Rage are going to crack open some cold ones as well after this game. But I want to give you a chance to say some final words here before we end things off. 7, no, don't let him do that to you, Cameron. He always does this. He always passes it off to someone else. 7, you go first.
Oh, he was about to start.
No, 7, you go first. No. I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, we start with the loser prediction game and goes first.
All right. I'll take it. I feel like I said what I wanted to say earlier when I was talking about Brazil.
Said what he said, Jason.
I'm really excited with the way Brazil was able to perform here. I'm really excited that they lived up to the hype that we've been bringing up this whole year throughout, saying how much of a dominant region they are here. I am hoping, though, that as kind of going back with the same moves we were talking about Hyper playing in A, is it hurting Hyper not having that much competitive right whenever they are on the region? Kind of the same has to be said a little bit here for Brazil because coming into this Americas, they absolutely dominated. I can't wait to see what the teams from Brazil are going to be able to do in actual PMGC league stage, and I really hope at least 4 of those teams end up making it to grand finals because I know how passionate their fan base is. I know what support the Brazilian teams have, and boy, it would be even bigger, and it would be even more impressive for next year. They would just keep on getting better and better, and it's a bit of a call out too for LATAM and NA. I feel like it's time to step it up. I feel like we're letting Brazil dominate way too much. Maybe in the future we'll start seeing some more tournaments here in NA as well.
Oh man, I was actually just thinking, imagine Brazil wins PMGC 2024, PMGC in Brazil.
Yes.
That could be sick.
Could do.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I mean, just to fill out your final point about North America and LATAM, Brazil is a really good region. We know that. I was a fool for thinking that the gap would be much closer than it's still wide between the regions. But we have seen some good performances by individual NA and LATAM teams this weekend compared back to spring, where it really was just, maybe my memory's not that great, but it really felt like it was just Brazil all the way through. So I feel like we're on the right trajectory for LATAM and NA to try and continue to close that gap. But yeah, we're still Brazil and friends here at the end of the day.
Hey, Powerbank, keep up those Titan series, man. Maybe get some more of them to help NA have some more competitive drive here. But I guess I'll end things out for us. Big shout out to obviously you two for putting up with me here on the show. Hey. Obviously Hot Jukes and Zute for grinding. For putting up with myself?
No, I mean, I guess.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
For being here.
For Hot Jukes and Zute, man, it's been a grind for them. I'd say 6 matches a day, 4 days straight, keeping that intensity, keeping those let's goes, and of keeping Zute's picks going. It's been fantastic to have you guys. I don't know where I'm going with that, to be honest.
Zute's curse.
Yeah, Zute's curse. We'll see if it gets even stronger. And obviously to our production crew as well here in Poland. It's like 4 a.m. for us here, but they've been here day in and day out, making sure the show can be amazing for all of you viewers out there who are watching. And obviously a big shout out to you guys as well. But that ends out America's Regionals, but we still have a few weeks left until PMGC begins. You guys better be tuning in because it's going to be the best yet of PUBG Mobile esports history. And we'll see you guys then for some more PUBG Mobile action.